And then the TPC players who didn't make it in were actually the players who performed the worst in the TPC. 13 of the bottom 16 players from the TPC in pro points got eliminated over the course of week 1 in the regional finals. And the ranked ladder, yeah, it's not tournament, but it is the players with the highest volume and the highest sample size of games. And so I think it did just kind of show that these were the players who were hungry for success, that grinded all set long, and in the end they were rewarded in week 1 with an advancement to the TPC.
And we say often that TFT is a game of variance, and sometimes you just got to get lucky to make it through and all these things. And maybe there's some truth to that, but this specifically has proven that, hey, if you're consistent on ladder, if you're consistent in the TPC, you have a higher chance of making it through the tournament, and that's exactly what we saw happen. Ranked ladder being probably the most significant data point for us here is, hey, you were consistent on ladder, being able to win lots of games this set and climb a lot of LP. Well, that means you're good at the game this set. So well done to those guys making it through. Let's talk about some of their journeys, though, because this is very interesting for all the players that entered week 1. Only 20 made it through, and specifically looking at our day 2 and 3, where all the players entered together and looking at the score sheet. I know it's a little small on your screen, but it does tell a big story about everything that happened.
The new format that we had this set for the week 1 of regional finals, first off, if you didn't get to watch it, was amazing. Such an amazing advancement in formats that we got to be able to see players have fewer games and be rewarded for playing in a big enough sample size that it didn't feel like all luck, but also allowed them to end their runs early in a positive way. Lumen, Fan the Kiki, ran away with week 1, day 1, and then clutched it up in day 2. But what was really cool for me was that as the day went on, the scores got tighter and tighter. And it basically meant that by the end of day 2, every single game felt like we were in checkmate, right? Everyone has complete control of their own destiny. We did not have any dead games with nothing to play for all weekend long.
And speaking of control of your own destiny, there's a couple of players that got into this top 8 that absolutely dominated those first 2 games to set themselves up to be like, all right, I'm done for the day. We made it through. We're on to week 2. And specifically want to call out Kiyun and David Ace, who had Kiyun went 1-1 and David Ace went 2-1 to make it through. And just absolutely smurfed day 2. We're ready to roll and absolutely proved that, hey, they are going to be in the TPC next set and are going to be competing for the Tacticians crown spots this weekend. So excited about those guys. But I think where it got super, super interesting was as we got down to our last 2 games and the situations there of people maybe missing the mark that they needed to hit in order to make it through, and also players that clutched up and were able to make it and really make a statement in those last few games.
Yeah, the 2 names that stand out the most to me are actually 21 and 20 on this list, CMB and Stellar Minhee. Stellar Minhee, unfortunately, lost every single tiebreaker on after game 8, after game 10, then after game 12, and was tied for the cutoff every single time and just lost the tiebreaker 3 times in a row. It was pretty brutal. I also did I did maybe Caster Curse Mini a little bit there, which was pretty brutal for me. But someone like CMB, who had this really hot run on day 1, was faltering all day long on day 2. And then in the final game, because the scores are so close together, despite having a bad day, is able to go first, win the tiebreaker, and then make it back into the TPC as another Brazilian representative there. So just really dramatic way to end the tournament day.
Well, I'm glad you're taking responsibility for what you did, too, because Stellar, you didn't deserve that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my bad.
But it also shows the volatility of some of this format too, of like, hey, if you don't qualify and get in that spot early when you have the chance, it really does hurt, right? Like you fall the victim to the next 2 games every time. And there was a lot of interesting stories around that. I think somebody who had the opposite story of Stellar is Ripple, who fought through and had a tiebreaker going into those last 2 games, was just at the top and did not miss a beat. Went 2 more top 4s, claimed that spot, and was good to go. So a lot of good players made it through into that week number 2, and I am super excited to talk about them because, as we've talked about a few times, players are playing for 2 different things this set. And specifically this regional finals is looking at the TFT Pro Circuit next set, which now all 32 of these players have done. And now we're looking at week 2, where we're fighting for the Tacticians crown slots. looking at the left side of our screen, we'll see the 32 that have made it. And I'm so excited to see all these players face off against each other all next set as well as this weekend.
I love the mixed, kind of tier of player that we got in terms of notoriety. All of our big stars, for the most part, made it back into the TPC. Dish Soap was the one player that everyone was really watching in those first couple of games just to make sure nothing was going awry. But it also opened up the door for players with just less experience. Crazy Cat is the one player on this list that really stands out to me, especially because one of the things I saw was that Crazy Cat didn't even know going into day number 2 on Sunday. He didn't even know that he was qualifying into the TPC if he made top 20. And so out of nowhere, we just have these Cinderella runs of players making it into the top 20, qualifying into the TPC. And now TPC next set is looking like, of course, it's obviously going to be stacked every time. But I love that it's both stacked with historical gods of the Americas alongside some players who are some exciting up-and-comers.
Absolutely. It is going to be a wonderful time watching them face off against each other all the time. But we're going to talk about specifically today the regional finals week 2. We've looked at this graphic a bunch, but now it's simple because we are in week 2. All of the players have qualified for the set 16 pro circuit, and now our eyes are turned to Tactician's Crown and the slots this weekend that are going to be available for the taking. Now the question is, how? How do our players get there? What does the format look like for our players to get those spots? And so we're going to jump into a talk about our format and how this works. This is very similar to the TPC formats that happened throughout the entire set. 32 players enter on week 2, day 1. They play 6 games together, shuffling every 2 games. And after that, the bottom 8 are eliminated for day number 2, but 24 advance to fight some more. When we get to day 2, though, 24 players then fight for 2 more games, and this is where it starts to get a little brutal, gangly, because after just 2 games, 8 more are eliminated.
It's sort of the opposite of what we saw last weekend, right? Where we had the soft eliminations on day 1, and then day 2, that first cutoff was actually for the top X number of players that advanced into the next stage of the tournament. This time around, though, because our first elimination is going to be on day 2 with the bottom 8 players, what it actually means is, whereas last week, going into day 2, you could kind of choose whether or not you wanted to play more volatile to kind of earn points and secure your advancement slot in that top 8 cutoff. Here, especially if you're in the middle of the pack going into day 2, I would expect to see more players lean into, I would say the less first rate style, the more consistent get your points and get out. Maybe we'll see a bit more people lean into reroll or play uncontested compositions rather than leaning into the highly contested but high first place share compositions.
And one thing we haven't talked about, but we should mention, is that there was a B patch between these 2 weeks, and so the meta is going to look different as well. So maybe a little bit less first rate comps that show up, and maybe a little bit more of a comp variety, maybe a little bit less mech. So we're excited to see what that looks like. But after this, doing the math correctly, there's 16 players left to still fight for 8 slots in the final lobby on day number 3. And after 2 more games with a group of 16, 4 advance, 4 more are eliminated. But again, as we talked about looking at our scoreboard from last week, getting in those early advances is super important. And so for those players that have been popping off so far, they are going to be rewarded with that. But then it's all going to be down to 8, where the top 4 and the bottom 4 will advance and be eliminated. And we'll have a picture of our final lobby and who will be looking for Tactician's Crown slot.
Cutting the top and the bottom, something it's allowed us to do is have every single game of the day mean something to pretty much every single player left in the tournament. There's a world where maybe there are some players that even if they go first can't make advancement. From what we've seen, though, especially with this few players in the field, it's extremely unlikely that will ever happen. I think every player who is in the tournament will always have their tournament life in their own hands. So it's going to be very exciting to watch all weekend.
100%. And then the most exciting day where we get to see who we are sending to the Tactician's Crown is that final day where 8 players will play 6 games. And at the end of those 6 games, 6 players will advance to the Tactician's Crown from that final lobby. And I think one of the most interesting parts to talk about here about this format is, yes, it's very exciting for all 6 of these players to make it. We're so excited to see who they're going to be, but it's heartbreaking for those 2 that don't.
Those bottom 2 players, we've seen it for the last couple sets. There's always a couple slots at the bottom that don't advance to Tactician's Crown. And I think it's just important to see who's going to be able to keep their wits. You know, I think if you're trying to play to not go 8th, you're going to go 8th. You just got to make sure you're playing like yourself all weekend long. Also, I think it's important to note that this is not checkmate.
We're fighting for 6 slots to the Tactician's Crown, but we have more than that for the Americas because 3 participants have already been selected through the TFT Pro Circuit. So across the globe, there's 40 total players going to the Tactician's Crown. And so we in the Americas and EMEA have 6 slots left to give, where CN and APAC have 8 and 9 respectively. So we are going to keep our eyes across the globe this weekend to see who all is going to be there and see how the Americas can bring home another crown. But let's talk about some of the players we are sending already. Michael, Marcel P, and Robin Songs already all qualifying for the Tactician's Crown.
Marcel P not only qualifying to the Tactician's Crown, he's officially back in the TPC after making the week 1 run. That was a little bit scary. Barely missed out on auto advancing into week 2. But I just want to say I am really excited about all the Americas reps. I think they all kind of represent different eras of the game in some way. Of course, Michael and Robin are both old school, but Robin, I think to a lot of people is seen as the godfather of TFT. One of the oldest players that we've had. Yeah, I mean oldest in veteranship, but
Sure.
Take it as you will. This is a player who has made it to the final lobby of a regional final 7 times before and is one of only 2 players from the Americas to have won 2 regional finals. And so I'm really excited to be able to see Robin take another shot at a Tactician's Crown.
Yeah, and the rest of these players on this screen are also titans of their own regions for sure.
Yeah.
I think specifically looking at APAC, I'm terrified of specifically Ironbog and YBY1. They are absolutely crazy. Lakoko from EMEA is a great player as well. But we're excited to continue to figure out who's going to get the last 29 slots from across the globe. But we're going to now focus specifically on the Americas because we're on the Americas pre-show. We're excited to watch these players. And so we want to help you guys understand what in the world you're going to look at, who you're going to root for, and look at that specifically through putting our players in some buckets, some categories to help us understand the expectations and what they're playing for and how we expect for them to perform this weekend. So, Gangly, here's we go. Our first bucket. We just talked about these guys. They're on a victory lap. They have a little bit less to play for. This is some practice for them, maybe a little bit of a chill ride.
I definitely understand the argument that these players have nothing to play for, right? They're the only players in the Americas field that don't have to worry about their slot at the Tactician's Crown. That said, I think if you're a competitor at this level, there's no way you're going into the second week of regional finals treating it like there's nothing to play for, right? I think all of these players not only want to compete at the Tactician's Crown, I think they want to show that they're one of the most dominant forces our region has to offer. Robin Songs, imagine a world where he gets his 3rd regional finals win, becomes an uncontested title holder there. Michael also just coming off of a bit of a slump for the last few sets before getting invited into the TPC. There's just a lot of opportunities for some of these players to, I guess, improve their story or just make a really beautiful run that stands out among even the TPC.
Yeah, their Tactician's Crown slots are locked, but the regional finals is a big deal for all of these players. And so another big category, and this is probably the one that we all look at and we say, hey, these players are the ones that we expect to make the Tactician's Crown. And if they don't, I'm sure that they are let down as well. These 6 competitors, Kambuli, Wage Iverson, Setsuko, Dishsoap, Prestonant, and K3 Soju are the players that we say are our favorites going into the weekend.
K3 Soju being on this list, I think, seems almost like funny to some viewers, right? Like when you're looking at the big three of the Americas, and then you have Preston and Cambuly, who each on their own over the last couple sets have really been pushing, their entry into that barrier of the other elites. Soju just historically has not been in that same category. But what we have seen from Soju historically is that when he's on, he is an elite player. It's just that we don't get to see it for an extended amount of time. This is the first time I can remember that Soju has competed at that elite level all set long, right? He is he made it to every single one of the final lobbies, is the pro points leader in the Americas. And I mean, he went on a rant saying after the Star Guardian Cup that he's making it to Worlds, right? He's going to be making it to the Tactician's crown. I don't know if I believe that Soju should always be in this list, but I think that for this regionals, he absolutely needs to be.
Being the #1 pro points holder for the TPC is a huge accomplishment, but I do think for the rest of these players on this list, there's a little bit more of a consistency to them. Of no matter what tournament they're in, they are people that we say they should win or could win, or all of these things. So they fit into that box. Obviously, Disso probably being the front runner of this, being the most winning player, specifically at the Tactician's crown, having 2 of them already to his name. But any of these players that we would send, I would be super excited to watch. They are also, I would probably expect 3 of the 6 slots to go to these players. Would you say it would be a disappointment if less than 3 make it?
I think so, but I feel like I almost feel the opposite, where it's like, if 3 of our 6 slots that come from this are any of the players on this list, I'm very excited because we might be winning Tactician's crown again. Something I also want to bring up about some of the players on this list is that Weijin, Setsuko, Disho, of course, have all won tournaments before, but Cambuly, Preston, and Soju are all 3 players that have not actually won an elite Riot endorsed tournament in the past. The one player in particular that I think this is maybe shocking regarding is Cambuly. To me, Cambuly has been at the level of he could win a tournament like this for quite a while now, and it does feel like every set he's getting marginally better and better. It does feel like he's due, and with the performance he's put up this set, I think there's no reason to believe that that's not possible. So I'm really excited to see if Cambuly is actually able to turn it on.
Yeah, me too. And there's some of these other players in our competition that maybe have turned it on this set and have really put themselves in contention to be like, these guys might win the whole thing because of their performance this set. And this contender category is the one that I look at and I say, oh boy, these guys are going to give those favorites a run for their money.
For different reasons too, right? Some of this is historical precedent. I think of players like Pokigam. I think of players like Spencer. I think even Ripple Overdrive to a certain degree. And some of these players, I think, are based on their current form and what they've showed off this set. You could look at Kiyun, I think, especially for that reason. This guy has absolutely dominated. He averaged like a 3.0 AVP in the cups, and then he made it to the regional finals and was out after 8 games and just auto-qualified into the TPC. You have someone like Bobster, who is maybe the perpetually underrated player of the Americas, primarily by us, who's made a statement throughout the set, making top 8 at one of the TPCs and earning a top 12 pro point leaderboard slot. And then on top of that, I think Bob Zera, who's having this like resurgence set, who did really well in multiple regular seasons and then struggled at the big events, and in the TPC has been completely the opposite, right? Top 8ing, I believe, 2 different TPC events, and just showing that he's able to compete under pressure. So for all of those reasons, these contenders, while they may not be our favorites, are more than capable of making a deep run and earning a slot, for some of them, back to the Tactician's crown.
These are players that we'd be surprised to see in the bottom half of the leaderboard, and would be surprised if, some of them don't make that final lobby and give themselves a shot for the Tactician's crown. Players that have shown consistency over the sets, players that may be household names for some of us, big streamers, also longtime competitors. So excited to see them continue on their performance. But another group of competitors that has ups and downs, and some of the highs are really high. Some of the lows are really low. And we're starting to see some of these players take shape, coming from weekend 1 for some of them, coming from the TPC for others. These players could go first or they could go last.
Yeah, I think we could sit and talk about the players on this slide forever. And so I just want to pick one to highlight. The one that stands out to me the most is Chunnington. Chunnington, I think, had a very quiet entrance into the TPC, coming in through, this study group of the Boom Kitchen last set that had a huge representation at the regional finals, and then largely struggled in the TPC despite doing exceptionally well on ladder. And then play-ins comes along, week one comes along, Chunnington smurfs all weekend, makes it in those top 8 players that got the immediate cut on day 2 of week one. And to me, I think he's kind of thrust himself into this grouping of players to watch going into weekend 2.
Moving forward just a little bit more to our final category, the underdogs. The players that we look at, we say, all right, these players, we've seen them maybe never before at this stage. We've seen them maybe one time before or 2 times before. Now, what do they have to prove at this level of play?
Yeah, and this is a tough category because I think we're all in agreement that every single one of the players that's in this event is elite, and they're all capable of making a deep run or winning the entire event if the rolls go their way. But the thing that separates these players, like you're saying, Jack, is either the lack of experience or certain performances at this caliber of play that stand out. To me, Jungle Book is a good example of this, where I think he's been getting a lot of attention over the last few sets, but has yet to have a top half finish at a major event, an elite regionals level event. On the flip side, though, Crazy Cat, we talked a little bit about him at the top of the show. Coming out of nowhere, player that nobody knew 2 months ago, has now started this Cinderella story to make it into week 2, qualify to the TPC. And, while I don't necessarily think I have them favored in the field, and it's hard to give a good reason for why you would, I do think that based on what we saw of week 1, they deserve to be here. And if they can prove that they are not just a participant, they're a contender, or maybe even elite player in the Americas, I would love to see that story happen. And to touch on 2 other players super briefly, Josue and Shaco, each of these players coming from Latin America and Brazil respectively. Josue is the one that stands out. We had Pi Hat on the broadcast last weekend, and he was saying Josue, the best player from Peru and one of the best players from Latin America to have never made it to a Tactician's crown. Shaco, on the other hand, is a player who I feel like has not been in the limelight of Brazilian players, especially because so many Brazilians have kind of become centers of attention since the merging of the regions. And the last time we saw Shaco perform at a more elite competition, he didn't really inspire confidence. So I think Shaco has a great opportunity for some redemption going into this weekend.
This group also realizes that, hey, we're in the TPC now. It's time to make a name for myself. And this weekend is a great chance for each of them to set themselves up well for next set, right? The TPC, they require streaming, they require all these things, and many of these players we don't get to see too much on stream. They have not built their brands, their personalities when it comes to being professional TFT players, but hey, you guys are here now. It's time to show the world who you are. And so I love this category and love rooting for these guys because you may not know them now, but watch, they're going to show up, they're going to surprise us all, and they're going to have the opportunity to consistently do that throughout to this weekend and next set in the TPC, already locking in a slot in the regional finals next set also. So these players, we don't know them now. We may have them in this underdog category, but that should not discourage them because now it's time to prove that they really got what it takes. These player buckets really do help give us a story of what we expect from our players this weekend. And we see our overview graphic of these buckets. And victory lap, those players that have already qualified, our favorites, the contenders, the volatile players, and our underdogs. Gangly, going into this weekend, what are you expecting to see from these groups of players? How are you expecting this weekend to kind of go?
I'm going to say right now, we're putting these players as like favorites, contenders, etc. I am absolutely not expecting to see our top 8 be only players from favorites and contenders. I think that we are going to have 2 to 3 players, maybe even 4 players from this volatile or underdog category to make the deep run. And I'm excited to see that because some of those players are a bit maniacal, and I'm excited to see them bring their style of TFT to the most elite level.
We know that wasn't the case last weekend. We didn't have all the favorites and contenders and all those players that we thought would make it out and would put statistically in that category, make it forward. because that's what TFT is. It's a story of underdogs, of people going from the couch to the crown, and we're excited to see who will get to that crown stage this weekend and have the opportunity to do that. But Gangly, let's do it. Let's make our predictions. Let's pick a favorite and a dark horse from the tournament to see who we think will make it to the Tactician's crown. And here we go. Gangly, you said K3 Soju and Dehua.
Currently, my predictions have a 0% advancement rate, so I'm really hoping that surely I don't miss 2 more times. But I said it before when we were on the favorite slide. Soju is maybe not normally considered a favorite, but I'm gonna double down on it. I think Soju is a favorite going into this tournament. I believe that when Soju tries as hard as he possibly can, he is more than capable of making it to a Tactician's crown. I want to see him back on the international stage, and this time maybe even with the top 8 at the Tactician's crown. On the other side, I talked about some of the maniacal, volatile players. This is Dehua, right? This is a guy who we know he loves to lose, and once he stops losing, you better watch out because he knows how to win from it. So I'm really excited to see him bring this, more volatile play style to the regional finals. We had him all TPC long. He's been very fun to watch, and I hope it stays that way.
My favorite is the 2-time world champion himself. That is Dish Soap. Hard to not pick this guy to be a favorite. Kind of maybe a little bit of a cop-out here. But this format specifically rewards somebody like Dish Soap, who's probably the most consistent top 4 player in the whole world. And so when top 4s matter most, he's going to show up. He is going to compete for his 6th straight Tactician's crown appearance. So just can't wait to see him continue to perform this weekend. And also my dark horse from the ladder, Lumen, who I looked at going to last week. I said, okay, you've been ranked 1 all set, basically. I am excited to see how you show up. And they went on and were ranked 1 during week 1. And so I said, might as well continue the trend. He may still be dark horse. This is one of his first times on the stage, and I expect to see him do big things here. So speaking of the Tactician's crown, that's the next thing. We are at the last event of our calendar before the Tactician's crown. This is regional finals week 2. November 14th through the 16th will be the Tactician's crown with all of our players on LAN, half of them in Spain, half of them over in China as well. It is going to be a spectacle to watch, a spectacle to keep up with, and we're so excited that we get to show who's going to make it through to the Tactician's crown, because this is the end, Gangly. The postseason's almost over.
To put it in the words of my good friend Jack CLE Hopkins, this TPC season has been electric. Just from top to bottom, everything has been fun to watch. I mean, the drama, the stakes, and we still have more in front of us, right? All weekend long, we're going to have some of the best games of TFT from the set. So, yeah, I hope you guys all enjoy the show.
Yeah, we're going to be continuing to be on the show. I'm going to be on the show today. Gangly didn't want to show up in costume, so he's not showing up today. But
Yeah.
it makes sense. Yeah. We're so excited for this, and we're thankful to have this opportunity to be able to bring the roll down to the pre-show and be able to share some stories with you guys. If you did enjoy, you can find us on YouTube at The Roll Down or anywhere that you find your podcasts. If you want to...
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics channel for the Americas Regional Finals for KO Coliseum. I'm so excited to be back for the second weekend of competition and alongside CLE and Dobbs. How you both doing today?
We're doing great. We're in the spooky spirit here for Halloween in our week 2 broadcast of the regional finals. Super excited to see who's going to be going to the Tactician's crown, but that is definitely not Dobbs.
Right? I don't know what Heimerdinger was talking about. I mean, if you guys wonder, I'm actually really good, and I'm super excited to see which players is going to step up on the second week of the regional finals, and it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I was going to say, CLE, if you even can see, but you did move the hood over your eyes. So, hey,
The answer is I couldn't. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you can see now, and it's good to have you here, whoever you are on the far right of the screen. And we're so glad to have you viewers here joining us. KO Coliseum has been a blast taking a look back at the esports that we've had so far. This has been the first set that we've introduced a 2-weekend format for the Americas Regional Finals, and it's also the first time that we've ever had the TFT Pro Circuit. And so that has been super exciting to watch unfold, alongside the other ways that our players could qualify to be here for this weekend of competition. We had our ladder snapshots, of course, but we also had our Tier 2 circuit with the Tacticians Trials feeding into the Tacticians Cups, and then our best placing players joining our players from the TFT Pro Circuit and ladder here at the Regional Finals. But, you know, it's not just about the Regional Finals. It's really about the Tactician's crown at the end of this journey.
Yeah, that's everyone's goal as they enter into this. Making it to that Tactician's crown is the pinnacle of TFT. Being able to crown yourself as champion of a set and be able to take it home to your region, that's what everyone's fighting for. And, you know, on the Americas broadcast, we know that we're going to send the best lineup.
Yes, of course. And specifically for this Tactician Crown, it's going to take place on Alicante, at least for the Americas and EMEA players. So the stakes are even higher because they can see each other playing on stage. It's always one of the best ways to actually approach the game. So it's gonna be incredible.
Yeah, in the past, we've only had our players from the China region be able to play on LAN, but this time around, APAC is going to join them in Chengdu, China, and we're going to have our Americas and EMEA players all in Alicante, Spain, alongside our in-studio broadcast. So 40 players are going to be able to hit the stage, and we'll hope that you'll tune in November 14th to 16th. The timing might be a little bit tough for some of you, but we'll still hope that you join us no matter what. 1 a.m. Pacific will be the start of the broadcast, or 10 a.m. Central European time. It's going to be really amazing, and we cannot wait. But we've got to kind of look ahead as well to what is happening even after this KO Coliseum Tactician's Crown. We've got the Paris Open, our biggest TFT event of the year. We're going to Paris for the first time, and we'll hope that you'll join us there as well, either in person or on the broadcast. Please scan the QR code and check out the spectator passes that are still available, and we'll hope to see you there for this celebration. Back to our weekend at hand, though. We are in weekend 2 of our competition here at the Americas Regional Finals. So let's take a look back at some of the highlights that we had from that first weekend. And what was it that stood out to the two of you when taking a look at our competition for the first 3 days?
Well, I think the biggest thing, and maybe the biggest talking point, was a lot of the mech play that we saw win many of our lobbies, but we also just had interesting dynamics, and this was the first time we saw the clash between Tier 2 and Tier 1 players and seeing who can get promoted, who will get relegated, and we see plays like this on our screen with the Karma 3 really putting up a fight for Tier 2.
I mean, that Karma 3 on Natural Shop was like one of the best things we've watched last week. As well as I like it pretty much the players that were trying to get that first out of the lobby, playing the Crystal Gambit line with like high risk, high reward trades. I mean, it's one of the best ways to play TFT and to watch as well.
We did have a B patch that came through in the middle of this week between our 2 weekends of competition. So Mighty Mech probably not going to see nearly as much play, or definitely not the mech pilot version. I still think we open ourselves up to seeing a lot of the rerolls that found success in that first weekend, and hopefully some more forecast compositions that will be able to take the stage. But we are looking at 6 games today for our 32 competitors that are starting out the competition on Friday. And then after these 6 games, we will cut our competition down to just 24 players. And Sealy, that's where things really start to get interesting, is that second day we're making a lot of cuts to get to 8 final players on Sunday.
Yeah, this format's a little bit less forgiving than last week. We had a lot of top promotions happening into week 2, but this time we're only sending 8 to that day 6, that grand final, and so we have to cut from the bottom, knock people out of regional finals week 2 early, and get ready to see who we're going to send to the Tactician's crown.
Yes, I mean, actually the fact that we are having both players from last week with the top players from the TPC actually I'm really excited to see how the game is going to be playable, as well as the changes that happen in the meta because of the B patch in the mecha. So I wonder how that's going to change the way the game is being approached.
I think it might a lot. I think especially when we look at getting towards the end of the road here on day number 6, we gotta keep an eye out for those players that are going to be playing for first and only first. But this team of players is definitely going to be bringing it today as we take a look at our 32 players that are going to be competing in the TFT Pro Circuit for set 16 that have made it through the promotion and relegation stage. We are so excited to see this field of competitors because there are 14 here that are brand new to the TFT Pro Circuit. So it is going to be very exciting to see how they're going to perform. And of those new players, 3 of them are playing in their very first regional finals this weekend. And so they are also going to be seeing how much further they can take it.
I think one of the things that's most interesting is that 10 of these players qualified through the ladder. We're seeing many of them here on our screen right now. These players are consistent throughout the set, many of them being rank 1 and having just incredible performances consistently, but maybe not in tournament. Obviously, playing on ladder is hard. We all struggle to gain LP sometimes. But these players
Yes.
did show up last weekend, and now they're already locked in for the TPC next set and ready to show everyone that they're a threat to go take the crown.
Yes, if I can highlight a player from this section, I would say CMB has like a great story. He's have been competing since the first sets in TFT, but has not come into the regional finals since Magic Mayhem. But after he played from the first day of play-ins, he was almost into that TPC for twice, but he went 8 in both games, losing the threshold to qualify. But suddenly in the last game, he clutched it out with a first, and he qualified to the tactician. I mean, for the TPC with a tiebreaker rule. So it was a crazy first week for him. So let's see how he's going to perform on this weekend.
Yeah, and this is CMB is kind of one of our giants that is competing in this weekend. Has been competing and is a part of the Pro Legend circuit since 2021. And while he does have a Tactician's Crown appearance from Runeterra Reforged, that was quite a long time ago. So I think CMB is definitely one of those players that's hoping to kind of live up to the expectations, especially, with the hopes of Brazil, I think, riding on a player like CMB. I'm really excited to see how he's going to perform today. But we've also got to talk about Crazy Cat as one of our new TFT Pro Circuit players. Crazy Cat last weekend actually had no idea up until like Saturday that he could even qualify to compete in the TFT Pro Circuit by making it to this weekend of competition. So the fact that he made it through those 3 days and unscathed, like, it's very cool to see Crazy Cat here at his very first regional finals and also in the TFT Pro Circuit to play an entirety of a set.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit crazy that he didn't know exactly what he was playing for, but now here he is. He is the only player left that fought through trials to get into Cup and now to regional finals, and now might even have the chance to go to the Tactician's crown. It is a wonderful story, but unlike Crazy Cat's little bit of less historical performance, Fan the Kiki is kind of the opposite. He's a LATAM champion back in Dragonlands. He's got 2 Tactician's Crown appearances, and now he's back in Tier 1, fought his way all the way back here, and had a fantastic weekend last week, finishing rank 2 overall. Made a big statement. So I'm excited to see if Kiki can continue to put it together going into this next week.
Yes,
Yeah,
I mean...
Go ahead, Dobbs.
I was just trying to complete that. Fede Kiki was like with an energetic stream last weekend. Everybody was cheering for him, and it was like a crazy finish. He actually made it through since the first cut, so he was playing like he was playing really well on the first day. So that's why he secured his spot on TPC. So let's hope he can still do great on this weekend.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up about the energetic stream, because even after talking to him after that second day of competition, I think, you could kind of hear it. Like Fan the Kiki was really excited, but you know, it kind of hadn't sunk in yet. I feel like that he was going to be competing this weekend. He had locked things up pretty quickly to actually make it to the second weekend, and I'm really excited to see him as well. I think it's going to be great to see if you know, he can kind of keep those hopes alive for LATAM, and it's going to be fun to see him compete this weekend and see if he can make it back to the Tactician's crown. On the flip side of things, I think Chunnington is another player that I'd like to talk about as a part of our players that comes back in from the TFT Pro Circuit. So returning from the KO Coliseum TFT Pro Circuit alongside a very elite list of players that were able to make it through that first weekend of competition. But Chunnington was a player that really stood out to me because I feel like this is kind of like the best set he's had so far. You know, kind of before this, I don't really feel like he had made too many like he's only made a one regional finals. I feel like sometimes the cup finishes weren't always what Chunnington had hoped for, but now, you know, you end things off in KO Coliseum getting 7th at the Star Guardian Cup. I feel like that's a really strong way to be able to ride the momentum into this regional finals weekend. And he's still really new. Like, he only started competing in Magic and Mayhem, and I think that's something else that you got to kind of take a look at and go, like, this is the new school player. This is the player that people really got to look out for.
100%. He showed up last set, made it through to the TPC, and that was a huge result for him. And now he fought through again and made it back. So congratulations to Chunnington. On the flip side, though, we had other players that fought through week one that we were maybe a little bit nervous to see, because one of them was the best TFT player in the world, which is Dissoap, the 2-time Tactician's Crown winner from the Americas. And he really this says underperforming on it. And I want to say that it's going 16th in the TPC is not bad. It's just not where we expect Dissoap to be. He is the best of the best consistently. He is the best top 4 player in the world. And so I completely expect him to be one of the best players on this weekend, where this format rewards consistency in top 4s more so than last weekend where he needed to go first to get out.
Dissoap has the results, but I think that is where that surprise comes from. But on like another player that I really want to look at is one of our players that's actually coming in from the top 12 of the TFT Pro Circuit. If you made it into the top 12, you got a free pass to start things off today. Like, you didn't have to play that last weekend. And so we do have a couple of players we're able to show you on screen, but I want to really lock in on K3 Soju. This is a player that, like, it's kind of funny to me. I feel like he's always been considered one of the absolute best players in TFT. He's been competing since, like, the dawn, the era of, like, TFT has even started, but doesn't really quite have the results to back that up. You know, he's an amazing streamer. He's been an incredible content creator, and I think that's something where people are like, oh, well, it's kind of hard to separate, like, the meme from being really good at the game, but he is so good at the game, and it's kind of wild to me that he hasn't really had that like that win yet. I think that major win, but I know you got a chance to talk to him before this, CLE, so let's hear what he had to say.
Your favorite streamer is back, and possibly better than ever. K3 Soju got invited to this set's TFT Pro Circuit, and everyone clowned on the influencer slots. But boy, did Soju silence the doubters. Having made the Tactician's Crown once before in set 7, Soju was always good at the game, but often went influencer mode to continue to grow his stream. Being the biggest personality in all of TFT warranted the invite, but many were curious if Soju would show up in the form that he used to have. And he sure did. Soju is one of 3 individuals across the globe to qualify for every single TPC final lobby. He led the TPC in the Americas in pro points and secured the #1 seed in the Americas regional finals. Normally we would say, if Soju tries, he can be good. Well, we've seen Soju try this set. He is good, and there's no reason why this set he won't continue this run and make it back to the Tactician's Crown. He may have had an influencer slot, but that man, he showed up and showed out throughout the TPC, but he wasn't alone, right? These top 12, each of them really had some signature performances. And Dobbs, from Brazil, there's been one standout player.
Yes, I mean, about Bapizera, my former teammate, I want to highlight that he has been struggling for the last sets that he actually competed on the regional finals as well as the Tactician crown. But when we look into the TPC, he stepped it up, and it was a great result that he has pulling off after getting us fifth place on one of the TPC cups, as well as a second place, almost getting into that Tactician crown slot. But he was facing like Robbing Songs with that huge jinx and the flexible line. It was a crazy 1v1, so he didn't make it through. But I think Bapizera has shown that he stepped up as a player. I wonder if he's going to keep showing that to us on this weekend.
He's scaling. That's what Bapizera is doing. He really is, like, starting competition in 2023. I feel like that was kind of like the perfect time to actually get into it. And now that we've had the merging of the regions, Bapizera is one of those players that started to rise to the top, and this really is his breakout set. So I'm really glad we get a chance to highlight Bapizera and also talk about him in the sense of, while he doesn't have a major tournament win yet, the fact that he got close, his time is coming, and maybe that time is this weekend. So hopefully Bapizera is able to kind of continue with that momentum, keep up with this just tough competition that we're going to have, and it will be very exciting to see who can actually rise to the occasion and keep on progressing through the regional finals.
I think that's a huge part of this weekend is sometimes you just got to save your luck, right? You got to save your luck. You got to be due for the time to absolutely pop off. And I'm excited to see how that'll happen here through our weekend too.
Yeah, it's going to be great competition. And so let's go ahead and get right into it. And for that, we are going to send it over to our casters, Jupe-san and Asa.
Thank you so much, Negra and team. I'm Jupe-san alongside my good friend Asa Formen, our TFT top tier player, competitor, coach, and obviously now bringing expert insight to the desk. How are you, man?
I'm good.
Loving
I'm
the
so
story.
happy to be here on week 2 with you, Jupe-san. I love your Soul Fighter set. It's amazing.
You got it. The Soul Fighter. Can you explain me yours? I see I'm getting Minecraft vibe, something like that.
I'm a Pengu Feather Knight.
The Pengu, of course.
Cool
Oh
little
my
legend.
god. No, it's perfect. It's perfect. I love it. So, okay, we're just about to start game 1. As the analyst desk said, it's a meta that has been shifting so much, taking out the mighty mech. And can you tell me a little, what have you seen on scrims or with your coaching sessions? What is the meta now? Where are people playing?
Yeah, with the B patch now taking out the 7 mighty mech out of the meta, it's looking a lot healthier, a lot more diverse. We're seeing all kinds of comps. One comp that I really want to highlight that's become very popular in the B patch is the 5 Crystal Gambit Ashe. With 5 Crystal Gambit, you get cash outs throughout the game. So you'll be a little bit weak to start. So you can either go into this with a lot of HP, so you can afford to take some losses at first. But once you get those cash outs rolling, you have a high chance of going first. Another way you can start off is just with a Crystal Gambit double down, so you have that burst of power to allow you to win at the start.
Yeah, makes sense. I feel also it's a comp that you have to have the spot, but since it's so strong, I really feel like, at least for the start, we will start to see a lot of players trying to force it. So let's see how forceable it can be. Of course, or another niche comps are amazing. Hero augments are very playable. Fast 8, I'm more of a fan of Jinx. I love to go 5. I think it's more consistent. You go level 8, you know you can keep there in level 8. You don't have to go level 9. You don't have to gamble anything. So I think that's a good composition, of course, in that middle section that we will see a lot.
Yeah, we'll have to see what players choose to go for. I think later on in the tournament, of course, 24 out of 32 players, 2 out of 3 are going to make it to the next day. Your points do carry over, so it is important to get good placements even if you do secure your spot for the next day. However, I think players who are kind of already doing very well may go for these more fast 8 boards that tend to get middling placements. They're very consistent, like you said, but they tend to not cap out as high. You might lose to someone who's going fast 9, but those players are taking big risks that they might just go 8th.
Yeah, making sense. Yeah, I like that strategy that you mentioned. Maybe go for top 4 on this first day, but then tomorrow they will have to step it up and then try to go for the final lobby. We see Babsera with camera. JD Zelinsky, he used to have a costume. He had the cosplay costume before in the picture, but now Poki with good mental there, laughing, having fun. Jungle Book standing up, getting a little tea. And Illumin also with good possibilities. Now Illumin second place on ranked ladder, so doing also amazing on that step.
Yeah, a lot of the ladder players coming into the regionals have been performing really well. I think it makes sense. The ladder players are the ones who, they weren't in the pro circuit, but they really had to put in the work to get here. They had to grind it out, playing so many games, being on top of the meta the entire set, making sure their LP is high enough for so many snapshots that it's really not surprising to see them all performing that well, and Lumen is no exception.
Yep, 100%. Quintanilla also, I want to mention, top 12 in the TPC. We have heard his name more and more now in the pro circuit, in esport of TFT, and now making a statement here, trying to find the first possibility of going to Tactician Crown. I really hope we get to see also the video from Robinson. Maybe we'll see it later, just to have a chance to get the Robin walk. I heard there's like a new step of the Robin walk. He has like a little slide that he does in the end, so maybe that's something he will save for a later round.
Yeah, we'll see. He Robin coming off the win of the most recent tournament, where just against Babsera, taking out Babsera is quite a photo finish where Robin had the flexible, and on stage 7 he got the Star Guardian emblem while playing Star Guardian, just give him the edge. So Babsera looking to get his revenge here.
And there's the surprise. We have Master Roshi, I believe.
Oh my God, Robin! Yes.
I have to have confirmation per production. This has to be Master Roshi for sure.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely gonna give him the edge he needs in the regionals.
Okay, Aura points. So if we get a tie, we have Aura points there for Robinson for sure. And now, once again, to see the rest, I want to shout out a little more of the players. Robinson, 2x, regional wins, 3 times Tactician Crown winner. Representative here for NA. We also have Babsera with 3 regional championships and 1 Tactician Crown. Also, one of the best hopes for Brazil. Both going for TC and obviously taking the first win of Brazil. Robinson just trying to warm up here, and we have a smooth Robin walk from Master Roshi.
Oh, I love it. Robin, yeah, it seems like all these players are trying to get themselves in good spirits. It's really important to have good mental going into TFT. So much of it is just making sure your brain is operating at 100% efficiency. If you're feeling nervous or stressed, that you might not be able to play well. So it's good that these players are trying to have some fun.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, because old school TFT players, normally I found them a little more cold, like easy-minded, like trying to just focus a lot. And now, as you mentioned, that the ability to laugh, to be comfortable, to know this is another game. Of course, the stakes are so high, but I mean, that mental is what is going to push you away. Just try to play your best game. It's not the moment to try to cook anything. You already know your game plan, and now it's time just to accomplish and to put it in the game.
Definitely, I'm looking forward to see what all these players have to bring. I think they have pretty different game plans. They a lot of them have been part of these same scrim groups, but I don't think every single one of these players. For example, I don't think Crazy Cat would have been in those scrims. So, as a newcomer here, it's really exciting to see if his strategies will differ from the rest.
Okay, making sense. We're starting here with Twisted Fate, so we're getting 2-component anvils. Great for finding direction in the early game. Normally, you want to slam items very early into a game and tell the rest of the lobby exactly where you're going to play, especially in these high-level lobbies. They are used to respect another player that has a good line. So, of course, this will be tempo play for sure, and once again, the possibility of going for loose streak, reducing a little in value.
Yeah, component anvils is really good for reroll compositions that focus all of the power of your entire composition into one unit, such as that Katarina. So having component anvils help you make sure you can get those best in slot items that are really, really important.
Okay, starting out here with Illumin. Once again, the player top 2 here in NA ladder. Got 12 at KO Coliseum Tactician Cup, so also with good performances on regionals. Now the first regional finals, he has the possibility. So very new into competitions. He's only been competing in Inkborn Fables, so now he has to have a chance to complement additional possibilities here. Now going up with Robinson from Citadel. Good possibilities here, but not enough angle yet to start. Loving the cosplay once again. I'm happy he got the beer away. I think that will be in the way for at least for being comfortable.
Yeah,
I
being
think
comfortable is definitely
I think
important.
we put it on for the walk.
Oh, true, yeah. So we have a gold opener here in the first game, which is not that common, but every once in a while you'll have stage 1 where you'll get more gold. We saw our first player, Lumen, already choose to sell off their options to make 1 extra gold of econ, whereas Robin kind of holding all of his options.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Normally with the gold opener, it's only 2 items. Of course, we have the anvil. So we're starting strong here. Prismatic, giving good possibilities. We know the fast 8 meta is a thing, so level up could be good possibilities. Living Forge also getting an artifact and giving some angle here. So let's see what's Robinson preparation. I saw him playing a lot of Star Guardian on his stream, so he's for sure a player that loves to go fast 8 and stay there and try to fight for the top 4. So let's see what he managed to get.
I would expect him to take the Living Forge. That it's been a really popular augment in the TPC. Most competitors actually consider it the strongest prismatic you can get on 2-1.
Nice.
We see it does seem like Robin did go for the Living Forge, I think.
Okay, Wandering Trainer here for Babsera, getting Strategist, Duelist, and Soul Fighter. So
yeah, most likely just gonna lean into the Soul Fighter, but you could go with a Strategist as well. Strategist Duelist could be good for the 5 Crystal Gambit that we talked about earlier. Otherwise,
Okay,
Soul
nice.
Fighter, you'll get the Duelist for the Viego.
Slamming early, also getting the anti-tank here possibilities. Just having good stuff. One of the best items right now in the game. This Giant Slayer, just so good with the changes that have been made throughout the set now. Just so good to obliterate tanks. And for me, I mean, top S item that we will see throughout the tournament for sure.
Wow, we got Prismatic Destiny into a Wandering Trainer here. This is a pretty crazy one. Juggernaut, Sork, and Luchador. We'll have to see what they go for. Juggernaut and Luchador are good together on a Dr. Mundo, so maybe we'll use some composition that plays that.
Okay, makes sense. Could be an angle also to go for the 4 Luchador. There's some tempo plays possibilities. Okay, we have the Garen. Yeah, you just mentioned it. They're also with the Prismatic. So Prismatic into Garen Hero. Garen in a good spot, good top 4 composition. And now we're seeing JD Zelinsky with a strategist also angle. We have 2 possibilities with strategies. You were mentioning just so far. We can go for the Janna, but also the 5 Crystal is also the Janna veteran, also 5 Crystal. Just getting additional strategies in gives you a lot of support.
Yeah, there's quite a few comps that can use strategists. Akali as well. JD does have the Reforger for flexible, which is really, really nice. If you get an emblem you don't want, you can mix it up. But
Okay.
I want to go back to Pokygom's spot with the protagonist Garen Hero Augment. This is really good with the component anvils because the Garen is an infinitely stacking unit, and having those Bloodthirster and Shojin already on the Garen will just help it scale up. It's a pretty exciting combination.
Yeah, will be great here for him. Good possibilities also.
Exalted Adventure.
Okay, we should check also what is the Exalted Adventure there for Crazy Cat. And good possibilities obviously should be around the Saya that he had in that moment. And now Robinson just trying to maintain. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
Robin with a Living Forge took a Hull Crusher. Hull Crusher is not really what you want to see. It's an okay item, but it's not one of the really powerful artifacts. I think there's about 30 of them. There's certain ones that the players are always looking out for, but it's an okay generic one.
Exactly. More generic. You don't have like an additional spot. So he can still tempo out of it or try just to, maybe good for the early game and then just going for a tank. Jungle Book, just stepping up there in the chair, having a good chance, slamming the Ginsus. So already trying to step up. Kraken, obviously, more of a good item, probably the best item right now. Very flexible and so strong after the changes. And now seeing first Carousel with possibility of JD Zelinsky getting there, some possibilities of getting additional emblems.
Yeah, the Kraken Slayer was just buffed in 15.7, along with Rageblade, which it has really good synergy with. We can see 3 players, Lumen, Jungle Book, and Quintanilla, already leaning into that Kraken Rageblade. The best holder for this normally would be Ashe, so all these players may be considering the 5 Crystal Gambit line.
Okay. Yeah, we saw it in the MEA. You were mentioning that is the pop-off, the sexy, if you will, comp right now. In the MEA, even 4 players were playing it on the spot. And with this happening, it's very difficult to hit the Ashe. So let's see how we start with this game 1. How many players are going for that angle? As you mentioned, already 3 players with good possibilities to going for it.
Yeah, JD gets the spatula, or the frying pan off the first carousel, which is really good because the flexible augment does give you an emblem every single stage. But another benefit of flexible is that it actually makes every emblem you make stronger. It gives you team-wide HP. So being able to get an extra pan off the carousel is really good for JD.
Yeah, looking good here. 3 regional finals for JD Zelinsky. Maybe not in the top names of NA, but I've always been a fan of him. So strong in ladder. Pro players all respect him, and this could be his breakout set. Still hasn't found a Tactician crown, and looking with good mental, good preparation, and for me, also one of the best in the region.
Definitely. JD, like you mentioned, may not be as well known as some of the other players like Robinson, but he is, if you've been following closely, he's definitely been just on the cusp of getting there. I would not be surprised to see him succeed this set.
Okay, Jungle Book still trying just to tempo out the spot. Doesn't have, loses the win streak, so the only one right now is Illumin with a 4 win streak, trying to pressure the lobby, of course, and get that additional ramp up in interest coming into the next neutral.
Yeah, Lumen, only person with the full win streak, and going up against a very weak board will secure the 5 streak into neutrals, which is huge because you can get an extra streak gold on neutrals. The 5 streak is worth the extra 2 extra gold, which will happen on the 2-7 round. So very nice opening for Lumen. Already has 3 of the Crystal Gambit units on bench as well.
That's nice. Yeah, having that possibility to make the change. This is one of the strategies that I've seen the most. Maybe you can explain us a little more here, Asa. Win round 2, all the stage 2, and then on stage 3 you put the Crystal Gambit, because actually you want to double up late the stats that you get, the bonuses that you get in early stages are not that good. Do you have like a preferred moment when you want to get it in?
Yeah, ideally winning is always better, and then Crystal Gambit does give you better rewards in stage 3, and then even better rewards in stage 4. So if you are able to win early game, and then use that HP later to get the Crystal Gambit cash outs later on, it can be very beneficial. So we'll have to see what Lumen goes for. They could opt to put in the Crystal Gambit as early as next round. That's kind of a playstyle difference where some players might choose to do that, but other players might choose to try to continue that win streak, which is also very valuable in just terms of gold that it gives you.
Yeah, makes sense. Also, depending on the augment he gets, maybe he gets something that managed to get additional tempo. And then obviously we'll see it later, the moment when you get that 5 crystal that you actually want to kill units, but you want to lose. So it will be interesting to see how they pivot out of it or how they try to accomplish. Okay, Crazy Cat, lose streak, still hasn't slime items, obviously going for full economy and trying to cash out the Exalted Adventure.
Yeah, Crazy Cat's Exalted Adventure we got from production is Zaya, Katarina, and Janna. So the Zaya and the Janna have some synergy in the comp that was pretty popular several patches ago, actually, with a fan surface Rakan and Zaya going for 3-star Rakan, 3-star Zaya, and the Janna will be giving the Protector to the Rakan. So that's what I'm expecting Crazy Cat to go for, but we'll have to see.
Okay, I like the angle. Also, Vapsera on the other hand, already going for the Crystal Gambit. Probably just going for a decent cash out. You mentioned that he had the possibility there with the strategies of staying in that line. So maybe that will be a priority, even though he's getting two emblems there to work, also the Duelist. Second element, we drop down a little to gold. So good possibilities here. Obviously, everyone trying to maintain tempo, and no one actually trying to go for that fast 9 angle. So everyone should be able, or should try to keep strong here and not trying to grid out stage 3.
Yeah, Lubin lost his streak, but going for the Crystal Gambit angle, Cloning Facility is good tempo. Now with Spear's Will and Pyromaniac, also all good tempo options. The Pyromaniac just secures the 3rd item to go with the Rageblade and Kraken. And it seems quite a lot of players are going for this Rageblade Kraken setup, which is good for the Crystal Ash, but I'm a little nervous. It seems a little bit too hotly contested in this lobby. It's pretty likely that one of them can make it out, but I'm expecting to see some of these being bot 4s if they have trouble finding Ashe too.
Okay, makes sense. Robinson here, very interesting. I think there's a world where he plays the Kaisa here. Normally, when you see the Darius, you're thinking of Darius Malzahar. Any thoughts here, or maybe saying?
I think he's gonna go for play around the Kog'Maw with the 6 heavyweight, but we'll have to see. Living Forge is really good for Kog'Maw. There's a lot of artifacts that scale off how often the unit casts or how much attack speed it has, and Kog'Maw is the king of both. So Robin will be gaining another artifact and a third artifact in a little bit, as he took another artifact as a second augment. That composition can just use quite a lot of them, so we'll have to see what he goes for. But I would expect the 6 heavyweight Kog'Maw.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the artifacts you mentioned, so many good possibilities there for him. Already gotten 3-star for Pokegon with the protagonist. So this is the moment where, this is a great spot because actually he's already in a 4 win streak and now he has the power spike. So great spot for him to keep pressuring the lobby and try to take additional wins.
Yeah, the protagonist augment got a nerf recently, but Pocky's spot still is really good. If he goes for the 4-star, which I think he will given his HP in the lobby, I believe you hit pretty early in stage 6, maybe around 6-2 or 6-3, and that's when you really spike. It's in quite some time though, but the Garen 3, of course, being extremely strong compared to the rest of the lobby already.
Yes, we see, at least in the games I see, protagonists, you try to, even, it forces you to roll a little maybe, before you just waited for the natural units. Now we're seeing Zelinsky also with a good spot, just trying to get that Saya to 2-star, already having an additional Janna, getting the 3 Crystal Gambits, taking a win here. He should start losing on the next spot, but just trying to maintain good tempo here. And then maybe after the double up, just trying to find that that big cash out and try to assemble a little more Crystal Gambit bounty.
Yeah, we can see between Quintanilla, JD, Bap Zera, and I believe one more player, Jungle Book, and Lumen. All of these players have kind of that Rageblade Kraken setup, but can potentially think about playing around Ashe. So we can see how many of them kind of commit to that line and how many of them can recognize that it's over contested and pivot off to a different option.
Yeah, looking tough. Obviously, I mean, if the 4 of them stay in that line, it will be disaster. We have seen that when it's contested, at least 2-3 players. Normally, it's a top 4 comp, very difficult to hit. At least the priority units. Pokegum still maintaining tempo. Good win streak for him. And on the other side, we see Quintanilla in a difficult spot, still maintaining the lose streak. But of course, he's looking for that possibility of going. Also, with the setup of Kraken IE, but obviously finding this Jinx is amazing for him. Maybe he will stay on that angle, especially looking that everyone's just going for the Ashe.
Yes, Quintanilla is in an interesting spot where the Ashe is very contested, but Quintanilla actually has the most econ by far with that Prismatic shopping spree. You can see level 7, 42 gold, but with 52 gold of free rolls.
And 26 rolls.
Yeah, 52 gold, and when you go to level 8, you'll get another 16. So basically an extra 70 gold sitting in the bank. So Quintanilla, if they choose to go for the Ashe, should be able to take all the units first, but they might pivot off anyway, especially with the 2 Jinxes now. We'll have to see what they go for.
Wow, 2 Jinxes, also getting the cash here, not waiting. So probably, as you said, he has too many rolls. Maybe this is a 4-1. I don't think it's enough to go for Wolves. This is the actual... I love the NA ladder play, like being so aggressive on Wolf or even in 4-1. Of course, the economy normally doesn't allow you to be so aggressive. Quintanilla in this spot, as you mentioned, 26 additional gold there for rerolling. So now, great position here for him. Let's see what he decides.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It looks like Quintanilla sells off the Udyr that they were holding on the bench, which is good for the Crystal Gambit line. So maybe Quintanilla off the back of these 2 Jinxes just gonna choose to commit to Star Guardian and not contest all these Ashe players, where even with a shopping spree, even though you'll be able to have that initial roll down earlier than all your competitors, it will still affect you throughout the rest of stage 4, the rest of stage 5, the rest of stage 6, where if a bunch of players are holding these Ashes, Jarvans, Cassantes, you don't really want to overlap with them.
Okay, also in a great spot there, we were seeing Pokegon back with JD, getting double duelist emblems here. So this has to be 100% Ash. He has a perfect spot for it. Just trying to go
You
for
can
it.
see Lumen is rolling now. Lumen rolled all the way down to 0.
He finds the Leona too.
Yeah, trying to roll for this comp that's very contested before the rest of the players.
Well, can we
So
check
we can
Illumine
see,
there when possible, Observer? And then we have a chance also to see spending of the goal, and very difficult position, because if he didn't hit enough, only that Leona shouldn't be enough for him to stabilize. Back with Crazy Cat.
Still looking for fan service.
Okay.
JD definitely does not have enough econ to roll here. I'm a little bit worried about JD if all the units are going to be out of the pool. But Quintanilla with a shopping spree choosing not to go into Crystal Gambit potentially would be a huge benefit for JD.
Okay, we're seeing Illumine right now, and this is not the worst spot at all. He finds the Bolivar, good unit to at least preserve HP, kill a lot of units, and going for the Bastion Edgelord, good tempo line. And of course, in his moment, he didn't spend that much gold, so still with 22 right now, and finding 2 Lee Sins in the bench and 1 Seraphine. So great spot for him to go for the Bastion Seraphine angle, but maybe the items are not good for it.
Yeah, I like this play from Lumen with the Volibear 2 and the Samira pair on bench. It kind of definitely looked like Lumen wanted to play around Ashe, looking at some of the units on their bench, but after finding the Volibear 2, they just gave up on that line, which will be really nice for the other players who are looking for Ashe to not be contesting with Lumen.
Closing out the augments here with also the possibility of Prismatic. There's the Ashe, the roll down here for Babsera. Finding the Ashe is huge, especially being so contested right here. And now just trying to find a good front line. There's the Jarvan. Finds the pair of Jarvan, pair of Casante. Very important to get at least one of the 2. Okay, there's the set. He decides to sell it. No, there's the set. Set on the front just to get the soul. And, I mean, good spot. At least finding a good tank. Also having the Swain 2, having items on the Ashe. I think rolling to true 0, making it work here for Babsera.
Crazy Cat does get the Exalted Adventure cash out. Takes Invested as the 3rd augment to try to get that cash out right away. You really, really do not want to play stage 4 without if you can, but doesn't seem to be even going for fan service. Still has the 2 fruits removers on bench, but keeping the setup he already has on the Rakan and Zaya. Opting for Rocket Grab, which is a new fruit that was added in 15.7, and really, really strong fruit, 20% HP for every single kill on the enemy team. So if you're killing the whole enemy team, that's more than 100% HP compared to something like Standalone, which only gives 30%. Rocket Grab, definitely a very, very strong option.
Yeah, I'm liking what he's doing, of course. Maybe not getting the cap out, but finding already the Janna, the Saya, the Rakan here. He should be able to push or at least penalize the one who didn't hit here on stage 4. Once again, Babsera, very strong. He should keep winning from now on. So in a great position, and Pokegum also in the top with the Garen Hero augment. Should be great, and some of the players are starting to fall off. We see Robinson right now on 27, Quintanilla also 28, so in a danger zone right now in HP.
Yeah, Babsera able to find that Ashe 2, as well as Set 2 and Jarvan 2. Really, really great spot for Babsera.
And we see the other active art here for Robin, finding the Trinity, so not finding any of the priority artifacts. You mentioned, Asa, there are so many. There are like 4 good artifacts there for the Kog'Maw. Couldn't find any, so decides to go with more damage and additional utility and a lot of stats to go with the Darius.
Yeah, Robin's spot is looking very bad. Without even only 4 copies of Kog'Maw, no extra copies of Darius and Jason. Not really much prospects for Robin's future to improve. So just gonna try to squeeze any placement. I think if Robin doesn't go exactly 8th, he should be pretty happy here.
Yeah, 100%. Quintanilla started to win, so Robin, as you mentioned, in a difficult position. He needs to find something to save in. Of course, so many gold that you need when you're trying to reroll the 3 costs. So just trying to find that Kog'Maw should be good, and then just trying to scrap any points. 7th is good, 6th is good. Just trying to avoid the 8. Right now, Jungle Book for Juggernaut, for Luchador. Also a good comp here with 3 Crystal Gambit, good tempo comp. We're seeing right now the Ashe, still Ashe 1, and doesn't even have a pair. So this is what you were mentioning, Asa, the difficulty that the game provides once you're being so contested.
Yeah, it seems that Jungle Book is just choosing to go Fast 9, which is a really nice option. He has the HP to support it. Sitting on, if you can include the 60 out of 76 that he pumped into his XP just to make his turn faster. Sitting on over 100 gold in the bank, basically. You're expecting to lose the next 2 rounds because of that, going down to 30 HP. But even at 30 HP, once you are able to use all those rolls on 9, maybe able to come back.
Yeah, also good in HP, 55. They're in the top, going down against JD. JD is pretty strong right now. Getting also the Ash, getting a good Cassante in place. So many items also right here. Already getting the Lee Sin Juggernaut. Access right now to the backline. And should be able to clean. So a hit here for Jungle Bull, not the end of the world, still with good HP. And with the possibility right now, as you said, go to level 9 with so much gold. And we should see now a roll down to stabilize.
Here we see Lumen with a Call to Chaos, and unfortunately gets the option that gives you 40 free rerolls, which is pretty bad for Lumen. As you can see, he's still sitting on 35 of them, so basically not using the Prismatic. He will be able to use those at level 9, but it's definitely not what you're looking for in this spot. When you already have the Samira 2, the Volibear 2, you'd much rather have something that gives you combat.
Yeah, 100%. He will have to wait 2 turns just to get that augment. So it's, an augment that is not doing anything for 2-3 turns in this stage of the game is very huge. Robinson, as we mentioned, difficult position here. Not Darius 3, not Korma 3, and a good chance that we see him eliminated in this round.
Yeah, going up against JD, who only has the Ash 1, but against Robinson, it's not even close. Robin's pretty much only able to kill 1 unit before his board is wiped out.
Oh my god, I wanted to see the Master Roshi Robin walk. I think the Roshi walk will have to wait a little more for the next phase. So, a top start here for Robin. For sure, he has great mental and can be able to accomplish. As we mentioned today, only 8 players will be eliminated. But of course, everyone thinking of that third day, 6 slots still remaining to be qualified for the Tactician crown.
Yeah, starting off with an ace is not how you want to start your day, but it's still early. There's plenty of time to come back for Robin. So we have a pause here, but looking at Jungle Buck, who is able to go 9 and doing the roll down. I'm a little nervous for Jungle Buck. This level 9 roll down is very dependent on hitting your 2-star backliners. 2-star Twisted Fate, 2-star Zyra, but he doesn't quite have that much gold. I think he had about 70 gold after leveling. He'll get a little bit more gold from neutrals and the next round here, but it's
good possibilities
definitely
here.
not favored to get the 2-star Twisted Fate, which I feel like he needs in order to stabilize.
Yeah, he rolled a little, didn't find even the pairs right now, and he will have to roll right now. He cannot wait, so let's see what he managed to get. Crazy Cat still 78, trying to wait a little more and ramp up in the next stages. Already with a good composition in place, middle of the pack, and very strong. He just has to wait for the rest to pop off and just trying to punish HP right now. Still saving a lot of gold. He should be thinking about upping levels and then trying to get strategies in.
Yeah, Crazy Cat really wants to get 6 Protector, but there's so many Cassantes out to pull. All these Crystal Gambit players holding Cassante to give Protector with Janna. Like we can see a Cassante 2 for Quintanilla as well.
And on the other side, Illuming, finding the Twisted Fate 2-star, finding also the Seraphine. Seraphine not with the beast items that we are accustomed to see. Normally you want mana regeneration just to get the additional ramp up. She gets stats from the Bastion, like the additional Bastion for the first 10 seconds. So you want her to cast in that 10 seconds at least once, normally once. In this case, she's delaying a little the cast. So, still, it's a lot of unit 2-star. He should be in a good position.
Yeah, I'm actually a little worried for Lumen because he did make the transition off the Samira 2 into the Twisted Fate 2 using the 40 rolls from the Call to Chaos, but by getting all that econ that enabled him to get the Twisted Fate 2 instead of the Samira, he actually instead lost a Prismatic's worth of combat that he could have got instead. So I'm afraid with the Call to Chaos that Lumen got, he's not going to be able to cap out his board.
Yeah. It was more like the game forced him to make the pivot, right? Because this game started giving him Twisted Fate, started giving the Seraphine, and he said, okay, 2 legendaries, I have to pivot. I already have the Bastion. So yeah, maybe not the actual, but the game was talking to him. Let's see if in the end he gets a good possibility to at least Strema, as you were saying, Jungle Book here, not enough gold. So doesn't find even pairs, only the pair of Lee Sin. And now, once again, difficult position for him. Managed to get to double 9, managed to roll a significant amount of gold, but doesn't find the streak, doesn't find the inflection point to get a strong board.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that Jungle Book can beat anyone in this lobby with all three of his itemized carries. Well, I guess the Volibear being upgraded, but the Lee Sin, the Twisted Fate, and the Zyra all being 1-star. Should be pretty hard for him to find some wins here.
Okay, now the fight, Poki still looking strong with the Garen. Access to the backline there on the left from the Lee Sin. And now just trying to pop off. There's a good damage. Garen is being targeted right now, so should fall off.
JD. It's so close. Can this Garen kill everything by himself?
He has to walk. Okay, good damage here. Poki taking the hit. That's nice. Crazy Cat also taking the loss. So going there, Saya 3. He had a lot of gold. Maybe it's about time for him to try to step up. But I mean, he already have the influx or the great position here. Finds the Lithin. This is the greatest spot that he could achieve, taking into account the gold. 3 good items on Lee Sin. So this could be a good change here for Jungle Book.
Yeah, we can see Crazy Cat also bleeding out. Not able to find that Cassante. I think there's so many Cassantes out of the pool right now. So there are only 6 protectors in the game. So if you can't find the Cassante, you can't run the 6 protector trade that Crazy Cat really wants to play.
Okay. So low right now in HP together with Jungle Book. Face off right now. And it's exactly those. The both of them with low HP. If they manage to lose by 2 units or more, one of them will be eliminated. Crazy Cat seems significantly weaker right now, with everything going to the backline right now, and doesn't look great.
Too is huge.
Yeah. Popping the Sterax there, good shield, going to the backline, and the Saya in the end takes the win, and Jungle Boy, I think he's alive. Yeah, 3 HP. So, and also Illumin falls down here. So we have at least 3 players now in a difficult position, with possibility of being dropped in the next stage.
Yeah, any one of these players could die in the next round. Lumen and Jungle Book, if they die alongside Crazy Cat, will lose a tiebreaker for extra placement, and every placement matters.
Okay,
Lumen, has some opportunities for some really good Call to Chaos rewards, but getting the 40 free rerolls just kind of doomed him a game, and that's kind of the thing with Call to Chaos. Sometimes you can get a really good reward and win the game off of it, but sometimes you
this happens.
You low roll, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, difficult position. We see also Zelinsky strong. We have a pause here, just checking connection with players, but a good time just to check the rest of the board. Zelinsky going for the 5 Crystal with the Ash. Quintanilla finding the Varus too. Normally Varus is not a priority, but of course if you get him and you're already playing the Jinx, it's a great secondary carry, especially if you get in 2-star, but not a priority for sure. Pokygon playing the Yumi together with the Garen hero right now, so Battle Academia Vertical. Getting the Kog'Maw just for the utility. Babsera also with the Ash. We saw him hitting early. And now just waiting for the rest of the players. And just fixing technical issues right here and now, Asa.
Yeah, we saw the 2 players who decided to stick with the Ash. Now both have Ash 2-star. This is a comp that going into stage 4, it looked like about 5 players wanted to play this comp besides the Exalted Adventure Xayah. Besides the
which one?
Protagonist Garen. But it looked like so many of the other players really wanted to play Ash, and only 2 of them stuck with it, and they're both still in the top 4, where a lot of the players who gave up on Ash, thinking that maybe it's too contested, ended up looking at bot 4 potentially.
Yeah, we have confirmation, so Crazy Cat is having some connection issues. So we're just giving him time to reassemble into the lobby, and we'll shortly start with the rest of the game. Difficult position right now for Robin. We already know he has been eliminated in 8th. Good position right now for Babsera, the one who hit early that Ash is proposing, and will start now to get additional resources from the kills of 5 Crystal Gambit. So the hero, one of the young heroes, it's amazing Babsera, because when we look at the player card from Babsera, it says veteran. And it's amazing that he's a veteran in TFT, but he's so young. He's one of the youngest of the scene. So, I mean, that's one of the beauty of TFT, being a relatively new game, 15 sets, of course, and getting veterans like Babsera already and with young age. I don't know, it's great for me.
Yeah, it's great to see a wide variety of ranges all the way from Bapzera at a young age compared to Robinson, who I believe is turning 80 next year.
I thought it was 78, but yeah, 80 makes more sense.
Yeah. And we can see Quintanilla is actually win streaking, 7 win streak with that Star Guardian pivot, choosing to give up the Ashe line as well. He's the only one that's really working out for with that shopping spree, able to hit the entire board.
Okay, we're seeing him on stage right now, Illuming, getting everything on point. The thing is, normally in this comp, you want good items on the Seraphine. That's the one who gets the additional value of Bastion that we were mentioning. And I mean, the Twisted Face just not popping off here, getting to crew together with the... Not good items, I believe. This is just an item check here for Illuming, obviously trying to maintain tempo, and for him, it's just trying to scrap. Even though he has everything 2-star, it just doesn't feel like he's in the right spot because of the items.
It's also because of the augments as well, but probably want some of the Volibear's items on Twisted Fate, but with no removers, you can't actually change it. His first augment is mostly an Econ augment, and then again with the Cult of Chaos now just having double Prismatic Econ. So even though he kind of hit so many 2-star legendaries, Star Seraphine, he's on the 4 loss, but able to take it against Bapzera here.
Yeah, it was a great ult there for the Seraphine, targeting the biggest chunk of players here in the range, so having a good ult there from the left. So once again, I mean, legendary 2-star. I was trying to...
Crazy Cat died with the...
Okay, so Crazy Cat 7th, 2 points for him. Jungle Book now in a difficult position, and we have 4 players, Pocky, Bapzera, Illumin, and Jungle Book with only 1 digit HP. Any of them could be lost and should be eliminated in the next round.
Yeah, the lobby's looking extremely close now. Only Quintanilla seeming like they're on a good win streak. Lumen and Jungle Book only on a 1 win streak. Everyone's just losing to Quintanilla.
And Quintanilla, remember, he was the one who decided to go with the Jinx. So being uncontested right now, good possibilities for him. Now, once again, Jungle Book against Quintanilla. Good possibilities, good itemization there on the Twisted Fate. Bot is looking so strong there. Good damage from the Varus also. Good access to the backline. Doesn't look like it's enough here. The Lee Sin is just doing too much. And in the end, good win right now. And Quintanilla taking an additional time. Illumin falls. And we see if anyone else falls right now. I think Pocky also.
Yeah, so we can see the players who did stick to Ashe were rewarded for their faith, and the players who decided to, who were scared of hitting Ashe too, maybe think it was too contested. I mean, Quintanilla was rewarded, but the other ones who ended up pivoting off of Ashe, maybe they're thinking they should just stay on Ashe for the rest of the tournament now.
Yeah, Quintanilla did it perfect. I mean, the game gave him 2 jinxes on early stages, so he's okay, I pivot. The rest, obviously, maybe it was a better position to try to force the Ashe. But I mean, once again, it's the lottery that you want. You're already playing lottery with Crystal Gambit, and now you know you're playing lottery to hit that Ashe in a good position, and then you need to get the kills. The problem is you need to hit early because you need the kills to be stronger and stronger. You need the snowball with the Crystal Gambit, and if you don't manage to get a good threshold, when you manage to get everything 2-star, it's just not enough, and you just start, I don't know, losing, and it's not the way you want to play the comp.
Yeah, we can see Quintanilla now on the 9 streak going against these 2 Crystal Gambit Ashe players, as well as JD gets another emblem from Flexible, reforges it into Protector, which is going to be not bad. It's just 3 out of 4 Protector, but still an extra item that makes the Udyr a little bit tankier.
Is it enough here for them? We have in the top also, once again, trying to get a good chunk. JD trying to hold strong there. Ashe is being targeted, losing again the target. Okay. No access to... Oh, the Ashe sniping on the left. So good here, not a loss. So JD still alive. And a good win once again here for Quintanilla.
Yeah, JD really looking for Zyra. Has the 3 item on a Syndra, which doesn't really give any traits, but would much prefer to have the Zyra here.
Yeah, it's crazy. Level 9. He had decent economy to get here. Doesn't find at least one Zyra. obviously finding good front line there, so decides to trade some items and put all the bets right now on Lee Sin. So he should be the unit to see together with the Ashe and concentrate the damage. Okay, they're on the weak side, so they should be able to at least get a good chunk, but we know Kitalija is very strong right now.
Yeah, Quintanilla on the 10 win streak, but I don't know if he can keep up with the Crystal Gambit players, just getting more and more cash outs. We saw a Mana Zane coming out for JD, artifact from that. I believe it's a 16 kill, 5 crystal cash out, which it seems is going to give him the edge to beat Quintanilla pretty convincingly.
Yeah, also making the wrap on the left and accessing the backline. So, I mean, looked amazing. He lost maybe 1-2 units. So probably JD right now looking great, even though he doesn't have the Zaira that you mentioned, Asa. So, I mean, Lee Sin diff, and obviously good items also on the Casante with the Tansila. Perfect fruit for him, getting that additional CC for the rest of the enemy in the moment. So, let's see the placement. It should be Babsera against Quintanilla in the next face-off.
Yeah, that's true. Now JD will get to fight the ghosts. I believe JD was the one who has not gone the ghost fight, which are a little bit easier. So Babsera on last life. Quintanilla can afford to take one more loss, but one more loss is most likely will lead to a third.
Okay, full left for Babsera in terms of damage. Jarvan on the right side should be able to go to the backline and stun the Varus, at least for a while. There it is. So good stun for the Varus, getting additional time. All in hands of the Jinx. Once again, the CC from the Tansila giving so much time for him, and it should be a win. There it is. And not a loss right now for Quintanilla. Good win for Babsera, but Quintanilla is still alive, and now next round will define everything, Asa.
It's definitely looking like these Ashe players are going to go 1-2, so we can definitely see why so many players are trying to angle Ashe at the start of the game, and the ones who's sticking with it, and ended up really benefiting from being only two-way contested, where it was looking like it was a potential 4 or more earlier on.
Yeah.
I would think Quintanilla, watching those last two fights, doesn't have much of a chance, but we can see if they can pull any tricks out of their sleeves, maybe with some clever positioning. But it looks like they're defeated pretty soundly by both of these Crystal Gambit boards.
Yeah, looking good here for Babsera, going to level 10, putting the Rise in, and now 5 strategies, getting that additional utility for all the team should be huge. And now the face-off from him is going against JD with the face-off. So, I mean, Babsera for me, the favorite, at least in the from the three of them.
Yeah, we'll see. JD did get that Mana Zane cash out since they last fought, which is a huge being of a full artifact. JD also hit the Twisted Fate, which is very, very good with a Duelist Spat, which does damage on hit, but the Twisted Fate procs it 3 times every single auto attack.
Full damage on the left, trying to access. Good Tansila there. Good CC for against Babsera. Finally falls down, but it's not enough. JD Zelinsky's Ashe stays alive and decides to clean up the rest. So JD will take the win. Babsera falls down and Quintanilla falls down. Both Brazilian taken away by JD Zelinsky, who takes the first place on our first game of this regional, Tesa. So great game.
Wow,
Once again,
finish with JD getting that Mana Zane at the end just really gave him the edge to take out the other 2 boards with Mana Zane on the Lee Sin 2 doing so much damage, and as well as finding the Twisted Fate to replace the Syndra, dropping down to 4 Crystal Gambit. Of course, you don't need any cash outs at the end of the game. It doesn't give you any combat power.
Okay, and you mentioned it, the Ashe Crystal Gambit being a comp that should be contested, 2-way contested, totally amazing, getting a 1-2 right now. So, I mean, perfect spot for this composition to just try to tempo out. It has everything in the end. So we're ready for the break, and we have the analyst desk break down this first game of the regionals. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Wow.
The Brazilian Storm has seen better days, but this set they have one shining star in Babsera. Back in set 11, Babsera shocked the region with an unmatched regular season performance, but when the most elite events rolled around, Babsera struggled to repeat that. Over the next few sets, Bobzera's story seemed to have flatlined, never placing better than a 21st at a regional finals. But if you think that Bobzera's story is a tragedy, you would be mistaken, because set 16 has ignited something in the Brazilian. Against everything that his track record has shown, Bobzera has stood out among the field as one of the most elite players our region has to offer. Placing 5th in the Battle Academia Cup and 2nd in the Star Guardian Cup, Bobzera narrowly missed qualifying to the Tactician's crown through a tournament win. But these performances speak volumes about the progress that Bobzera has made over the last few sets. If Bobzera can continue to play at the level he has shown at his best, the regional finals will be a redemption arc for the young Brazilian hero. We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a minus 200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not going to go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
What a marvelous first game we've had here for the Americas Regional Finals. Day number 4 of KO Coliseum, and I'm back with Sealy and Dobbs to break down the action of that first game. And honestly, there's kind of a lot to talk about. I feel like right away in the portal, we see the fact that we've got component anvils, and having the option for Pokegom to pick a hero augment, you would think that that would be pretty good. You get to tailor your items right away, holding onto those component anvils. But the power of this lobby spiked so hard with double prismatic augments that it was really tough for a lot of these reroll compositions to keep up.
I think one of the most interesting things was the amount of RNG picks from that first round of augments with the golems, with all the emblems, and also unexpected expectedness, and also protagonist, and also exalted adventure. So much variance happened, and we saw those that had the high variance falling down towards the bottom of the standings.
Yes, I mean, at least from the bright side of that, we had some players that had some great outcomes from their augments. I would say the flexible from the JD was like crazy. He had like, on the early game, he was already with 2 duelist path as well as a strategist one. So led him into the Ash line that is so strong right now, as well as Bobzera also having the strat and a duelist path. So that's why they actually stepped up on in this game, because these spots were great.
Yeah, I think it was tough for some of those other people, though. Like, you see those spots like that and you go, okay, this lobby is about to go like turbo fast. We got fast 9 boards hitting. And that's why I look at Crazy Cat. One, the Exalted Adventure. I feel like those 3 champions together were just an unplayable combination. So I feel like he got really unlucky with that type of reroll. But then for Robin Songs, I don't think he got any of the artifacts that would have otherwise made the Kog'Maw Darius reroll good. And we were talking backstage, there's 4 or 5 playable artifacts on Kog'Maw, and he didn't hit a single one. And I feel like that was also really low variance for him and everybody else playing Ashe. All those 4 and 5 costs were out of the pool.
Oh yeah, it gets a little crazy there when you're especially multi-way contested on that Ashe. Obviously, it works. We saw our top 2 both playing that same composition because you can continue to ramp up the resources that you get from 5 Crystal Gambit. That's the reason it is so strong. And so I'm curious to see how the meta will continue to adapt throughout this tournament because as we know, we do have some tournament meta kind of stuff always that forms. And so interested to see, do we see a lot more Fast 9, Juggernaut, and Bastions, or are we going to see a lot more Ashe?
Yes, as well, I want to talk about the Star Guardians from Quintanilla. He didn't seem that he has the any kind of resources that were letting him to be as strong as the lobby was. But at some point in the late game, he was 10 streak. So he was able to secure a top 3 finish without anything crazy because he just got a window that he hit the comp and he was winning a lot. And then as the Ashes were so strong with all the resources from Crystal Gambit, it was impossible to him to cap even higher, but it was a great finish.
I mean, honestly, taking a look at that composition, I feel like some of the reason why Quintanilla was doing so well is you have that Seraphine that's in the back. As soon as she starts to cast, you're getting really big splash damage, not just on the front line, but if she gets a chance to cast again, she's picking up all those Ashes that are in the back. And I think that's something where, Ashe, it can also start to ramp up, but if you can stop it before it gets to that point, I think that's really where the Seraphine has found that strength.
One of the big differences in this lobby too was just the how high you could cap. The peak of your composition really did win out this lobby, right? Sometimes you can bleed out to a 4th place or 3rd place, and I think that was what somebody like Pokygum's strategy was with the protagonist of, hey, I'm going to be able to win a lot of stage 2, 3, 4, and save some HP, but for him, it just wasn't quite enough HP, and he dropped out in that 6th place, where somebody like JD and Babzera, both of them, were playing that 5 Crystal Gambit, getting as many resources as possible, even through some of the variants through augments, and they just soared to the peak.
Yes, and by the end of the day, the game was finished with a very, very close due to the positioning that JD put into that final fight. I want to highlight as well that the Lee Sin was striking the Babzera Ashe, and he was unable to win that round because JD's positioning was so good. So that's why he actually outplaced Babzera, even though they were at the same cap at the end of the game. They both being pretty strong with that 5 Crystal Gambits.
But something that is a story across all of our lobbies is Latin and Brazil on top. Dobbs, this is very exciting. I feel like, especially heading into our merging of the regions, I think it's been awesome to see how Latin and Brazil have continued to step up over the course of these last couple of sets. Over this very first game, we saw Fan the Kiki in Lobby 3 go second, Josue Deleted went first. Even in this one, Babzera and Quintanilla both ended up going second and third. And in Lobby 2, we saw Michael get second in a very, very close 1v1 showdown versus Kiyun. And even outside of that, I just think it's been great for both of those regions so far.
Totally, I would agree with that. Despite the fact that last weekend it wasn't the best week for us, I would say we underperformed a little bit, lost a couple players in the TPC, but I hope that the 4 Brazilians that are still in the competition, they can do well, and then we can go for that redemption arch. Let's see.
these other players, we're talking about regions, and I'm a Midwest guy. CLE stands for Cleveland, for all that don't know. And my Midwest goat, JD Zielinski, was on top on this lobby. Somebody that qualified through ladder, has always been a ladder beast, and now has promoted to this tier 1 system. Had a great week last week, able to qualify early to this week 2. And so really excited to see them continue to play. Obviously, if they can have more games like that, it'll go quite well for them.
And this is a surprise because I don't know if JD Zielinski actually did any KO Coliseum tournaments this set. Like, I don't remember seeing him in like any of the cups or trials. So like, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but even despite that lack of tournament experience in this set, has clearly brought in something special from being so high on the ladder and being able to translate those skills. So maybe JD Zielinski can continue this as we move forward in our competition, but we are ready for that second game. So let's go ahead and send things back over to Hope-san and Asa to take us through the next one.
Thank you so much, Nekra and analyst team. Asa, we had a banger for day 1, JD Zielinski taking the win with Jinx. But obviously, everyone trying to play the Ashe as a priority. Okay, we're seeing the rest now of the lobby that we will have for sure. Michael taking the second in the last game. Hyun taking a first. And in a difficult position, Marcel P and Bobster, who were in top 7 and top 8 in this first game. And now second game. Any favorites here or anyone you want to highlight, Asa?
I'm a fan of Marcel P. He's one of my former students and now one of my coaches. Taking an 8th for him is
nice.
a tough start, but Marcel P actually has already qualified for Worlds. Of course, he still wants to do well in regionals, but he has a little bit of that pressure off his back that some of these other players might be feeling.
Yeah, interesting that you mentioned. We have to remember that Robinson's, Michael, and as you mentioned, Mauser P are already qualified. So we have 2 players already qualified to Tactician Crowns because they went first on the TPC Cups. And of course, as you mentioned, less pressure, you can play your game, and of course, they want the honor. They want to go to last game, even though they're already qualified. They want to go to day 3. They want to win it all. They want to represent the region, and they want to have the honor, the trophy of being a regional also champion. Starting off with Weishan, a total elite player, for some the best of the best, and having a rough pot right now in the beginning phase with not a good position. First set that he decided to go full all in with TFT, getting mixed results, but obviously staying on the elite. And now the time for Weishan to once again go to Tactician Crown. 5 appearances so far, and with a 3rd place in the last Tactician Crown.
Yeah, Philip ran a survey among the TPC players to kind of rate each other, and Weishan was overwhelmingly considered the favorite for the regional finals, surpassing even like Disho, for example.
Yeah, Disho, obviously he's always one of the best, 2 crowns on his head, but not having maybe the best performance. A great performance for him, once again going for TPC or the Deputy Pro Circuit next, but going 16th is not what we are accustomed to. But of course, he's happy to do it. He did a tweet thanking the Mecha for his run through and for making it once again for the TPC. And now once again, Weishan with the possibility of stepping up here. Huge here with the Lulu getting a Malzahar. Normally Malzahar a little more priority. Let's see what are the items that he has to slam and what is the angle that he decides to go for.
Yeah, Malzahar really good because he already has a Zac too, so that'll be a synergistic Wraith. He has a Syndra pair as well. That's a potential Prodigy synergy. So potential good opener for Weishan. Does go for the Words Away, which is just a very strong augment. Gets a Rel, which is not that synergistic with the Zac 2 that he already has, but is nice with a Syndra pair and can play this Prodigy with a Malzahar.
Okay, nice. Also decides to slam here the Goblin, going for additional tempo here. Michael ramping up here, 2 Juggernaut, 2 Soul Fighter, getting an early also artifact, great artifact Witsend right here for the Viego. And let's see what he decides to cook from now on.
Yeah, Witsend giving attack speed as well as defense is really good for melee fighters. Pretty much a perfect item for Viego. So we'll decide. We'll have to see if Michael decides to stick with the Viego and potentially go for the Viego 3, is not really considered very strong in the meta right now, so may just use it to kind of tempo and then go into something else. We'll have to see what Michael decides.
Yeah, he's holding also Rakan, holding Ezreal, decides not to buy the additional Kalista. So maybe not trying to go at least for that priority line. There it is. Okay, decides to sell. So keeping open the Soul Fighter line in the end should be good. Finds an additional Viego early. Of course, a lot of gold early, but he managed to find Viego 2. He should be more than enough to both for stage 2 and for stage 3, especially with an artifact so good as this.
Bobster with the Knuckle Dusters, as this hero augment you were talking about earlier. Knuckle Dusters been a little bit weaker since the B patch now because a lot of the Crystal Gambit units are now more contested. You have Ashe players holding Vi 2s on their board. But we'll have to see how Bobster wants to pilot this one. Knuckle Dusters also, you really want to be killing units as you get cash outs with your Vi killing units. So Bobster doesn't seem like they have an option to play a strong board, so they're just opting to get some Crystal Gambit cash outs instead.
Okay, I like it. On the other hand, me First of Fate going for double trouble. So good possibilities here. He can go for Jin Mundo. He can go for Malzahar also, together with Casante and some possibility. Malzahar is taken, so he already has a Nar 2. So maybe that will be the line. We saw in EMEA some players trying to cook some additional things with double trouble. I think those are the two comps viable right now.
Yeah, we in week 1 we did see, I believe Crazy Cat played a double trouble with a Xayah Shen, but that was very unusual. I had never seen that before. It's definitely usually either played with a Jin Mundo or the Malzahar.
Okay, makes sense. Also getting the Kagebunshin no Jitsu here from the Nar, the Shadow Clone. Good possibilities here. For now, Michael maintaining tempo. Are you an anime fan, Asa? A little?
A little bit.
Okay. Did you get Kagebunshin no Jitsu? You got the reference, at least, no?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
That's Naruto one. Naruto does the Jujitsu and he managed to get like an additional, not only one, he gets like, I don't know, 10, 20, and sometimes 100 copies of himself.
Oh, so, yes, I've seen it. I just didn't recognize it. I think I've watched the English version.
That's nice. Now, for me, it's amazing. It's very colorful to have an anime together with fighting set. So for me, in terms of aesthetics, of artistic design, I love this set. This set has been amazing for me. I think it's a step up. It's a set that has tried so many new things that will make further sets better. Of course, you have to pay the price sometimes for trying so many new things, but I think this is good for TFT in the long run. So my congratulations and my appreciation to all the devs involved in this set.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a very ambitious set, and I think there are definitely some things that went wrong with some of the ambitions, but I agree with you. I appreciate that the development team is willing to take those risks and learn from them. And I've heard a lot of good things about the next set too, so looking forward to that.
That's nice. Okay, the set that will save
so many upgrades.
Xayah 2. Yeah, Xayah 2 is crazy here. The best holder for Kraken, in my opinion, in the early game. Also having the Swain 2-star this early into the game, going for the Treasure Hunt. And now, I mean, Treasure Hunt, he should stay on the reroll line and just try to ramp up. This augment was nerfed, but it's still pretty good, especially if you manage to get a good value on the rerolls.
Yeah, we saw Crazy Cat last game going for the Xayah Protector, but didn't get the fan service. But Xayah is a little bit better with Bastion because you can play Shen and then you don't have to invest an entire extra unit slot to activate Edgelord for her. And Marcel P with the Xayah 2 already, with the Swain 2 already, with the Treasure Hunt. We'll have to see if Marcel can succeed with Xayah where Crazy Cat cannot.
Okay, makes sense. Delayed win streak right now here for Weishan. Going for the fourth one. Michael was the one with the win streak, decided to lose it again. So no one is ramping up, at least in economy. It will be a close lobby for everyone right now. We're seeing Weishan right now. 2 Malzahars already. The Sack 2 that you mentioned in the start. Also the Worth the Wait already with the Rel 3-star. So going for that beefy front line, at least for the early game. Going up against the Knuckle of Super V.
Yeah, we have Bobster with a double down. I'm a little bit nervous for Bobster's spot. The Knuckle Dusters tends to want to really get these early kills in order to get the cash outs, but Bobster not really having any good options in his shops, opts for the 5 loss instead. I'm really curious to see if Bobster decides to go for a 9 loss or just a 6 loss and then cash out and try to spike with a Vi 2. I would assume they would just go for the 6 loss, but we'll have to see.
I saw a BIS itemized Molder there. I think it was Shaco. So it will be interesting to see. Perfect items already from there it is. Okay, so it's Shaco. Good items here, also getting the collector. So additional funneling, additional gold here. Good position here. Also finding the Udyr already 2-star. And now he's the one proposing the strongest lobby or the strongest board.
Yes. Smolder most commonly played with heavyweights because you can reroll Darius and Jace as good options as a 3 cost. But of course, Smolder not having any traits, you can really use any frontline. Instead of 6 heavyweight, you could just use 6 Juggernaut, and already with a set and a Udyr too, that's a huge incentive to just go towards that. It also seems that, oh my god, 2 more Smolders. I was just going to say, it also seemed that Shaco was considering going into Samira as well, holding so many Soul Fighters on the board, now playing 4 Soul Fighter.
I love it that
he's thinking about that. I believe this board would be a little bit stronger with a 4 Juggernaut instead.
Okay, I like it. Yeah, that should be maybe the spot. Soul Fighter, as you said, maybe an additional HP, but you're not getting the full value of damage because none of your damage dealers are actually Soul Fighters right now. Kyun finding the KL3 early, also with the Kagebunshin no Jitsu. And now the lobby will be very, very pressure for some of them, especially whoever faces off against Kyun or against the Smolder of Bobster.
Yeah, definitely. That Smolder 2 and the Udyr 2 board definitely very scary. Kyun opting for Kale. Pretty strong line in the crabs that give you extra econ that allows you to reroll and get to level 9. Wow, Shaco loses. I think this was a mistake to not play the 4 Juggernaut with the Aatrox and the Mundo on the bench instead of the like the Xin and the Callista.
I love the change of expression there for Shaco. He's trying to maintain like a meditative expression. When he finds the Smolder through, he got like a small smirk, laughing, and now, of course, he's just not happy at all taking this loss against Weishan.
Yeah, Bobster going for the 1 buff, 2 buff, and just does take the cash out with the Knuckle Dusters. You really want to be really strong on this stage and get those cash outs with the 5. Skips a triple Janna. Just because he wants more gold in order to focus on the Vi.
I love it. He didn't even think about it. He saw the Janna. No, that's not for me.
Yeah, it's good decisive play.
Yeah, amazing. Normally you get like the game talks to you and you feel that you have to listen. So good discipline here for Bobster, going for the highest EV play that is actually maintaining the gold.
Yeah, it looks like Bobster is also going to use the Monster Trainer backline, which is pretty common with a Knuckle Dusters line, but we'll have to see if Shaco ends up contesting the 3 cost, because that would be a huge problem for either one of them. There's not that many 3 costs in the pool. It's very, very difficult for 2 players now to both hit a 3 cost 3-star.
Okay. Yeah, now the toggling is also not a thing. Also difficult for the Smolder access. I mean, Michael is just too strong right now, going for the prismatic ticket, already committing to the Super Viego line, trying to go for the Viego and then going deep into the Soul Fighter. And also being strong right now. That's the most important thing, because he doesn't have to overexpend gold and he will be able to maintain economy while keeping himself stronger. So great position also for him.
Shaco did switch over to the 4 Juggernaut board, which, again, I believe is a little bit stronger than Soul Fighter.
But he heard you late. He heard you, but late.
With the items he slammed, it kind of looks like maybe he will try to end up in the Soul Fighter line, which I think is a good choice with the Knuckle Dusters giving extra econ, potentially contesting the monster. You really don't want to be contesting the 3-cost monster.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense here. Shaco just trying to stabilize. He knows he's strong. So very difficult for him to lose the possibility of win streak. He should be right now on 4 win streak and just getting that damage in the end against Weishan. Hugely hurt. The Hua, on the other hand, playing interesting, going for a mech line for now.
Looks like
has
Ash,
the Ginto.
And the Rage Blade.
Exactly. Yeah. Kraken Rage Blade, also a blue buff for possibilities for Sire in the late game. And I mean, for now, he decides this is the best angle to try to accomplish something. Of course, we will not, or we should not be seeing any mech lines, at least in this level of play.
Yeah, it'd be pretty unlikely. The mech line was kind of held up by the strength of Mech Pilot, which received a very large nerf in the B patch. I would be pretty surprised to see any 7 mech boards.
Some significant value here for cost. The Jarvan, of course, being taken by the Hua. Marcel P also wanted him, so now only Bolivar and Samira as good possibility.
Yeah,
Shaco being
Shaco should be pretty
there.
happy with the Bolivar.
Yeah. Yeah, great spot for him. Also finding the set early for the Juggernaut, not getting the Bolivar in, to Luchador. Amazing.
Yeah, being able to move these items off a Callista 1-star to a Bolivar is a huge upgrade to Shaco's board. And with all these 80 items for Shaco, I would expect to play around the Bolivar and the Samira, but we'll have to see what he decides to play around.
Okay, me first of Fate.
Wow. What
Full goal.
Here?
Yeah.
It looks like Rammus and Malzahar.
Okay. So he needs to roll. He needs to stabilize here. If he started rolling, he should be able or try to find the Malzahar too. So, I mean, he only broke 50 already with 47. Should be able to sell a little the board he has and maintain 50 again. So, I mean, the problem is he already outspent that Prismatic, and he didn't find something amazing in the roll then.
Yeah, me for sure Ace's spot is definitely looking a little bit scary. Weijin is holding the Malzahar 2, and Shaco's holding the Smolder 2, and the Knuckle Dusters player also holding monsters. So quite a lot of me for sure Ace's units already out of the pool. Quite a bit behind on units, I would say, given that they used their Prismatic Augment to take economy, but not really reaping the benefits. Doesn't even have a 2-star carry that a lot of the other players have.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the Malzahar, you don't need a 3-star, at least in this line when you have the double trouble. 2 Malzahar and 2-star should be enough for him. Of course, you prefer to have... I've seen players go for 3-star. I've seen crazy things with this Malzahar. But of course, I mean, the priority is having 2 Malzahar just to spread the poison, the virus in a more perfect way. So I think even he needs to find Malzahar 2 and 1 additional copy, and then he could even tempo out. I think he's not in a position to try to reroll everything, even though he got economy augments.
Yeah, with the economy augments and only having 2 copies of Malzahar, we'll have to see what he goes for. I imagine he'll just have to commit to the Malzahar, even though you're a little bit behind. There's not that many good options to go for anything else at this point, but it's gonna take some high rolls for him to get back in the game.
Okay, taking a hit right now, and he's not happy at all. He's swinging in the chair right now, 33 HP, so low, not finding the Malzahar 2, full lose streak right now on stage 3. Difficult position. Michael taking the hit also, still very high on HP, and now Shaco is the one topping the lobby. And now everyone will get those additional funnel of resources with the Scuttle. And you have to be strong. Stage 4 will be very difficult for anyone. And no one can stay behind. No one can grid. No, I feel it's very difficult for anyone to try to go to level 9. It's a very tempo-ish lobby. And you need to win every round.
Yeah, I think Hyun with a KO will need to hit level 9, but otherwise, most of the players should be looking to spend almost all of their gold on stage 4. Stage 4, as you said, is so important. This is when the player damage starts to really ramp up. Players will be rolling down for their comps, getting their boards online, and if your board is not strong, you could be losing 15 HP in a single round.
Yeah, also very smart what Bobster is doing, getting 2 Malzahars. He's not playing Malzahar, but he has 2 other opponents going for that line. So just trying to grief them a little in a good place. And of course, this is a spot where actually you want to grief because you're actually trying to preserve other 2 players. Decides to sell just to break economy on 30. And there it is. Okay, Mr. Fate finds the Malzahar 2 and finds 1 additional Malzahar for the double trouble. At least in a decent position, going up against Marcel P already with the Saya 3.
Yeah, me for sure. He's still only on 4 Malzahar, still really, really far away. Also was 1 off Kobiko, but sold it off, opting for the Rammus frontline instead. I'm very, very nervous about going for the Rammus frontline just because we saw Bobster with the Knuckle Dusters also rerolling Monster Trainer. I think it's going to be really hard for me first race to find the 3-star Rammus, which is going to be very important.
Yeah, but totally difficult position. Let's see what he managed to accomplish here. Obviously trying to scrap as many points as possible. Remember, this is day 1 of America's regional final. 8 players will be eliminated on this first day. So we start with 32 and we'll end with, 32 minus 8. I'm trying to do the math there. 26? 26?
24.
24, okay. Math is not working right now. And we have a pause
The math is hard.
just to make the arithmetic on place. And once again, okay, we see the board of Bobster, getting the Almond, getting the Kog'Maw, Good Mundo, the Knuckle, 2 away from the buy, 3-star. He has the duplicators, but he wants everything right here, Asa. So he's just greening a little and then using the duplicators to get everything 3-star.
Yeah, I like that play. You have a little bit more gold. At the end of the day, duplicators basically just translates into gold, and you can use them a little bit more efficiently if you kind of wait, because if you duplicate the Vi now, then you're not going to see any Vi's in your shop, where you might just, when you're rolling for the other things, you might just find the Vi's anyway.
Okay, 1-off buy, finding some additional. I think he will pop the buy here just to get additional turn. There it is, and then save the rest. 3-off Kog'Maw, 3-off Mundo. So
Yeah, I
good
like
spot.
that play because he's not that close. Save some econ, build that economy back up.
Okay, finds Fairy Tail. Good fruit right now for Kog'Maw, and warming up is the one he chooses for the buy. Good spot right here. He should be able to preserve HP and at least in a good spot to try to pressure stage 4.
It's a good matchmaking going up against Shaco right now on this round. Although Shaco does have the Volibear too, Shaco is sitting on 50 gold, so definitely not as strong as he could be here. Maybe I spoke too soon though, as Shaco just having the Volibear too without really seeming to having to spend gold for it is just extremely strong opponent.
Yeah, no, I mean, Shaco's position is ideal. Level 8 winning 50 gold doesn't make sense. So I mean, the perfect spot that you want to have is one of those games for him. So amazing. Okay, Wei Shan going for Reinforcement. I think he hasn't popped out. Just trying to find one additional. Should probably the Casante.
Yeah, Wei Shan going for a Fast 9. I think he's going to look for Leona.
Okay.
Probably going for the Fast 9 6 Bastion would be my guess, but we'll have to see how Wei Shan decides to play it.
Yeah, makes total sense. Secondary carry now for the Janna with possibilities of trading on the final round.
Yeah,
also on the top
looking to carry a Twist of Fate and a Zyra in the backline. Twist of Fate benefiting a lot from attack speed, and Zyra being able to give her teammates attack speed. Potentially a Seraphine as well with a Bastion emblem.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, good possibilities. Also having the crit has a good setup for the Seraphine. So obviously maintaining the possibility of being flexible right there on the late game. Wei Shan going low, but as we said, he's just going to level 9 here and doing the deep roll down. There's a Seraphine. We'll see if there's a priority for him. He's second on Carousel, so maybe the direction will give us some chance. I think he's looking for it, yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to see Wei Shan's roll down next turn. It's really going to determine whether Wei Shan, this next round is really going to determine whether Wei Shan will be in a good spot or a bad spot going for this Fast 9 composition.
Nice to see once again. Yeah, just wanted to mention that.
To hit like a 2-star backline carry and just win out the rest of the stage, or he might miss and just be stuck on 1-star everything and lose. We'll see.
Let's see what he does. We should stay with Wei Shan just to see the roll down. He should be going that right now. There it is, level 9. And additional possibilities here. Finds the Leona, as you mentioned with the reinforcements. Finds one Twisted Fate, keeps rolling. Needs to find something additional. Pair of Seraphine for him. Just trying to go for that deep line. Seraphine 2 will be huge. There it is. Seraphine 2,
absolutely
great
huge.
items. Also finds the Zyra, but I think he will not put it in unless he takes out the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate has a little more ramping possibility. Zyra gives you strength right now. But I think just having the 2 Prodigy is so good here to get that initial cast from the Seraphine ramping up with the additional stats from the Bastion.
He has an extra Bastion on his board, so he will be able to fit the,
nice.
all units as well as a Zyra in his shop. As you can see, 7 Bastion. You can just drop one of the weaker Bastions. I'm not sure if he has like a Garen or something on his board.
Okay, Magic Expert is the fruit. Normally, I believe Mage is the best, especially when you overkill with the Seraphine. So let's see if he decides to make a change, or Magic Expert maybe is good enough in this spot.
Yeah, Bobster's looking like he's bleeding out here. Does have the 3-star Vi and the Kog'Maw, but doesn't hit the Mundo. Just honestly a little bit behind tempo, committing both the
Yeah.
part of the prismatic is the econ of the big duplicator that gives you, which is not as valuable in the reroll competitions, and then also having to take an econ augment as a third augment. So even though it has the Vi 3, Cogma 3, it's not really getting that combat strength from the augments.
Yeah.
that,
Yeah,
like,
100%
Marcel
agree.
P has with 3 augments that all make him stronger. Despite not having the 3 stars, only 1 3-star versus 2 3-stars, but all the augments are maybe will be enough to make the difference here.
Be doing good damage, taking out the Yasuo, but it's just not enough access to the backline. Komao decides to clean, but now he's getting hurt, and Bobster could be eliminated, and there it is, taking the 8th right now. So 2 points, 7th in the first game, and now taking an 8th. Very difficult position for him. He will have to reset mental for the next game.
Weijin does find the mage, but it just barely isn't enough. All the Hufasan surviving with 1 HP.
The big set, incredible. Oh, that was good. I mean, Seraphine is very good, but you need someone else to clean. Normally, she gets everyone to so low HP, and then you need someone, normally the Twisted Fate, to finish the cleaning, and that's not what happening. So once Weishan managed to get the Twisted Fate 2, managed to get additional items, he should be in a great spot.
And we can see Shaco going level 9 will eventually want to switch up his board and use a Twisted Fit. Use a similar board as Weijin, actually, except without the 6 Bastion frontline, using the 6 Juggernaut instead. Potential for a Volibear 3 here. We'll see if Shaco wants to go for it. Seems like he'd rather just make Econ instead and move towards the legendary carries.
Nice. Interesting from the Hua also, giving full, even the fruit to the Brown. Normally Brown, you want to make him cast as much as possible. You can give him Shojin, Blue Buff, anything that gets additional mana. He decides to go for full damage Brown. So this is cool. I like it. This is cool to see.
Yeah, it has the 2 blue buffs, but offer it on the Zyra instead. Zyra, of course, when she casts, gives the rest of the team attack speed, which helps them cast more as well. And Weijin finds the Gwen, which is nice in the 6 Bastion line. You already have Sork with a Swain and Soul Fighter with the Zinjao.
Nice.
Is it going to be enough against Shaco's Twisted Fate? It's looking really close.
Yeah, Twisted Fate should be able to clean here. The Seraphine making the huge chunk of damage. And once again, I mean, every round for Weishan has been like this, either against or in favor, always with the slightest HP in the end. Michael doing the roll down here already with the Viego 3. Good in HP, 47. Doesn't find something additional. Level 8 finds one Wen. Now we know he's contested 2 Wens actually with the pair. Just trying to hit something here. The level 8 Wen. Obviously, with the prismatic ticket, doesn't make sense for him to go to level 9. He should be able to be as strong as possible right now and use as much value as possible from the augment.
Yeah, Me First or 8th does end up hitting that Rammus 3 as well as the Malzahar 3. Bobster dying, giving Me First or 8th really good odds on the Rammus, because Bobster with the Cogma 3 is taking so many out of the pool. Is it going to be enough, though?
Yeah, is it enough? Good access there with the Tansila, good CC, taking an additional damage, and it's good enough. Perfect Tansila to give the damage, and then the virus. Weishan loses here.
I believe that was also to the ghost of Me First or 8th. So
yeah, it was the same line.
Me First or 8th board really strong.
Wow. I mean, those 3-star, 3-cost is, for me, the highest cap board right now. But, of course, it's so expensive, and normally you cannot get there with combat augments. The fact that he played it like this, we thought Me First of 8 was in a dire position, but actually being able to get there, huge accomplishment for him, and maybe a little luck on his side, hitting the units he needed.
Yeah, Marcel P just 1 away from that swing 3, which would be an absolute huge spike to this board. We'll see if Marcel P is able to take that. They do have a little bit of HP to be able to take a couple more losses going up against Dehua's 5 Crystal Gambit. Just already really strong, but scaling even more. It's really looking like this might be another lobby. Dehua chasing the golden orb off the screen. It's so funny.
The Brown falls down. Is one of the most important carries there for Dehua. And in the end, Saya should be able to clean Dehua, still in a good position. First of 8 taking the hit here. So losing what was a good win. Maintaining the win streak, sorry. Was looking at the panel there. Okay, anything interesting here? Only Varus. Varus.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Nothing with priority.
Kiyun
Just trying
already
to.
has the Varus too.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite need it.
Yeah. Already with the Varus too, going with the Wrath angle. One comp that has disappeared a little on the meta, but of course, if you manage to get there, still pretty good, especially when you're level 9 with your Kale and manage to find the Varus for additional damage. The Void.
One thing I'd like to point out also is we are playing the Crab Ray version of this Galaxy, where they will have to beat the Crab on stage 5, and I'm actually a little bit nervous for some of these boards. Kiyun does have the 6 Wraith, which is a fully offensive trait, but Varus and Kale have a lot of their power in area of effect damage. I'm not sure it's going to have enough single targets to take down the Crab.
Okay. Yeah, interesting. Normally, melee compositions, maybe this shake-up with the Lee Sin could be enough for the Crab. Or as you mentioned, it's one of the final boss. It's a raid boss for sure. And these front-to-back compositions are not very good against the Crab. So next 2 rounds until we get there, and we should be able to have some fun. Michael low and falls down. So Michael with a good start with the Viego and the Wit's End, taking probably a 6 here.
Yes,
no, takes the 5th.
As we saw, also went down as well. So
Okay.
we're at our top 4. Me first or 8th. I was very nervous for their spot. It was looking pretty bad, but they did hit the Malzahar 3 and the Rammus 3, and now they're on the 7 win streak. They, despite having Bobster go for the Cogmoth 3, they recognize that it's like, hey, maybe this Bobster guy is going to die and put all the monsters back in the pool, and the Rammus is what I really need to cap out this board to beat these other compositions.
And this is not casualty. He's being truthful to his name. He played a comp that could easily have gone 8th, and now with a great possibility of going first. So, I mean, my props to him.
Yeah, it's living up to his name.
Okay, Kiyun on the other side with the Wraith angle. Kale very strong, trying to protect her. Full damage on the left. He decides to put the both carries together, not making sure even a Jarvan could be a difficult possibility for him, but he decides just to concentrate. Saya making good damage, and Marcel P in a great position. Both of them still alive.
All these fights are so close, and Zaya is just a millisecond off of dying to the Malzahar dots here. And now we have the Crab, and Kiyun does have the 6 Wraith, which is a fully offensive trait, which is what you want against the Crab. I'm just not sure he has a single target to take it down. We'll have to see.
Okay. Yeah, also not having found the Casante too is huge. Normally, Wraith is more of an offensive, obviously, possibility, but you want that Casante also to get a good chance. I don't know. Let's see what he finds. Seth is looking strong. Already the Varus 2. Let's see.
It's looking close, so I don't think Kiyun's gonna make it.
Oh, only the Seth
It's
alive.
so close. Come on, Hassan.
Go, Seth, go! I mean, Seth healed himself.
Oh my God.
Such a good unit.
Yeah, the set is barely clutching it out, even when the rest.
Did
of the
anyone
board
lose
falls.
against the Crab? Dude, I don't. I think they're
didn't see it.
the
I was
same.
so focused on this set with the 1 HP at the end.
Okay, Mi First of Fate getting good value here with the Neko, the Ramus, and also the Malzahar with the double trouble. So triple value. Getting to this spot is so amazing for him. And now just trying to itemize the rest. He has enough damage. Could go for something else. Okay, decides to go for healing. Interesting. Normally not the priority when you have 3-star because so many HP. You prefer more armor or more pure damage. Now going up against Kiyun. So huge and important round right now.
Yeah, me first or 8th on the 8 win streak. It seems like he's been kind of dominating everyone, but we'll see if Kiyun can take him down.
Just received notice from production and one of our caster Dobbs. He says the Crab is washed. So it's not the same as old school Crab eliminating everyone, winning the TPC sometimes or winning cups.
Yeah.
Maybe not in his best spot. I think he's ramping up. Maybe we'll see him outperforming in the next rounds.
It's true, the Crab is stronger on stage 6. It doesn't really seem like we're going to get there, but maybe we will. It kind of depends on how the matchmaking goes.
Okay, the Hua making some changes here. Decides to go with the Casante right now. Drops also...
Yeah, drops
okay, this
out
is
5
very interesting. Yeah. because normally this is not happening, and this is the exact way you want to play this comp. After you already got the additional resources from 5, you just need to go for more strength. So great accomplishments here for the Hua, and doing the pivoting into a better spot, dropping out the 5 Crystal Gambit.
Yeah, it might be the difference here against me first or 8th, who... Well, I'm not sure if this maybe is a ghost board.
Yeah, should be.
Oh,
No,
it was
there
a
it
real
is.
board, and it takes out
Yeah.
me first or 8th. Gives up. This is a loss after a 9 win streak, so nice play by Dehua, dropping out the long-term cash out trade to get the immediate board strength.
Wow. Okay. So what else? No money here. Couldn't find also the Casante 2-star. I mean, he already has. I mean, he's fully dependent on ramping up. He's ramping up with the double Virus together with the Malzahar. He's ramping up with the Ascension. Does he have enough time to get to that Ascension and then do the additional damage? We will see. Next up, Marcel P versus me first of 8. And
Yeah, I think it should be a good matchup for me first or 8th, because Marcel P is heavily invested with a 6 Bastion trait, heavily invested in defenses, but it just kind of
Gets the
plays
ghost.
into me first or 8th's hands with the Ascension and the Malzahar.
Okay, he will get a
That's why
freebie with the
Marcel P
Ghost.
is-
Yeah. Okay. Strong side on the left. Here for Marcel P, full damage. Also good supporting unit there on the Swain, holding up the damage. Jinx making good also opportunity. Jarvan with the huge second ult, getting all the priority units. Is it enough? It's not.
So close.
Wow.
It looks like Marcel P seems to be the strongest so far.
Okay, so Marcel in a great position, even though everyone else is still strong. There's a Zaira. I don't know if someone could be able to use it now in the game. No, Zaira 2 already accomplished for the Hua. Seraphine 2 maybe the thing that me first of 8 is trying to look for, but obviously trying to look for value also with the double trouble. He has double trouble Seraphine.
Yeah. I personally feel like playing another Prodigy, like maybe just like a Syndra is better than one of the Seraphines, but
Okay.
me first or 8th, of course, is the one playing in the regional finals.
We have to give him the benefit of the doubt 100%.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
concentrated.
for
I mean,
sure.
he's not even thinking about it. But obviously not in the data. You try to find this in the data. I mean, double trouble Seraphine, you will not find anything. And now just having
No,
a good
definitely
possibility.
not.
I mean, double area of effects when you're already using Malzahar makes total sense here. So I mean, at least in the books, making good sets, maybe trying to after you get the Ascension, you get the secondary ult from the Seraphine, and could be huge against the Hua right now. So pure burst damage right now once the Kraken is assembled, and full ramping up here for the Malzahar. The ult is not enough.
Oh, it's so close. The Malzahar is gonna kill everything by itself.
Oh, there it is. No, it's just too much.
Oh, almost.
The damage.
Marcel
Okay,
P is too strong. But yeah, it
Nah,
did
that
look
was
like
good.
both of the Seraphine ults did quite a bit of damage, so probably the best option for me first rate there.
Yeah. Me third for me first of 8. The Hua looking strong. Both of them looking strong. The Hua in a great position right now, already having everything 2-star, greatly seen. Still giving the possibilities there of I mean, wouldn't you change the fruit maybe here to Lee Sin?
Maybe he has the snacks time for Braum, which was just added in the most recent patch, I believe. It's a very, very strong fruit with this build.
Nice.
Scales off of Braum's AD. Yeah, I'm not
Wow.
sure. He probably also... It also is like a time commitment, and he has a lot to think about with just the positioning against Marcel is so important.
100%, yeah. Okay, good fight here. If the Hua loses, he will get the second. Marcel P still with good HP, so he has 2 life. Good damage there from the Ashe on the right. There's the Desperado doing good damage, and I mean, total cleanup here for the Hua. So Marcel P taking a huge loss, and now he will need to make the change. He was a decisive win from him, or maybe we'll get some shenanigans here from the Crab.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I feel like
Is
these
it
players
watch?
are too strong for the crab, but we'll have to see. I mean, if either one's gonna die, it would probably be Marcel.
Yeah, I appreciate the double screen here for the fight. Maybe
Yeah.
one of the most
Let's go,
important
Crab.
fights. Okay. Good damage. I mean, 3-star for Marcel P is huge.
Yeah, I think these boards are too strong. It's not even looking close for either one of them.
Okay, damage
Although the
fall.
Yasuo is boxed out, it's probably not going to be. Oh, maybe the Yasuo can't attack the crab. Oh, okay.
Ah, there it is.
doesn't
Both are
matter.
good. Fun to watch. And now what else? We have this additional anvil. Who is able to get these resources in a better spot? I mean, for the
Yeah,
Hua, he
Dayquil
already
has
has almost
so
everything.
many
Yeah.
items already.
Yeah. So maybe not the best for him. Let's see if Marcel P can ramp up a little more his comp.
I see Dayquil rolling with just a few seconds left. I feel like he really needs to prioritize his position instead.
Okay.
Not too much
Yeah,
to
he didn't
hit.
move in the end. Didn't move. Full right, at least for front to back damage here with the Ash. Hitting, falls down. Swain still holding up strong. Casante drops to melee form.
It's looking really close, but I think Marcel P is just too strong.
Oh yeah, the
It's so
Saya
close.
with the damage.
Wow, all these fights have been insanely close.
Wow, the clapping here for Marcel P taking the win. I mean, 8th place in the first game, now taking a first. Perfect for your homie here, Marcel, doing amazing. And of course, now with a good mental going up for the next game.
Yeah, good to see Marcel P taking a first there after a rough start. So it's really, yeah, as you mentioned, really good for the mental. If you take 2 bot forward start of the tournament, your spot in the tournament, of course, is worse, but really the problem is you're just feeling so defeated. It's really hard to play good TFT after that. So hopefully Marcel will be feeling a little bit better.
Yeah, 100%. Also, a good demonstration of what you can do when you have so many additional resources. We have Scuttle Portal, the Crab Race, so everyone could be able to achieve the final stage of the game. But more detail about this game will be analyzed by our analyst desk just after the break. Vamos!
We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No, just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop.
There?
Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click, right there. Click inside. Yes.
Okay.
This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaisa. The first shop.
Okay.
First shop. Down, down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, ¿no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Ok. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snoody. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo. Es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So, go to your shop, which is down. There, you're perfect. A little bit up. Left. A little bit left. Okay, perfect. That's your first unit. Okay, click that. Okay, great. And then go right a little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. Revan, you have 2 KOs now, okay? Okay, now go up 4. Left click and hold it down. You almost saw Kale. It's okay. Now let's try to move the units. Go to the center again, which is they're perfect. Okay, go a little bit down. 1 more. Oh, okay, now Kale is in the back line. Perfect. Okay, now we have to put items on this unit.
Yeah, I can move the item already and hold it when the round starts.
Yeah, we got Infinity Edge on Kale.
Oh
Okay.
shit, that item, man. Can we use fruit? What is the fruit?
We can use the fruit. Go down 1. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, 1 up. There we go. Okay, we have double strike Kale. Perfect.
Nice.
42.
It's
but
fine.
I don't know.
It's good money.
It's fine. Okay. It's good money.
We'll
We're
have
rich.
to start rolling, I think. I will roll with the keyboard. Just tell me the
Oh,
shot.
okay. Click on that. That's a Kobuko. Click there. Okay, great. Roll. Click that. Perfect. We got Aatrox 2-star. Okay, great. Roll again. There. Okay, click. Great. Awesome, man.
Tell me when I'm in the bench and I just E.
Wait, sorry. Augments. Go up. There. Click. Perfect.
Okay, I go to the bench.
Go to the bench. There, great. Oh, yeah, the last second, man. Good job.
Oh, I was hearing the sound. I knew we had half a second.
we got it left.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Americas Regional Finals for KO Coliseum. We have completed our second game of our day, and let's talk about it, gentlemen. We've got a really interesting game where we got to see Double Trouble, which is one of the newer compositions that has started to come up to the fold, but I love that we got a chance to see it here with the Rammus and the Malzahar.
Yeah, Rammus, not a champion that we've seen have too much love this set, and this is pretty brand new to the scene for a new composition to maybe have you guys try on ladder as well. Hitting that econ, specifically prismatic, invested that second time at 3-2 allowed him to get this online and propel Me First Wraith to that top 3, not living up to his name. But lots of interesting stuff happened because specifically it was Crab Rave.
Yes. Speaking of which, Crab Rave, you guys are mentioning about the players, but I want to mention about the Crab. I mean, Crab just watched. He didn't win a single round in the late game. Come on. We were expecting to have the peak time at the game. He was unable to win a single round. I mean,
so shameful of that Crab, honestly. Come on, you know, we gotta buff that Crab for the next set or like in the final patch of KO Coliseum. I'm with you,
Please
Dobbs.
don't.
He
Please
was.
don't.
What do you mean? I think
it's so hard to beat.
I think it's so funny. Well, we did see every player beat it, so yeah, that's how you know the boards were very strong by the end of this game. But you're right. I think a lot of that did come down to a lot of the injections that we got into the game from gold, all the items. We saw a lot of spatulas that were also being thrown around. And so these crabs, they might not have delivered on the action, but they did deliver lots of presents to all of our players. But I think like especially someone that despite all of that injection was still able to get the win, Marcel P. And this is a player that he's already made it to the Tactician's crown. He ended up winning one of the cups in the TFT Pro Circuit, the Soul Fighter Cup. And despite that, I think you are still very excited to see him perform at this level, and especially with Zaya. Like, that's not a composition I think we would have expected as a reroll comp to be able to beat these Ashe and the 3-cost rerolls we were seeing in this lobby.
Yeah, Marcel is quickly rising to be one of the top talents in the Americas. He already, like you said, is playing this weekend a little bit more free because the Tactician's crown slot is locked. But he's playing for more than that, right? He wants to continue to prove that he is one of the best in the region. And I think if you look at the stats from this set, you'll see that he's pretty consistent and pretty dang good at this game.
yes, really consistent, and we call him as a top 4 player, but at least by now he bounced back from an 8 to a first. So maybe he had that first away thing as well. So really important to note that he bounced back just in the second game. It's really important to come back when you have a half start. So let's see if he can keep up the momentum.
He definitely wants to win the regional finals. I think that would be a major accomplishment for him, on top of the fact that he will be going to his first ever Tactician's crown. And we're very excited to see how he's going to do. But let's take a look at the standings, because with that first place, Marcel P has gotten a couple more points on the board and has started to recover towards the bottom of the standings. But as a reminder to everybody, we are cutting the bottom 8 players today after the end of 6 games. So at least there's a little bit of wiggle room for everybody, but if you're towards that bottom right now, gotta start getting some points on the board in this 3rd and 4th game.
I think one of the most interesting things about this format as we look at this bottom slide is knowing that these points don't ever reset until the finals. And so every single game will stick with you. And so if you started off rough, don't worry, you still got a lot more games to make up those points. But also, those points are those points. They're left on the table just as they are. You can't take those back.
Yes. On the flip side, you've seen some players that are able to have like both good finishes at the first and second game. A lot of players in that 11 and 10 threshold, with Bobsera, Kambule, Bosowski, Ripple having like a top 5, top 3 finish. A really good start. Really good team to start with. But GD actually leading it all with 2 wins. Really important for him.
JD Zielinski hasn't been to a Tactician's crown yet either. And so maybe, I don't want to get too far ahead of everything yet, but it would be very exciting to see if JD Zielinski can keep it up, maybe get a couple more firsts on the board and give himself a great chance. We're going to take a short break though, and when we come back, we're going to have these lobbies reshuffled and we'll get into our game number 3 of the day. Stay tuned.
We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, I'm starting to get it.
I was not going to go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Wait,
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do cartoon champions 200.
Philip,
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For -200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
he's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin,
Is it? I'm 8th.
you are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
No. I'm right.
It's me again? How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? Alright, let's do literal definitions 1K.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses, Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Philip on that one. I better not be wrong about this one.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Philip.
What?
Rigged.
It was actually so Thank you, Gamer. Thank you.
I'll do cartoon champions for 400.
Also,
Volley bear.
that is correct for 400 points.
Oh, the bear.
We can get
Told you we'd be back. Welcome back, everybody, to day number 4 of the Americas Regional Finals. I'm back with CLE to take us through this next game, and I'm ready for this one because CLE, taking a look at this lobby, it is Titans. Titans of TFT across the board. Cannot believe they are clashing right now for this third game.
I mean, it is a totally stacked lobby as we see our player cams on screen. Dish Soap, obviously the forerunner of this, but Soju looking just as beautiful as he usually does on stream with just the forehead there in the camera. It is going to be an absolute banger.
No, he's never looked better. I mean, he really seems to be in top form, though, for this tournament. Oh, wow, look at that. I can't believe we're actually seeing his face. It's Dahua now that's actually going to be just forehead gaming. But no, like, in all seriousness, I truly believe that K3 Soju is in one of his best forms that we have seen for a TFT set in quite some time. I think he's really, coming back to form, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if he wins his first tournament.
Well, and this feels a little bit weird to say, but like on the player cards, we've said that this is his best set ever. He has outperformed himself by far, even though in the previous set he's made it to the Tactician's crown. It's because he has done so well, so consistently. It's something like we haven't seen. This is the best Soju and the best form, and he's confident in himself. He said even on Twitter that, hey, I'm making the Tactician's crown. It's going to happen, and he started off pretty good, right in the middle of the pack for the start of the day.
We still have 4 more games to go, so there is a long road ahead for all of our competitors. But as we get into this third game, I think we've seen some really interesting trends start to take place. Last weekend, it was all about the Mighty Mech composition, but now it's all about Ashe, who can get that Crystal Gambit start and actually preserve enough HP through a loss streak, even through stage 2, that they could actually make it to that peak form of the Crystal Gambits.
Yeah, it's all about being the highest cap possible in this current meta, whether that's fast 9 with a solid front line or around this Crystal Gambit. And so we'll see a lot of our players holding these Crystal Gambit units, hoping to tech that in sometime on stage 2. But these augments do really depict what is going to happen throughout this game and the tempo that we get to see. Is it going to be an econ start with some of these important gold augments, or is it going to be something crazy variants with our prismatics?
I mean, we've already seen all of that in our first 2 games of the day, so the only thing I think that would have been more surprising is getting a trainer golems, but we don't get that for this game, so maybe next one, CLE. I'd be really excited to see that.
100%. Here we go. Gold augments to start us off. So just middle of the road as in terms of, the variance that happens. But we're on board with Setsuko, who is one of the proverbial big 3 in North America, one of the best players, but also has really been always known as one of the best players to cap out boards. And so really interested to watch them this game and see where they cap out their board this time around.
I was kind of hoping that Setsuko would actually take the Soul Fighter emblem, but you could take, I think, Evil Beyond Measure, or you could take the Pandora's items, and I think either one of those looks really good. I'm scared of taking Scoreboard Scrapper. Yeah. That's all I'm going to say.
He took it. He's going to play that first race style that he's so known for, going to push himself to the bottom of the leaderboard and then work his way back up. Or a farming for Spencer, though we do have that Braum just standing there showing everyone whose boss won't be available till 4-3, though. So he'll be playing around Bastions, going for that fast 8, fast 9 style. Maybe if he's low on HP, playing around Edgelords. Maybe if he's going fast 9, playing around TF, Zyra. Something that we've seen be incredibly popular. But across the way, we see too much value, which is a very interesting one. This is something we saw win last game, not with this augment, but probably with this composition, playing around Zyra. Zaya.
Yeah.
Not Zyra.
Yeah, they're a little close there, but cost a lot different for that particular champion. I'm not sure, though, about, like, maybe the Zaya is going to be able to do well, but I think it really depends on just the items, I think, and also being able to hit. So well, we've seen a couple of players so far not do the greatest with those 2 cost rerolls, but obviously Marcel P showing us that there is a lot of power in that Zaya reroll, even against these fast 9 boards.
What is really fun augments that is centered around this anime set is this solo leveling, having 1 unit on your board that farms some XP for you. But for Dehua here, it's only a 1-star. It's got good items slammed on it for a 1v9, but I think we're going to see here he might kill a unit, maybe 2. It's definitely not the start you're looking for.
Well, it's tough. I mean, Spencer, we know that Braum is coming because we were just on the board, but I think another thing that's going to be really challenging for a lot of these players is that he gets to hold on to a lot of econ because he has that rel too. It's also just like such a strong board in general. I think with that Swain and the Crystal Gambit now intact, he could just go for a win streak with Crystal Gambit, right?
It sure could. It's definitely an option. 5 Crystal being one of the central things that's happening right now. Looking at Dishop's board, though, he did take the double duplicators, made the Nico 2, and is centering his front line around that. So just trying to play from tempo. Dishop is the best top 4 player in the entire world, and so this looks like a good strategy to save some HP and then kind of figure out where you're going to end up later.
I mean, the Infinity Edge Slam too. I think there are a couple of different AD carries that you could probably put that on. I mean, even if you wanted to, you could probably keep the Smolder. Like, let's say you just run into an extra couple copies of it. I feel like Smolder's done really well for these top 4 games.
Yeah, I think it's an uncontested unit, specifically around this 3 cost that many people are rerolling. So you can find a lot of them, and I think especially because it applies the burn, it's good in the early game. It makes it so that, yeah, you have that little extra damage. You don't have to build that anti-heal item. So again, good item economy, and also just a good unit to play on your board.
I like that we get a chance to take a look at where everyone's going. I mean, Dishsoap took the team builder, but so did Babsera. And so I wonder where he's actually going to take that with the little duplicators.
Very, very different strategy between the two, though. Dishsoap is using it for tempo, where Babsera is looking to use that to cap out, looking like he's going to play that Janna veteran board that we saw be really popular a couple patches ago. Now just as a solid top 4.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 very good items for the Janna already. I could also see those items applying if you, like, don't find the Janna. Maybe you find Malzahar. I think you have a couple of outs there, so I'm very curious to see where that board goes at the end of things. But Dishsoap ends up getting a Swain, could tech in the Crystal Gambit if he wants, and then all of a sudden that Infinity Edge is looking quite nice for Ash.
I think one of the big things here with this lobby and specifically this encounter is that we had the TF encounter, which gives you 2 of those component anvils. And so that's where you see a lot of these rerolls specifically being unlocked, because those reroll compositions want to be as strong as possible. And so best in slot items are ideal. So for many of our players, they're able to find exactly what they're looking for. You saw, you noted that Janna that had blue buff and death cap, which are 2 of her best items, and also good Malzahar items as well. So that's a good call. Curious to see where that'll end up. But Dehua not farming much XP from this stage 2 here.
No, it doesn't look very good. Is there another champion that you feel like would be better to carry those items that might be able to at least like kill a couple more units?
None of the ones that are on his bench. A melee 3 cost is usually what you want to go for. A Yasuo, a Darius, a Jarvan. Yeah, any of those guys, those are great. Didn't find any of those, so ends up going around with this loss streak. We do have Spencer here, who is considering the double down. Did win 3 rounds, then lost 1. So just needs to make sure he's not going to get griefed here.
I was going to say, well, he doesn't want to do this if he knows Dehua is in his matchup pool.
Oh, he sure does it. Setsuko also looking to lose, so curious what his matchup will be.
No, it's not Dehua, so that's kind of nice that you know you're not going to take an auto win there. But it's, I mean, Babsera is also at a point where you don't think they're contesting each other, do you? Because Babsera has the Janna, but Spencer's also created very similar items. At least the blue buff is the same.
He also most definitely won this match, so gonna instantly cash out.
Not good.
I'm not sure who he thought he might be facing, because I think that was his most likely win. Or most likely loss would be. So, yeah, Setsuko full selling his board, trying to go for this Crystal Gambit double down as well. So we'll continue to see the battle of this throughout our tournament, I would imagine. The Crystal Gambit just giving so much strength to pushing people up for that first place. And specifically playing around scoreboard scrapper that rewards you for being in that bot 4, giving you combat power, and then moving you as you get back up in the standings, helping you close out the game as well. So Setsuko playing that well. Now he's just got to see if he can get the rewards from it and stay healthy enough.
Yeah, ideally, I think he's... I wonder kind of like what items he might be looking for, but especially when it comes to this next augment, I feel like with the Crystal Gambit, if you want to keep this line, something that I've been having a lot of fun with is double replicating the item that you make. He still has a component anvil available, so like maybe you can just make like 2 Krakens, but we've got 2 Krakens and a Rage Blade here for Dehua, who has decided to just kind of like full send it on a board now.
Yeah, I think he's going to play around the Ashe later on. He just not found it yet. Currently, it looks like he's contesting Ladder Slayer, who's playing around that Xayah, but we'll continue to keep an eye on if that is where Dehua ends up. But for Dishsoap here, continuing to push that win streak, sacrificing some gold for it, did probably level at the end of the stage, but this will be a tough matchup for him.
Yeah, it's tough when that Xayah is itemized, but I feel like the Smolder could potentially keep up with some of this.
I feel like it should be able to. This front line is absolutely massive, and without the amount of shred or a giant slayer to help take down that front line, it's just not quite enough. He actually doesn't even kill a single unit.
I mean, like it's the rocket grab too, where it's like I'm just gonna yoink the champion for the back line really quick. But we've got a prismatic augment here, Sealy. I think there's gonna be a huge power spike for some people. It's a tough call though. Do you want to take the... Oh, wow.
Well, so we're looking at the right side of our screen, mainly seeing what everyone takes here. Setsuko finding Tiniest Titan while playing Scoreboard Scrapper with the double down. This could be one of the biggest cash outs you could ever see. Soju taking Invested, giving him a lot of gold here as well. Lots of items coming through, including prismatic ones for Dehua. Going to be interesting to see what Dishop takes here. I know he's scouting around, seeing what everyone else is going to play.
Yeah, the Belt Overflow makes sense though. I feel like it's just like a generically good to make all those Warmogs. You've got the Nico, which is nice. But it's hard. Like, I mean, you look across the board and I feel like everybody took some sort of like item or combat component.
Yep. Lots of scaling ones too. So for Soju, getting those extra rerolls and just a lot of gold, but not a lot of immediate value until you roll that gold. Ladder Slayer getting items that'll help later. Setsuko ramping his HP through the game. It's a lot of slow moving stuff. So Dish Soap specifically can continue to push that streak, and he knows that's the case. Going for that 10 streak will be his condition to hopefully push this and maybe win the game.
I love that he's playing for win streak right now. It's gonna be tough though. The Smolder's gonna have to do it against the Jin. He can't. Babsera actually breaks that streak. Sealy, you cursed him. That's your fault.
I sure did. I'll take responsibility for that one. I'm sorry, Dish. It was an accident, man. It wasn't personal.
Oh, well, it's okay. I feel like, I mean, the one loss though, how much do you feel like this actually impacts his game? Because ideally he would have liked to keep that streak alive, but I feel like he's still looking pretty strong against, well, I was gonna say that, and then he switched to Jungle Book's board and he's got Malphite 3, so I don't know anymore.
Yeah, this is a little bit late of a no, it's a little bit early of a Malphite 3. Let me say, that's not stage 4 yet. Stage 4-1 is where you're like, if you're not hitting it by then you're a little doomed. But for Jungle Book here, looking pretty good because you now get XP for rolling, but pretty far away from the other ones, so definitely needs to have some luck in his next few rolls.
Yeah, but at least you have the the Ziggs is nice.
Yeah, Ziggs does a lot of damage. These items are pretty good as well, but also that the Tactician's Crown that he does have for his board will supply some extra damage because of Coronation, the augment he has chosen. But it's really centered around this Malphite, who has Atomic as well, so you'll see him explode here and do a bunch of damage to the enemy board. So lots of combat power for Jungle Book, and will continue to scale as he upgrades more units.
That's gonna be really fun.
There's an Ash.
I love when the spaceship just goes burr. But yeah, the Ash is on the board, so who's actually going to be able to get this first? Setsuko is zooming! It's the tiniest legend! Yeah, no one else stood a chance! That was always going to be Setsuko's Ash.
The tiny river sprite was so funny there, just dashing like a dot around the board, able to get that Ash, and that's going to be incredibly important for this board because now he can get 5 Crystal Gambit online, and even though he's at 45 HP, which is pretty low, I'm curious to see when he will cash out this next time, because then he can start winning. Oh, and it could be right now.
Ooh, you got some dupes. He got the Ash in. He gets to level and roll. I mean, he's going to be really strong now.
He's going to stabilize really hard right here. Finds that 5th Crystal Gambit to put in. I imagine he'll dupe some things, stabilize this board so he can win as many fights as possible. Does find those other pairs that he needed.
He can dupe them here if he wants. Yeah.
Yep. Almost. There's one.
Almost. You got to get your fruit. Double strike. Oh, nice.
He may not want to win yet. You can continue to do this and push your HP a little bit lower, get a little bit of extra resources. Obviously, not being doubled down means you won't get as much, but I'm not sure he super cares about winning. He really cares more about his highest cap now. So staying above 50 gold will be the name of the game. That Edge of Night almost clutched out that fight. That's crazy.
I mean, Setsuko would have loved that, but ends up winning this fight anyway. I'm surprised maybe a little that Setsuko took Desperado, but I guess I'm not I always thought that Double Strike was really good for Ash. So how does that augment work with that champion?
Yeah, I think it depends on where you want your power right now. Specifically, I think Double Strike might be better later on in the game where you have more auto attacks flying from having Duelist in and those other things. But at this point in the game, Desperado being his choice, I'm not sure if I would do that because I'm scared that I would miss on my later ones. But he's a really good player, and so I'm learning as we watch all these players play.
I have a fun fact for you. You ready?
I'm ready.
I think it's funny that Desperado is considered a quote-unquote fruit because it is a real fruit. It is a pepper.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a type of pepper.
Huh. Is it a good pepper? It sounds like a scary pepper to me.
I think it's a scary pepper. I'm pretty sure it's like a hot pepper.
Yeah, most definitely. That's a good hot pepper name.
Anyway, that's all I got for you. I hope you enjoyed your fun fact.
Fun facts with Necra. It's a good new segment on the show. It's a great one. Disup, though, back on his winning ways, regaining his win streak here, winning a few fights in a row. We do have, looking at the bottom of the leaderboard, Setsuko taking another loss. We saw him not really roll very deep to stabilize. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Being level 8 already, he rolled here on neutrals. Didn't find a second Ash, though.
I mean, it's he's a little far off. Maybe he's gonna get some gold out of the creeps, and then he can kind of go from there. But or you use your duplicator on a 3 cost, and then you make 10 that way.
Yeah, this is an Asa special. He loves to encourage people to roll on neutrals, specifically because what are you sacrificing but 4 gold here? Because if you're going to roll next turn, you're not going to hit that econ anyways, but instead you get a little bit more time to think, because this round is not that long. You get more time to position, which is more important, and be able to slam items and think critically about your board. Looking around, though.
But Cassante, too, in the rerolls is very nice.
It definitely is, but no Ash 2 means the damage is a little bit lacking.
With everybody hitting now, as we check back in on Vapsera's board, he's got the Janna and the Kobuko, and both fully itemized with great items. I think Vapsera is going to be really strong, and we'll see how well it stacks up against this Ash.
And Vapsera is somebody that started off the day strong with the 2nd place, but then went 6th in game 2. So sitting right in the middle of the pack, if he's able to put this together, which, I mean, this board is looking quite good, able to put together a few wins and get himself another really good placement, he'll set himself up well to make it through day 1 and on to day 2. But Setsuko still taking losses here. It's getting a little scary.
Nervous. This is why I don't like taking Scoreboard Scrapper, because you lose out on so much HP, and I feel like that comes back to bite our players in the butt sometimes, but it's just the eye test. I don't have any data to back that up. It's simply what I feel like I've noticed as a trend across our TFT sets.
Oh, yeah, it gets a little scary. Spencer does cash out here with a bunch of gold, and so not going level 9, rolling here on 8 instead, because just can't quite get there. Looking across the lobby, though, Vapsera finally getting to level 7.
Yeah, but
not finding Leona, too.
It's he really needs these Bastion upgrades for sure, and being able to get that Jinx, but I'm worried about Soju as well here, CLE. Don't feel like he's been... he's also towards the bottom in terms of like the amount of HP that he has left, and also looking to get the Ash.
Yeah, no Ash pair either here. These Ashes seem to be terribly hard to find for our players in this lobby, specifically if you have VIT in front of your name. And so having the Lee Sin pair, though, is good. If you get that Lee Sin 2, that's something that can stabilize your front line and give you a lot of power. Obviously, the extra golden resources that come through from killing units. Oh, there's an Ash. That's nice. That's very nice for him.
He still has 10 gold to at least be able to work with a little, but holding on to the Lee Sin pair, it's going to be a while before he can actually tech that in.
Yeah, you can play... Ooh, Zyra there. You can tech it in a bunch of different ways. Also, the aura farming is now unlocked for Spencer, so Braum is playing the game now. Ooh, cloning facility Braum. I didn't see that he chose this earlier. So you have 2 different units throwing things around.
Oh my god, he's holding the Leonas as well. There are other Bastion players in the lobby, so I think holding them is quite smart if Spencer wants to deny some of that extra power to these other boards. And the Jinx, too, is great. He still has that duplicator as well, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe even... Okay, no, he sold the Leonas. Never mind. I thought maybe like Leona 3, but there's too many Leonas out of the pool, I think, to make that happen.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for him, but leaving the option open while also trolling some of the other players in the lobby as well. This Braum, though, is absolutely massive, and he knows it. The double stare axe with the blue buff to cast as often as possible is going to be something that everyone's going to be terrified of.
I'm ready to see these champions go flying off the board. It's a great one.
Stage 4 double down from Dish Soap. Is it about to get trolled here by Setsuko? It looks like it is, so Dish Soap will cash out right now instead of having that big cash out. So a plan a little bit ruined from Dish Soap. He wanted to use that early HP in order to risk it later for some extra resources, but Setsuko had other plans. He wanted to drop to only 7 HP and then let it rip from here. That is so risky.
I don't know how intentional that is, CLE, outside of... I don't know if... Did he do that on purpose?
I don't know. All I know is that it's a little scary.
That's not looking amazing. He still only has the Ash 1, and he's missing Swain. That is curious. Just so with the cash out though, I mean, he has a lot of gold to work with. I feel like he could even just go 9 if he really wants to. But he's also missing out on huge copies and upgrades on his board.
I think that's why he was trying to double down, right? He's waiting for Setsuko or K3 Soju to die so that these other units can put back in the pool. But if Setsuko can stabilize and survive on 1 life, like the Setsuko special is, it is going to be bad news for Dish Soap, who's probably never going to be able to find his units at this pace.
Well, I don't know, Sealy, this might be the final fight for Setsuko. He's going up against this very strong Xayah and the Jinchao reroll board, and he's already taking down units. I mean, every second that this goes on longer, the Xayah is going to keep scaling. And I think this is it. I think Setsuko just goes out in 8th here.
And all the Dish Soap lovers rejoice because units are back in the pool. Setsuko falls out. We see him being upset on our bottom right corner, which is reasonably so. Soju also taking another loss. But one of the interesting things playing out in this lobby is that Ladder Slayer, obviously playing that Bastion reroll, is very good, but he's also contesting Jungle Book's Shens. So hitting that crew upgrade for him will be incredibly important to him having a chance to win this game, but he's really far away from it.
Yeah, but look at this. I mean, Soju really reaping the benefits of Setsuko being knocked out, much like Dish Soap. It finally is able to hit the Ash 2, and maybe this will be enough to keep Soju in the game, but only on 12 life. It's gonna be tough, and he's also going up against the Xayah reroll.
The Grim Reaper of this lobby. It is Halloween, so wanting to absolutely scare his competition. The Ladder Slayer, maybe he's turning into the Tournament Slayer. This is too many puns in a row, I'm sorry.
I appreciate the effort, that's for sure, but it's an interesting positioning difference that might just do it, and the Ash is able to target down the Xayah before it's able to deal with the Swain. So perfect here for Soju to be able to get a win on the board.
And that's really bad for Ladder Slayer, who really needs to win before people really spike in stage 5, hitting their 5-cost upgrades and those type of things. So Dish Soap, though, we do see he just hit 100 gold. He bought a unit in the shop, so now just below it. But he's looking at 9, and he is hoping to absolutely outcap everyone.
I was gonna say, does he like have a hidden golden quest that we don't know about? But no, it's just Dish Soap doing econ things.
It sure is. I mean, it's a different quest. The quest is just to level 9. It doesn't need to be.
That's true,
so we'll see him.
Actually.
We'll see him go here. Hopefully, upgrading a bunch of these 5 costs for him. Ooh, two Twisted Fates.
Too. What? The double is crazy. All right, hang on. Let's keep it rolling. Get the TF2 on the board. Got a Braum. That's nice. Ooh, set
upgrade as well. Yeah, we have a lot of solid upgrades here to really secure this front line. Finally selling the very important unit.
He got the TF.
Okay.
Oh my god. Yeah, get rid of the Ash. You don't need her. Move aside. TF's on your board.
Absolutely. I mean, this 5 cost is wonderful, but the problem is we have to switch our whole front line to this Juggernaut front line, which is very, very good with this board. We do have very good items for TF as well, but Soju on the other side is strong, and now that this soap didn't hit and get everything online as quick as possible, Soju does not fall out of the game, which means he's got more time to ramp up, more time to get more kills, more time to get more resources.
Oh man, this lobby is getting insanely close. Everybody is within striking distance of each other except for Bobsera. He's still on an 11 win streak with this Jana Kobuko reroll. He's just able to get online so much faster than everybody else. And for Dissoap, he just continues to roll, could get the Zyra upgrade. He has the pair, but he's still missing some of these other key pieces.
Yeah, dropping down to 3 Crystal Gambit. Doesn't need any crazy upgrades here. I imagine he's holding on to these ashes for a little bit to see what he'll get. Gets Noxus Trap, which is very, very good for this board. This is when it goes to that next level. Now Shred, Sunder, and Wound across basically all the units using TF.
I mean, which is nice because he didn't have any of those items to be able to do that utility for him. But it's still tough. I mean, this crew ship is starting to dish out some pretty nice damage, but this TF really is just going insane.
Braum does not care about your Malphite in the front line. It's just going to throw it around and show it who is boss. Soju, though, taking a big loss and falling out here. So both of our 5 Crystal Gambit players that were playing from the big double downs fall out in the bot, too.
Wow, it's so tough. I mean, that was triple contested for the Crystal Gambit with Dishope playing just a little bit of it. Gets the opportunity with the extra econ to actually pivot out. But Soju and Setsuko were just stuck trying to get their units.
Good news, though. Jungle Book is online. Has hit that final crew upgrade with that 4 3-stars. So this ship will be doing an incredible amount of damage now, but was it too late? Will he face one of these Grim Reapers in the lobby? We see Spencer on the other side with this double Braum 2 from Aura Farming. Is it going to be enough?
I mean, Braum 2 has been a nightmare, especially if you can just keep punting these units off the board like the swing goes flying. Oh my goodness. Now it's like, get rid of the spaceship. Can you do that as Braum? That'd be crazy.
That would be an insane interaction, but the spaceship will be gone here. It will be a bot 4 for Jungle Book. Hitting a little too late, not able to save as much HP as needed. Ladder Slayer as well on that Zyra reroll. Also getting 2 losses in a row while Bobsera continues to absolutely dominate the top of this lobby.
That's really sad. That's a 3rd bot 4 for Jungle Book in a row. And so it's going to be really difficult for him in these final 3 games of the day. But yeah, Bobsera is like, yeah, he's him. I don't know how else to put it.
There is. We've talked a good bit about him in our pre-show because he is the premier Brazilian player playing this weekend. He has done very well throughout the TPC this set, but didn't quite get that Tactician's crown slot, and so is fighting for a lot this weekend and already starting off hot.
Yeah, this has been his best set, and I think this game is a great example of that. You know, Bobsera is certainly the type of player that I think had struggled on that big stage, but now comes in and is just dominating the competition. Doesn't matter if you've got these heavy hitters in your lobby like K3 Soju, Setsuko, Dish Soap. He's going to take them all on and maybe take them all down. Spencer has an opportunity here to knock out another player in this lobby. This Braum, he's still swinging and kicking, but there is that Braum on the other side. It's going to need to have access, though, to the Xayah that's in the back. And Xayah does a lot of work here.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like enough damage from the side of Spencer here to take down these really big tanks on the other side. Wow, Atomic almost does, though. So it will be a huge win for Ladder Slayer, keeping him alive in this game. Bobsera continuing to win, beating Dissoap, it does look like.
Everybody's starting to scale hard, but Dohua is missing out on a lot of damage. Like, it is kind of free-falling at this point, and I fear he is going to be our last player to fall in 5th place. There's just no upgrade. He's poor. He can't actually get this Jinx 2. And when everybody else is starting to go to level 9 and actually getting, like, TF2, this Bastion comp is going to be really tough for him too, I fear.
3 out of 4 edgelord chatting, but
yeah.
But in reality, after Dehua's start with that solo leveling, not really killing a lot of units, and also ending on an uneven interval, being 21, I mean, this game would tilt me from just that beginning, and so getting a 5th place here is honestly not too bad from his spot.
Yeah, I guess that's good. You do have to think about it as you have preserved a lot of placements in this game after that, but it's still maybe a disappointment.
Ladder Slayer able to win again here and take down, I believe it was Bobzera. Bobzera, at the very least, took a loss here. So he does bleed, even though he is looking to go level 9 here. It looks like he can make that board even stronger.
It is crazy that Ladder Slayer has been able to upgrade Xayah, Jinzhao, and Shen to 3 stars. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
That's that too much value.
Yes. It's too good. Now he has to get to level 9 though. I feel like that's like the next cap for him. Unless he wants to try to reroll and find Volley and Braum, but there's so many Brahms out of the pool.
Yeah, I don't think he has a choice. He knows he can't go 9 because he doesn't have enough gold, so maybe he can hit some of these big upgrades. Leona 2, we're looking for that. We're looking for Volley 2. Not finding either is not what we're looking for, though. But Bobzera did go 9. Everyone in this lobby besides Ladder Slayer has now gone to that level 9, and it's just going to be a matter of matchups here.
Oh, well, it's Ladder Slayer versus Bobzera, and this is a very difficult opponent on the other side.
The amount of HP on this Koboko is massive. Also, this Janna has perfect items and also has the secondary carry in the Rise as well. The front line is just melting because of this. The amount of burst damage that comes from this Janna is huge, and it's going to be lights out for Ladder Slayer here. That Koboko is not going anywhere.
No, I love the Koboko as an addition into the TFT universe, and he's here to stay, definitely with all of that HP. Now, Dish Soap, on the other hand, he is starting to put a couple of wins back to back, but he is not very healthy. Now, maybe he gets a little bit lucky with the matchmaking, but I mean, he's got a Gwen 2, Lee Sin 2. Basically, his whole board is upgraded now besides that Braum.
Do we know how he got this Juggernaut spat? Where did that come from? I don't know, but it makes his board a lot stronger. Lee Sin 2 is an absolute menace. All of these 5 costs besides Braum are updated.
Well, a time to see if you can actually withstand the test of the Janna and the Koboko. Looks like this set is not long for this world, and Lee Sin is now also getting targeted by all of this damage. And with the big stun to knock up this Twisted Fate too, it's gonna just be up to the Gwen and now just the TF, and he can't do it. Bishop gets eliminated here, and Bobzera continues to be at the top of this lobby.
Man, that is a huge win for Bobzera because he knows that if it went a few more rounds, Dish Soap would probably be able to upgrade everything he needed to win this game. But 68 HP is lots of work with Bobzera against Spencer, who, again, has that really strong board, but it was even a little bit weaker than Dish Soap's. But level 10 now for Spencer. What can he do to make this even stronger?
Well, it looks like he's missing some 5 costs unless he wants to really play around this sniper backline. He does have the Jinx, but I feel like, I don't know. I actually don't know what would be the best way for him to make this better.
I know that 5 sniper is really popular, so maybe you drop 2 Bastion, put in Varus and Jhin, and really apply lots of damage specifically, because that's what you're going to need to do to get through this Keepers and this massive front line from the side of Bobzera. We're seeing the amount of CC come through, and it is terrifying. But the Giant Slayer is doing so much work on this Koboko as it does fall down with this last Jinx cast. And again, Braum does not care. He's going to throw your units away.
Hey, the Hextech Gunblade, I feel like, was also putting in some overtime to keep this front line up. And you have the 2 Brahms as well from the duplicating Hex. Let's see, how can you actually make it stronger? Oh my god, I was thinking maybe he takes a spat, but...
Yeah, and Spencer getting another good item for any of these snipers as well. I think he's hoping to... He could still transition this board to these 5 costs, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You did just win this last round.
That's true. I mean, he's going to need to get through... Is this 3 or 4 more combats? It's going to have to be a good number of wins in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with some of these late games, right? Is you have to fight through a lot of HP from the side of Babzera, who's a level 10, still going to have more roles and upgrades defined with those 5 costs specifically. Is there anything he could do? You see a lot of these 1-star units on his board as well, so there's going to be a ton of upgrades that can still be found on his side, but there's not a lot of gold left to go around. As this Jinx continues to power up, we're looking at some units on bench that I'm sure that Spencer thinks will provide value to his board as well, and maybe even denying some from Babzera, but this Koboko is onto this back line. Not enough, though.
No, I mean, this Braum has just been absolutely disgusting. The aura farming, the actual Riz that this has been providing to the board. 2 Brahms, 1 Braum wasn't enough, so you gotta aura farm with the second copy.
Yeah, it definitely was not enough. I'm not sure what Babzera can even do here. We will make it to stage 7, so he will get more gold, more rerolls, better odds. It's going to be an absolute cinematic 1v1.
It really doesn't feel like there's going to be enough. Like, Babzera can't hit level 10. The mentors are nice to be able to amplify this board, but I think even if you get a Jarvan 2, this mech is going to get demolished. It might even just be sent to another dimension by this Braum. As we enter into another fight, I think Spencer's going to have this. They're both going to get some econ from the next creep, but it's a very, very tough... I'm really struggling to see a solution here.
One thing that did get upgraded for Babzera was finding a Cassante too, but we see here, not enough. Not enough to nearly get through this, but that Leona did get a little closer to dying this time, so maybe there's enough damage that we can get from this carousel. Babzera finding another 3-item tank will be pretty big for his board as well.
I guess that's true. But I still feel like Spencer will be able to bypass that. You've got... like, whether you decide to go for snipers or not, imagine putting a TF2 where the Gnar is at the moment. Yes, you lose out on the sniper, but just being able to have an additional powerful 2-star legendary, I think, makes up that difference. Let's see if he can find it.
All right, here comes the very important roll downs and the upgrades. The side-by-side view here. Babzera on the right, looking for anything that will upgrade the board, where Spencer finding TF2, much better applier of that last whisper for sure. Can we find any other important upgrades that he's looking to add? Ooh, Jarvan 2 in shop 2 for Babzera.
Oh, there's a Varus. I would like the Varus a little better too if you wanted it.
Ooh. All right, here we go. Last fight here. This TF will be doing a significant amount of damage, but now we have that 3-star Cassante, or 2-star Cassante on the other side. Now has a Bramble Vest to make it even stronger, but the Braum is throwing the main tank. The Koboko thrown into the back line, but Koboko does not care. Still knocking up your entire board. Twisted Fate ramping. It's going to be enough here. Spencer taking the win here in our game number 3.
Oh, Babzera got so close, but falls at that final hurdle. And congratulations to Spencer. He did end up actually, finding a great way to get the win in this game. And I love that for him. I feel like Spencer is another one of those players that we've seen really come to the forefront of America's TFT. But he also didn't compete, I think, in any of the KO Coliseum esports tournaments that we had this set, so he's coming in maybe with a little bit of training weights on, but didn't seem to affect him at all in this game.
He's been one of the best through the last few sets, but started off the day rough with 2 bot 4s going 7th and 6th, and now with that first, he's put himself right back in contention. So excited to see where they continue along in their journey.
Yeah, I can't wait to see these standings. After this break, we'll come back, have our analysts break it down, and then bring you game number 4 of the Americas Regional Finals.
are putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not going to go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Wait,
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do cartoon champions 200.
Philip,
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For -200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
he's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin,
Is it? I'm 8th.
you are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
wrong.
No. I'm right.
We are back with the analysis of this game 3. Interesting, Asa. Ash was not the protagonist now.
Yeah, it's really interesting. In our first game, we saw Ash go 1-2. In our second game, we saw the one Ash player go second. But now in our third game, there are 2 players play Ash, and they actually went 7-8. We saw Babsera even holding a couple Ashes on bench, losing Econ. Just Soap also holding some Ashes, considering playing it. But yeah, it seems like this really powerful composition, as we've seen. While it has high potential to win out, it also is kind of high risk. We see like fan favorites, Soju and Sesco.
Yeah, I mean, I want to highlight the tempo of the lobby. I mean, Bapicera was like so ahead of time. He had Kobuko and Jena 3 by the 4-1, so that made him he was able to get like a 10 streak out of it. And as you said, he was like even hold Ashes in order to keep the guys at the bottom to die a little bit soon. And then the Ashes was not able to actually ramp up with the 5 Crystal Gambit, and then let him to secure top 2. But who actually stepped up on this lobby was Spencer with the farming with the
Out of farming the Brown, getting cloning facility. In the end, we weren't sure actually what the last comp for him was going to be, the build-up. He finds Twisted Fate, he finds all the legendaries, double Brown, great tempo, and in the end, it wasn't even close. As you mentioned, Babsera doing amazing, but in the end, closing it out here for Spencer.
Yes.
Okay, we have the table here. Asa, can you give us a rundown? Any highlights here for you?
Oh no, I'm sad to see Crazy Cat at the bottom. That was kind of our underdog story. The player who kind of wasn't fair going to, maybe the regional's nerves are getting to him potentially. I definitely remember like my first time playing regionals, I felt pretty nervous, so we'll see. But yeah, these are the bottom half of the players.
Yeah, 4 Vitality players also here in the bot, holding hands, Mil, Prestivan, and Setsuko Berry on the bottom, but also Soju not having the best of the day here, Dobbs, and also Latam, Fan de Kiki, Jose Deleted, maybe on the cutoff there on 19 and 20th.
Yes, a lot of things going on. I mean, there is still 3 games left. It's time to bounce back for these players. If they can make a good finish at the next game, they can actually step up right after that. But then here in the top, we've seen some great players. Darfnub and CMB actually leading with 19 points. They're a little bit ahead of the rest of the guys. So they can actually be a little bit ahead, and that can make them more comfortable.
Okay, yeah, I want to highlight quickly Darth Noob. He was third in the TPC, so doing amazing also right now. And glad to see one of the players not being highly recognized, but one of the best. So now we're ready for Game 4, so we will send it directly to casters with CLE and Necra.
Thank you, friends. We are back to be able to take you through this next game, and I'm very excited and also very nervous for some of these players that are in our standings. I'm really, I don't know, I'm a fan of everybody, so it's hard to see our players, especially towards the bottom, having a hard start to the day.
This is one of the things that happens specifically with the TPCs. We become fans of so many players, and so it's always sad when we see players not performing as well as we would hope for. But also, these competitions are at the highest level. We saw specifically last lobby a lot of the top come down and the bottom come up, and so it is just going to continue to be an absolutely close race throughout our weekend.
But it's still anyone's game. We have 3 more games that we're going to be featuring today, and I am excited, Jinx. Augments are going to be given earlier in this game, and that can really lead to some surprises.
This is my favorite encounter in this set.
Is it really?
I really like, because it creates just some very interesting opportunities to get some crazy combinations. Like, imagine getting triple econ on stage 2, and you just go the fastest level 10 of your life and just win the game that way, or you get some crazy upgrades with some of your one costs, or like stacking AFK with some of these other things. Anyway, there's so many fun things that can happen.
No, you're right about that. I just remember when it first introduced with Lilia, I had a whole stage 2 where my augments were given to me at 2-2, 2-3, and 2-4. And I just couldn't believe it. It was like a really hard game after that point. Because it's hard to prepare. What if you get like a triple prismatic?
It is. I mean, and it could be that, right? And also some of the interesting things that are like made for 2-1. But if you get them on 2-5, you could still click them technically because it's stage 2, but they're not very good at that point.
That is true. I wonder if there will be any hero augments this game. I feel like we haven't seen that many yet, outside of the Knuckle Dusters Vi that we got in that first game. And I guess we also saw the Garen reroll from when Pokygon picked protagonist, but other than that, I don't think we've seen any others.
I don't think so either. I think we saw in one game somebody playing Cannon Hero, but didn't do too hot either. So not sure we'll see too much more of it.
Ooh. Tiny team. Okay, Gold Destiny, Stars Are Born. Makes sense.
Yeah.
You get lots of
playing
gold,
this around,
and you can get a strong board.
Yeah, around Katarina specifically is a very good play for Quintanilla. Here we do have 3 augments on stage 2. It's gonna be electric. I'm ready.
I can't believe it's happening. I was like, all of them on stage 2 was kind of nuts. And then it happens for this game in our regional finals. I gotta figure out what Chunnington's worth the weight is, because he did pick up that augment. It's gonna be Zach. So maybe KO reroll here on the board.
Yeah, Bosso Skills also took worth the weight, so curious there. David Ace did take Knuckle Dusters as well, and that is going to be interesting. We saw it flop earlier just because Bosso Skills was a little, or not Bosso specifically, it was a Bobster who fell a little bit far behind using that one. But Michael on the other side playing around that Zaya that we've seen do pretty well consistently, even winning a game. But with the Pandora's items, you're able to get best in slot, which can absolutely propel this into a dangerous composition to play against.
I'm just waiting for that bow to be rolled, and then you've got 2 Kraken's Furies for the Zaya already. With I think that was Kenny 2 on the bench. So he's gonna have a really strong front line to be able to pair with all of this. But David Ace starting to round out this Knuckle Dusters comp. It's tough. You're right. I think it was just the issue with the other Knuckle Dusters game is that it just didn't get hit fast enough. But if there are other people that are looking for like these 2-cost rerolls, maybe there's enough time.
Yeah, and I think, you can play this board multiple different ways. You can play it from tempo. Getting an early Vi2 is always a great thing. Or you can play it from that the classic Crystal Gambit spot where you are doubling down, pushing for the high caps, and then all of a sudden you start winning out and getting a ton of resources, and it can be something that dominates games.
That'll be fun. Lots of skills with that corner positioning. David A still takes the loss, which is exactly what he wanted. And for Hostway deleted, they've got Prize Fighter, so you actually kind of want to win.
Hostway is a player coming in this weekend. Oh, we have a second. Oh my
God,
goodness.
It's prismatic.
Oh my goodness. I am so curious what people end up with. Like something
Modern
like Starter Kit here. It's super interesting because now it's 2-3. You have a little bit of direction, but Starter Kit can change that completely. So can Wandering Trainer.
I think I want Wandering Trainer. Or take care to... yeah, Wandering Trainer. Please, please, please. Do the rolls. Ooh. Battle...
Oh.
Academy...
Oh, no.
Prodigy. Ooh. And...
We're playing Yumi now, but good thing we have Pandora's items. That is a great thing right now.
Oh, you're so
man.
right.
Okay, across the lobby though, Bosso skills taking quality over quantity is a very interesting one. That's very much a tempo augment. Hostway deleted taking expected unexpectedness, getting some forecasts. It looks like Cassante and Jarvan here being on board.
That'll be fun, but also it's kind of tough because do you really want to hold on to these champions right now? You could otherwise sell them and make econ, but you would be down a prismatic essentially.
This is like one of the most common roles from expected unexpectedness here early on in stage 2 is getting these forecasts, which again could be direction for your composition, or it can just be some extra gold in the bank.
I think it might just have to be an extra gold angle. We'll find out, but with Chunnington and David Ace both taking the prismatic Pandora's items, there's going to be radiant items that are in this lobby now. And Kitaniya actually takes the Battle Academy spat.
Very interesting choice, but obviously already being committed to Katarina means that that will be a good thing to help him get to that 7 Battle Academy as soon as possible. Has not clicked that Stars Are Born yet, it looks like, because there's no Katarina 2 on his board, and so he'll be waiting for that patiently. But looking across the lobby, specifically looking at the bottom of our screen, we're seeing some of the interesting things come about. Specifically want to call out Milk, who's playing on a shopping spree at 100 HP, but not a very strong board as of now.
What is he going to want to re-roll for there? Time will tell. Checking back in on all of our other boards, Basu Skills found a Radiant tank item and the Radiant... Oh, it's because of the quality over quantity. Sorry, I was like very excited about the Pandora's items for a second. But I forgot that Basu Skills did get a lot of power from this augment as well.
Chunnington on the other side, having that Zac is very interesting. It looks like he'll play around Malzahar with those items. So heavyweight Malzahar is a great composition, pretty consistent, but also we have Radiant Pandora's items, which means there is a Radiant item somewhere. It is just on his bench, getting re-rolled to exactly what he needs it to be for this late game.
Imagine a Radiant Malzahar item.
Crazy.
That would be very nice. So we'll see how long that takes to get there. Because the unfortunate side of that coin is sometimes you just don't get the item that you want out of the Radiant.
All right, third augment choice of the game. And we're like 7 minutes
on
in.
2-6.
Another gold augment. Oh, man. Interesting choices. We're looking at the right side. Milk got aura farming at 2-6. So very interesting. Oh, I guess Mimek. That's gonna be very interesting. I bet he'll play around 4-4, meaning that 4 Juggernaut, 4 Edgelord composition. That's been really fun. Another interesting one. Bossel Skills taking what is that called again? Where you get HP for your money?
Invested. It's like the
investment strategy.
Maybe. I just know that it's based on the econ that you have, and you'll get health for it. It is investment strategy. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, And Shunnington took Gold Destiny, which is very risky here on 2-6, and got Aura farming as well. So definitely need to see what he got also. Oh, it's on the bench. It's a TF. Oh my goodness.
I think that roll is better than the Yone. Just get
And with
strong board. Yeah. Just keep your HP high and you'll be fine.
This is an insane game. This is an insane game. I love TFT. This is a good time. Quintanilla also taking another Battle Academia power-up as well. And so that is going to make that Katarina continually more and more scary throughout the game. Milk, though, able to get that 5 streak, keep that gold high, which is exactly what he needs, as well as keeping that HP high in order to get to the spot where Aura farming kicks in. That's when he starts to get online and really pushes his power.
I had to double check, but it's class president. That's the Battle Academy one, I think, because it had the little fruit at the bottom left.
Yes,
yeah. That's how I tell. Yeah, so Battle Academy champions and allies adjacent to one gain 70 health, 8% AD, and 8% AP. So and the Battle Academia units gain double. So with the Katarina extra, maybe you're able to get it online faster. But Chunnington does hit the Zac 3.
Yep, Zac 3 online is great for this board. He'll slam a bunch of items here as well, because now it's time to win streak alongside Basso, who is playing Worth the Wait as well. Now has that Rel 3 on board. I imagine Basso's going to be playing around either that Fast 9 with the Bastions, or playing maybe even around reroll here for that Xayah that we've seen people play.
I think the Xayah might be fine, but I guess it depends on how many copies you get and where you feel like the rest of the lobby is going to go. I mean, I still don't know what Michael should do with this dummy. You have somebody that's already locked into going for Katarina reroll and has that class president buff as well, so do you really want to go Yuumi here?
I don't think you have a choice, honestly. Yumi's a solid B tier composition right now. Something that will occasionally get you that top 4 if you can hit everything that you need, but is quite difficult to get to. David Ace, though, has already procced is not done yet. Got some extra reforgers from his third augment choice and is now rolling down. This board just magically became something that's pretty scary to win the lobby later, especially now that he has a Radiant item to go along with it.
Yeah. I want to see the... Oh, yeah, because you got the Death Blade as well. That's going to be great. This Vi's going to be so powerful. You still have your duplicators. You're just kind of waiting for the 2 more copies, and then you're good to go there. Oh, wow. This board's going to be so fun to watch. Look at this Vi go.
Yeah, and now after going on a 6-loss streak, he's able to push it into a win streak where this Vi will kill lots of units, get a lot of gold, and maybe even some items, as like we just saw.
Ooh. I love that she's not done yet. Sorry.
She is not done yet.
That was really low-hanging fruit.
Another pun? That was a pretty good one. I like that one.
Hi, thank you. See, I've got those. I'm here all weekend.
Oh man, just don't. This is why they were scared to put us together. We were just gonna make way too many puns, but I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Oh man, Kitia already having this Rise on board is fantastic because that activates so many of these traits, as well as the Mentor bonus, which helps Katarina cast even more. And with Hemorrhage, which is not one of these scaling ones, it's going to be interesting to see if he's able to cap out and win this game. But with only 2 Katarinas left to find, it's looking quite good.
Yeah, it does feel like it's a little too... I wonder if this is a little too late to get one of those scaling fruits online, but I don't think that Hemorrhage is that bad, just because you do have that true damage, which I think is going to be really nice against some of these weaker boards at the moment. Scapegoat. Wait, I just saw that combination from Michael. He took 2 dummies and he gets gold from both of them.
That's so funny, taking gold for dummies on 2-6 and able to get the extra gold from the trainer. It's obviously, I mean, it's not like the best thing in the world, but it's really funny when you can actually get it online because it's super rare and gives you just a couple extra gold each round.
Yeah, Yeah, you know, maybe that is going to be a way that he could actually make that dummy useful outside of going for the Yumi. It's going to be really hard to get there. I think Michael is going to have to take a lot of losses in order to get to a point where he can actually get to level 8 and start to roll. Oh, and
Yeah.
Chunnington picks up this spat.
Uh-huh. That's probably going to end up being a heavyweight emblem, I imagine, or Juggernaut to put on this Zac to, again, take this to Fast 9. That's what he's looking towards, playing around that TF. So Juggernaut frontline is significantly better. And so if you're able to play around that, able to get Juggernaut spot online, that will be where we end up. We do see, Michael, yeah, this is the full transition happening. We did find a Yumi, which is fantastic. I don't know if he got that off the carousel. Didn't quite see it, but we will be probably clicking Super Genius here, slamming that blue buff and getting ready to roll.
Yeah, either way, it's going to be great. And then you can start to re-roll that Kraken's Fury to maybe to get a tank item.
Oh.
Oh, he doesn't go for the blue buff. He just goes for the Anima Visage.
I think that makes sense because he will have 5 Prodigy online early because of his trainer. And so not quite needed to have all that extra mana regen. He's already going to have AP scaling from Archangels. It kind of replaces Archangels with that Super Genius. And so instead going for Solar Breath, getting some anti-heal on board, and also pushing towards getting that Death Cap to add some more AP.
Yeah, honestly, Michael got a lot of gold from that. But the scapegoat's paying off. I think it's really funny. All right, well, we'll keep on farming the gold. See if you can get your Yumi. But that'll be a great roll down. He's already very rich. So once he hits level 8 on stage 4, I think he will be doing just fine.
Sure will. But as he is farming gold, many of our players are farming aura. So continuing to see where Milk specifically ends up alongside, who was it? Chunnington also has that aura farming. So their spots are going to be very interesting because they're going to have that 2-star 5 cost online before everyone else in this lobby. And so their spots are looking quite good if they can keep their HP high enough. For David here, he did lose his win streak here in stage 3, but hoping to continue to farm more and more resources.
It's just tough because I feel like we're seeing another situation where gotta get this Vi 3 and everyone else is starting to hit their 4 costs. At least this should become a win for David Ace, but oh no. Oh,
Ooh.
so close.
Whoa.
That was way too close for comfort.
Finished that one off with the left and came back with the right hook for the other one. Able to knock him down and take him out this round. But Michael here on that 5 loss streak, now sub 50 HP as well. Someone we definitely want to keep an eye on. Playing around that Yumi, as we've talked about so much. It's just going to be hard to get that online here from this spot. Looking around the lobby though, Quinta is the healthiest and on a win streak. And so that Katarina board will continue to scale up. And especially staying healthy with Katarina is where it gets really scary. Because before Katarina 3 is where you really want to face this this composition. And that is not the case anymore. Because I'm sure he'll hit right here on 4-1.
I'm going to definitely have to roll. I mean, David Ace might actually... I wonder if he's going to go to 4-2 and... Oh, no, he's rolling now.
Yeah, I think he wants multiple of these upgrades, though. Looking for not only the vibe, but the Mundo as well. I think he's considering right now whether or not he's going to keep rolling. He does, and he's rewarded instantly by finding a couple more of these. But now he needs one more. Hello?
There it is. 2 3-stars now. David Ace has to pay a pretty hefty cost for that in terms of the amount of gold that he had to spend. But... Wait.
Yeah, I think he's deciding he wants to spend that on the Smolder 3 instead to really push this composition forward.
Yeah, I guess
obviously,
he's hoping that he just gets the Mundo, but you're so poor now.
Yeah, this Vi will farm resources, so he's hoping that he can get above 20 gold once again from this fight. Not quite getting there, but does farm another item, which is probably even better than the gold. But he'll hopefully find this and then move forward in this game. Finding another Smolder is a good sign for him.
Yeah, but I think now you have to hope that the Vi is enough and then try to build up your econ to get to level 7 and then start to roll from there. That's why I wasn't sure if he would actually go up to level 7 first and try to roll with the higher shop odds for the 3 costs. That I get like on level 6 your 2 costs are more likely to be found. It's just sometimes we see players actually go up to level 7 just so that they have the chance of re-rolling both the 3 and the 2 costs.
Yeah. We do see Basso skills on our screen now, checking up with where he's been. Quality over quantity, playing Star Guardians is a great line for this because there's so much of a team buff from Star Guardians, as well as getting Radiant items on all of them will make each of them powerful in their own way, but not quite strong yet, not finding the upgrades here on 4-2 that he needed. No, it doesn't even look like he found a single copy of Poppy, and so Chunnington now, here it is, the ore farming is online.
Oh, there we go. There's that.
He sold his deck.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants the econ, I guess. And I don't know if you actually have enough space.
Yeah, I mean, he just decided that that wasn't worth it in this competition. He knew that he was going to be able to upgrade a lot of these other units, play around 6 Jug instead. And I think that is not a bad spot to be. With the guaranteed backliner, that is going to be upgraded. You can just push it and get a solid front line, a stronger solid front line with these Juggernauts instead. So maybe a risky play for him instead of keeping his HP high, but may reward him with a higher placement later in the game.
Well, it won't be now because he does take a loss here, and that's going to be 5 losses in a row for Chunnington. But I do agree, just kind of like sell it to get the gold. But now I wonder, you know, he needs to pick up something to actually make use of the pan. He doesn't have that additional component to actually use it. It's just a pan.
No. Yeah, it is. He's looking for it here. Really wanted that Braum, I think. Will find that cloak to make, I believe that will be the Juggernaut spat. So very helpful for him. He can drop one of those Juggernauts and put in something like a Zyra that is on his bench. So very good. Looking at the rest of the bottom of looking at the bottom of our screen at the rest of the lobby, Kyun having a very strong board with that Ashe online. So curious to see where he's at, seeing if he's going to win that game like we've seen so often with that 5 Crystal Gambit.
Yeah, it's about making sure that it gets online fast enough, but hopefully it is just on time. Milk did find a way to actually put the Yone in the board. We'll see about that. Yeah, Michael hits the Yumi. Kyun also, I think, looking for the Ashe. And everybody's making some big adjustments here.
We see Boston on this other side did hit Jinx too. Has a pair of poppies now as well. So much stronger spot from him. Now having Radiant items spread across his board. But doesn't have them on everyone. So still has room to grow to make his board stronger. We're seeing the power of this Jinx and specifically this Rel that has been on the board all game. It's not going to win this matchup because, again, Chunnington's board is a very, very strong one. But does have a good showing.
I'm interested to see how Milk is doing because Milk is continuing to lose. Has 4 losses in a row. Chunnington is going to make those upgrades as we also get a chance to kind of peep what Michael has started to put together since he is also starting to string some losses. But Milk, this is the board. He has a lot of rerolls as well. And Fiza Seraphine too. Does he have enough gold to get it on the board? Yes. And now what else? All right, Bastion's back in. Is Milk in this?
He should be. This is this Fast 9 that is very, very strong. Bastion's playing around the Seraphine specifically is very good. The problem is now no TF for Milk is what he really needs. That's what takes this board to the next level. This Ashe is not long-term, but Shopping Spree is still leaving him with 13 rerolls left and a bigger duplicator on his bench. Oh, the Seraphine kills a bunch of units to help save some HP, but it's down to almost 1 life.
Chunnington keeps winning, so really is the 8th place race between Milk and almost looks like Basso skills. Also, Skills does get the Poppy too, so this Star Guardian board is starting to come together. As long as you're able to kind of beef up this front line, but you're missing missing Cassante. I mean, even the Shen would be really nice to get an upgrade here, but you do get some more items from the creep, so you'll be able to give another Radiant item over to your Poppy and Shen.
Yep, we'll have Radiant items across the board, I would assume, for Basso's Skills here to make his board even stronger.
That was a lot of components.
Yeah, and then later on in the game, you try and turn it into maybe even a 3-item carry instead of having that 1 Radiant item. So rolling now, not finding any of the big upgrades. Instead, dropping Cassante for that 6th Star Guardian.
And then taking a look at what you can make. I mean, you can make like I guess like a Giant Slayer. Ooh, he's actually going to try to re-roll the fruit onto the Jinx. Maybe that means you can actually make the 3-item carry now. If you open up your anvil and you get a tier, you can also make the Shojin for her, which is a really good item to pair with that fruit, I think.
Oh boy, this Seraphine is going to be terrifying alongside the rest of Milk's board. We did find 1 Twisted Fate on the board now, but this Seraphine is going to send bombs to the other side of the board. The Twisted Fate from Chunnington stands no chance. Not quite out of the game yet, though.
But this brings Chunnington also down to last life. Basso Skills is also going to take another hit, and there's 4 players that have 10 HP or less. It's going to be a very explosive end to our game, CLE, because 4 players are in danger of being eliminated, and we've got 4 players that have a lot of wiggle room, especially David Ace and Quintanilla.
Yeah, our re-rollers are doing quite well in this lobby, being at the 1st and 2nd slot, but our Fast 9 players, the Aura farming players, the players playing around some of these higher cost compositions are not doing too hot, and this matchup will be huge for them.
Okay, well, Basso Skills and Chunnington both in danger of being eliminated. And Basso Skills is going up against the Yuumi, where Chunnington is going to be going up against this ginormous board.
Yeah, Kiyun's board with that Ashe is incredibly strong, but this Lee Sin 2 from Chunnington now online is incredibly strong, and will get that win. And Basso Skills looks like he's going to get the win as well versus the Yuumi board. So this looks like only Michael will be dropping out, one of our players that already has a spot of the Tactician's crown, but the Yuumi's going to do enough and heal. The Jinx Rocket does not do enough, and Basso does drop out.
That was so close. Basso Skills is going to be the one that finishes this game in 8th place. And now, I mean, things are looking even closer. There's still 4 players that are going to be 10 HP or lower, really evening out the score here across the board.
We saw Chunnington find that Lee Sin in shop and needed to sell a unit to get it, but thankfully he had another Juggernaut in that shop to keep it at 6 Juggernaut while getting that upgrade for one of the strongest 5 costs in the game right now. Chunnington will be away. We can't see his fight, but Michael will be facing Kiyun's board on the other side, one that we did see fall to Chunnington's board, while David Ace is facing Chunnington's board. Oh, that Knuckle Dusters just absolutely deleted the backline.
Oh my goodness. I cannot believe how fast that board got destroyed, that we're looking at another fight. Michael also going to get eliminated here after a great... after a hard game. After a very hard game. Hostway deleted also getting eliminated.
Yeah, the Malzahar reroll that we saw stabilize quite well did fall out also. I'm not sure who gave him the losing blow there, but for Latam, this is really feels bad in this lobby, sending 2 of their players in the bot 4.
The patience for David Ace did pay off. That Smolder 3 is looking mighty strong now. Quintanilla still with the Katarina reroll. And I'd love to know stacks, actually, because I want to know how close Quintanilla is to being able to get the Prismatic online.
Yeah, it would be interesting, especially when you can get that Battle Academia spat in. The only problem is he doesn't have a ton of extra items alongside that to push him forward, so not quite sure where that'll be. But for Milk here, we are all in on this Seraphine and Yone doing as much damage as possible. Hitting a bunch of these 5-cost upgrades is absolutely essential to this board. The matchups here. Oh no, the Twisted Fate will be jumped on by this Katarina.
Oh, this Katarina first is going to be stuck on the set as you continue to chip away at it. Katarina actually swaps to the other side of the board. So it's a perfect positioning for Chonnington to be able to deny the Katarina access to the TF.
And that was huge amounts of damage from the Lee Sin. Absolutely punched straight through Katarina there and was able to secure that fight. Really, really clutched up there. Also, it was a really good Radiant TG from the set as well. And no one falls out. We did see Kyun on the right side hit a 2-star Lee Sin and now a 2-star Cassante as well. So his board is leveling up as his board does, farming so many resources with this 5 crystal.
David Ace also just took a hit. So now this is where the lobby gets even closer as we look at all of these other boards starting to scale. But Milk and Chonnington, one of them is going out here, CLE.
Yeah, these are our Fast 9 players with those big front lines. It is Bastions versus Juggernauts. This Lee Sin, though, is doing damage to the whole board, but the cast coming through from Seraphine deletes a ton of it, but not the priority units from Chunnington's side. It will be enough. The top 4 now secure for Chunnington as Milk falls out, and it will be only him falling out this round.
It gets even closer as we see the battle for the finals. David Ace does win out on the other side of our matchmaking. But I wonder how Quintanilla is going to keep stacking up. Katarina reroll, we've seen it. Just saw it fall to that Lee Sin, and I feel like it's going to be really tough for that Katarina to start to keep up with this Vi and the Smolder composition as well.
He's also not powering up his Katarina with another Battle Academia unit, which I think is interesting, giving the extra stats that come from the class president augment. So maybe he continues to adjust that. I know he's going for that, specifically the unstoppable charge that helps this board focus towards one side.
I like the positioning because it looks very funny. But when it works, and it does get the nice stun and then allows that Katarina to hopefully get that backline access, but she's missed out on it twice now. As we look at stage 6, players are going to be taking even bigger hits to their HP if they do lose. And Chunnington, I know his board is strong now, but it is going to be Chunnington going up against David Ace. So he could be in danger of getting eliminated.
It's all going to be on this Vi's HP bar. That is going to be the big problem. And if this Vi can't get to the backline and take down this TF, but it doesn't matter. The Smolder takes care of business here. This is looking terrifying for David Ace. We saw this composition go 8th earlier, and now it's looking like it's heading for a first.
Yeah, so Chunnington with the fast 9 board can't get through that. The Lee Sin got burst down so fast that while that was the difference maker in some of these other fights, I mean, this Vi just felt like she was free and clear to just keep punching away. As David Ace continues to make a roll down, he is able to get the Zyra in the board, maybe a couple of these other 5 costs, but I feel like he's kind of just pulling them out of the pool to see if he can get like Braum. He gets the Lee Sin, increasing his odds to get these more high-profile 5 costs.
This Lee Sin is a huge upgrade for this board. It is one of the premier 5 costs, but we see on the other side, that is a fully itemized 5-unit frontline for Kyun with a Radiant item on this backline. He's going to tear through every tank that you have. And this Katarina, if it can't get to the backline early enough, will fall down quite easily. We see the punch come through for Lee Sin. Kyun already pretty ahead in the middle of the pack with 15 points. Starting to look really strong, but David Ace also scaling alongside him. It's going to be a battle of the Titans in this lobby.
Kyun and David Ace. I mean, it's just so great to watch both of them. I think especially when you look at kind of where they've fallen in terms of the Americas, both Kyun and David Ace are looking to attend their very first Tactician's crown. David Ace got so close in Inkborn Fables or in Terror Reforged, but now we're looking at like a really great way for David Ace to get back into the competition and Kyun to catapult himself towards the top of the standings.
Kyun's also one of these players we're saying has had his best set ever. Obviously a veteran, been around for a long time, but now securing tier 1 and hopefully even setting himself to worlds. But that Jarvan just disappeared. this Vi does not care about any of your units, but the Lee Sin knows what we'll keep our eye on to see if it can take down the rest of this front line. It falls down by the Smolder, but the Vi falls down also. The Ashe did an incredible amount of damage here, and I think there's a way we can position this fight to make it work.
Wow. I mean, it's tough because that Smolder, if like you don't take it down, it just continues to wreak havoc. But ooh,
both of them might want this Crystal Gambit spat.
David A should just take it, steal it.
The standoff here, the standoff about
That's
what
so
everybody
mean.
wants.
I think it's I dislike when players do this in my lobbies, like teasing the opposition.
Just like take your thing, man. It's fine.
Yeah, just
we'll
take
move
it.
on.
It's okay.
But
It's
Kiyun
TFT.
did not.
It's not that serious.
For sure. I mean, Kiyun did not have the guaranteed. Oh, he does. He has Sunfire board. Now he just took anti-heal again. It's fine. It's fine.
Don't think about it too much. It's just another tank item. Don't worry about it.
Oh man, that's so funny. You just only need 4 sources of anti-heal on this board, but we got to keep an eye on this Vi. It's going to punch through so many units on this board. With this Jarvan bouncing, will it be able to kill and stun this Smolder? It does.
Ooh, a big stun there as well into that massive pile of champions that David Ace has back there. And it's giving this Ashe time to actually ramp up as another stun comes through.
Oh? And here's the problem now. Strategist spat now found for Kiyun. And so this board just gets stronger and stronger. The longer you leave it alive, the longer 5 Crystal Gambit can get more and more kills. It just gets better and better. Strategist spat adding damage and shields across the board.
Wow, I mean, that's nice to have on the Braum. It doesn't really matter at this point. I feel like you could at least put on anybody that has an open space. But it's gonna be a tough one. I think Kiyun really is figuring it out. But I wonder, do you want this Vi on the same side as the Ashe or on the opposite side? And what about that Smolder?
The problem is this plant, right? You want to avoid the Zyra plant, so it's not just stuck there hitting that over and over again as it continues to cast. But this is huge for David Ace. If he's able to get this win at 7 points, this win puts him back in contention.
All right, well, this time around, the Vi is actually not going to be on this side.
Oh, big stun.
That's massive.
The Braum throwing the Mundo away is going to be a big difference here. Kiyun is just so incredibly strong. He's been scaling this whole game. The Smolder versus the world here. Kiyun, but it's not going to be it. We're going to go to stage 7.
As if this Crystal Gambit comp needs anything else to keep it strong. It's a little bit more gold here. We can't do anything with it except to keep rolling for champions at this point, since he's been level 10 for what feels like eternity.
I'm not even sure what we can do to upgrade this board here. I mean, Braum 2 would be massive, but
Twisted Fate.
I mean, maybe, but over what is the question, right? This Kayle is providing Wraith for sustainability for the Cassante, and so it's kind of hard to drop it.
I don't think you care. Just put the TF2 on the board. Go put the Seraphine on the board.
With the fries in the bag.
Yeah. But no,
it looks like we're moving. Strategist emblem to the back line here for Kiyun to give some extra attack speed. We're rolling for something here. Not quite sure what it'll end up being. No, I think we're rolling for Braum 2 specifically, but didn't find it.
I mean, it's very hotly contested by both of our players, but that's okay. Might just be. It's gonna be the final showdown. The Vi is gonna be on the same side as the Ashe. She's stuck on the plant. CLE, it's stuck on the plant.
It's stuck on the plant, but it's hitting it. The AoE is hitting the Ashe, but it looks like the Braum, the Luchador,
the Ashe is dead.
it's gone. It's gone, and that's going to be the win for David as he knows that. You see him clapping the top left. That Knuckle Dusters dusted Kiyun's board, and the win coming through there. He knows what he did. He outpositioned Kiyun, able to take the win.
Wow, incredible stuff. David Ace is going to keep himself in this one. 15 total points now after these 4 games. CLE, we only have 2 games left. I love that. He goes, woohoo, give a little high five to someone.
I mean, this TFT game is often about momentum. And right, the momentum may not have been in his favor, going into this round. He only had 7 points, but a first place there is huge. Now he's able to really build on that for the last few games of the day.
Wow, it's going to be so fun. 2 more games left to go for our players, and at the end of these 6 total games today, we're cutting the bottom 8 competitors. We'll be back after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left, and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No, just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop. Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click, right there. Click inside. Yes. Okay. This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop. Okay. First shop.
This,
down,
okay.
down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, ¿no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Ok. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snoody. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo. Es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So, go to your shop, which is down. There, you're perfect. A little bit up. Left. A little bit left. Okay, perfect. That's your first unit. Okay, click that. Okay, great. And then go right a little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. Revan, you have 2 KOs now, okay? Okay, now go up 4. Left click and hold it down. He almost saw Kale. It's okay. Now let's try to move the units. Go to the center again, which is they're perfect. Okay, go a little bit down. 1 more. Oh, okay, now Kale is in the back line. Perfect. Okay, now we have to put items on this unit.
Yeah, I can move the item already and hold it when the round starts.
Yeah, we got Infinity Edge on Kale.
Oh,
okay.
shit, that item, man. Can we use fruit? What is the fruit?
We can.
We are back for the analyst of the previous game, an amazing game with several elements that we haven't been used to see, like quality over quantity and the double aura farming, also that making it work here, and also with some surprises there in the middle of the table.
Yeah, I was talking about last week with Gangly about aura farming. Aura farming got a really big nerf where it no longer gives a full item in 15.7. But it seems a lot of the TPC players still believe in it. I personally was saying I didn't think we would see this augment, but we saw in our game just before Spencer went first and now Chaintail and Milk both took it. It looked like they were about to go 7-8, but then they pulled it back and got some placements.
Yes, I mean, not that bad for an augment, taking a first and a 4 and a 5th. Seems pretty good for me. And I want to talk about the late game that we have watched. That fight actually was going back and forth. David S actually won a fight, and then Keon take 3 rounds. Right after that, he was able to cash out a strategy spat. And when we were thinking that the momentum has been shifted to Keon, David has actually found his way into a great positioning with the Lee Sin actually striking the Ashe. So he secures the game, and maybe he can shift the momentum towards a great placement, because he was at 7 points. So right now he can step it up.
Yeah, we see the joy. We see the celebration there with the decoration of Halloween, sending the fingers there in the air. And as you said, here's the player card. I mean, 87.5% top 4 rate. He's been playing so amazing. Promoted right now for the TPC. And we see the emotion, we see the laughter, and this is one of the competitive players that, I mean, it's a great story, from couch to crown, if you will, Asa.
Yeah, David Ace he's been competing for many sets now, like past 8 or so sets, and he's always been kind of on the cusp of being great, but not quite there yet. So maybe we'll see if he can make it this set and make it to the Tactician's crown.
Yeah, amazing. And also the celebration in the end, also recognizing Michael, who tried to play a Wandering Train, it didn't work out in the end. And also Jose Di Lire with the Malzahar, double trouble, didn't work out. Also very difficult in this tempo-ish lobby that we decided. Do we have the table ready also to mention? And let's see a little of the detail that and how we're hanging, because only 2 games left. And this is the bottom 16 right now, Dubs.
Yeah, so I mean, besides Crazy Cat, that he's gonna have like a little bit of a trouble because he's at 9 points. I guess everybody else maybe still have a shot if they can have like a 2 top great finishes at these last 2 games. So keep in mind that we are just cutting the players after the 6th game. It's important for the players that maybe they can step it up and find good finishes in here, and then they can come back actually for tomorrow.
Yeah, this is only a top 2/3 cut, so it's not that stringent. So even we saw, I think, Bobster in the second last place with 11 points still can make it back. But up here at the top, we see Dish Soap on top, which is kind of where a lot of players were expecting him to be, even after he kind of had a weaker set than expected earlier. But now he's locked in for regionals, and it's showing.
Yeah, amazing for him to start performing as we expect him to do, right? And from Brazil, CMB Dubs, that you mentioned him several times, also with a great performance right now, being one of the Brazilian representatives that has given us so much to talk. Me First of 8 also with an amazing run, getting a first, making real to his name, Marcel Picune. Big names there in the bottom, in the top, and in the bottom, Babsera and Michael also in that top of the top 16. Remember, today we will only cut the bottom 8 of the entire lobby.
Yes, it's important to keep in mind that for tomorrow the points do not reset. So maybe these players that are in the middle of the pack, they still need to get great finishes by the end of the day, because it's important for tomorrow to get into that top 8 finish that is so important for everybody to get into the final lobby.
100%. Yes, we'll get ready then for the next games, and we will go for a short break first, and then we'll start seeing the final 2 games for today and decide who are the bottom 8 that will be eliminated and will not advance to day 2. Don't go away.
We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Ready.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite, literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with the what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not going to go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Wait,
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do cartoon champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For -200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
he's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin.
Is it? I'm 8th.
You are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
No, I'm right.
It's me again? How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? Alright, let's do literal definitions 1K.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses, Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Philip on that one. I better not be wrong about this one.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Philip.
What? No.
Greg.
It was actually so
Thank you, Greg. Thank you.
I'll do cartoon champions for 400.
Also,
Volibear?
that is correct for
Oh.
400 points.
Oh, the bear.
We can give Boss
I should've-
the Volibear one. That's his favorite guy.
I mean, I'm just gonna stick with the one that I won, so I'll do a what accent for 600.
I'm not as lucky as you think I am. Philip.
It's not even good?
That is correct.
No,
for
it's not even good.
600.
I'll do cartoon champions for 600.
Philip.
Is this Malphite?
That is Malphite for 600 points to Philip.
Hey, what's with the rocket? I get the rock. Oh, rock?
It's crew.
Oh, crew. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's
makes
true.
sense.
I only saw the rock. I won't even lie. I didn't understand.
No.
I'll do what accent 800.
Hold on a minute.
We are back with the 5th game of this Americas regional finals. Asa, is the meta how you picture it? I think we're seeing less Ashe than I thought, but I like it. It's a good meta for me.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close to what I expected. We did see several games where Ashe was uncontested, despite most players considering it the strongest comp and it performing really well. I wonder if players are kind of a little too scared, but the meta looks pretty close to what I expected.
Yeah, so I mean, it's easy to say that this was a huge improvement from the last weekend. And it feels so good to watch many lines succeeding, also as well as new things showing up. The double trouble Malzahar, the Ashe herself, it was not showing on the last weekend, as well as other old favorites like Katarina doing really well.
Right.
So it's been a nice meta so far. I wonder how the players are going to pursue into the scopes tomorrow after they can actually study a little bit how the games work today.
Yeah, 100%. We see in the top, the players on the top have more points, so they're already very clear to advance to tomorrow. And on the bottom, mainly Bobster is on a difficult position here. Asa with 11 points. Still 2 games, so only 8 will be eliminated, so we'll keep an eye on him. If he has a bad game now, it could be the end of the road for him.
Yeah, Boxer could definitely make it if he has 2 good games, but like you said, if he just gets 1 bad game, it's probably going to be over.
Also,
we
regional
have CMB tied with Dishloop as our point leader in this lobby, 25 points, doing really well this tournament.
Yeah, important to highlight that for CMB, he's like finishes at third in 3 games and was second in another one. So great finishes for him, at least until now.
We see also a little tension more starting the game, starting the day. They were with happy faces, and right now, obviously, the stress is coming up to them, and they're just prepared. These are players that are very accustomed to doing very long sessions. So I think mentally is the most important factor right here. Asa, of course, of them right now, maybe not that important focusing on the game.
Yeah, I think just looking at the cameras, you can see Kambu massaging his shoulders. Jose deleted, kind of slapping himself in the face a bit, and Boss's skills like crouched down at his desk. All 8 of these players looked pretty tense. So we'll see if they're able to perform up to the level that they expect themselves to in this next game. Sometimes, if you're not in that good mental, it can affect your play.
Yeah, it can affect pretty much, especially when things actually is going wrong on your side. You need to refresh and reset, and it's important to take the breaks from the games to have a clear mind about the next one, so you don't make the same mistakes.
100%. We have also a Galaxy right now, an encounter where the second fruit will be on 2-6. So this will change a little more the tempo of the lobby. Of course, you want to be as strong as possible. Any other change to be considered when a fruit is delivered this early into the game, Asa?
I personally think you don't really play too differently around this early fruit. Going from 3-6 to 2-6 is just not that big of a change. I guess technically it's possible to go double scaling fruits, but there's not really that many comps that want that. Even if you have a Katarina Rakan, you'd still rather have the Unstoppable on the Rakan compared to something like a Max Vitality. And since you're getting 2-6, you're also missing a full stage of scaling.
Yeah, the thing that comes from the top of my head when I think about having two fruits in the early game is for those comps that you want to have like you want to a slow pace into the game, like Golden Edge Gnar, maybe Max Akana Katarina. You can actually have another unit having a secondary fruit that is going to hold for you, you know, to maybe find the way to Katarina has more kills and more time to Gnar to farm the gold. So I think these strategies are really good on this encounter.
Okay, that's nice. Jose deleted here, going for duplicators. There was a possibility there of Heavy's the Crown. Of course, high risk, high reward. He changes the fruit early, trying to find something good, something for scaling for this Katarina, but misses.
He does have the Max Arcana with 3 duplicators. Got dropped a duplicator and has 2 ore duplicators. So definitely will have a huge edge in hitting a reroll comp early.
Yeah, I mean, this game looks perfect for Katarina reroll, as he has 3 duplicators and he has Nashers, and he can go into a tier on the carousel, finding like 2, leaving the first stage with 2 items already. It seems pretty good for rerolling Katarina.
Yes, nice. Bosso, on the other hand, also going for strategies plus Sork here with the Wandering Trainer. So additional possibilities here. Maybe normally the mech line will be amazing in that spot, but mech is not a comp right now.
Yeah, we'll be interested to see what Bosso Skills wants to play. You could play the 6 Sork would be the kind of most intuitive thing to play, but you can also benefit a little bit from these emblems, even from the Crystal Gambit line, obviously using Strategist and giving Swain to your Sork to your Swain is not super impactful, but it's better than nothing. We'll see how Bosso Skills chooses to navigate this.
Yes, of course, I'd rather pick Ashe to play from this dummy, but it depends on how the game gives him items. If he gets like a lot of AP, he can actually go for the Sork line as well.
Hey, Dobbs, this is the Mundo from Brazil. This is Mundo Cadeirada.
Cadeirada.
I didn't pronounce, man. Thank you. Cadeirada. Cadeirada.
Yes.
Cadeirada is chair in Brazilian. I tried to learn it, but I think I learned it wrong. So thank you, Dobbs. Possibilities. So, I mean, good comp for a top 4. And let's see if Babsera is able to manage to find good items early. And of course, the Mundo 2 to stabilize as soon as possible.
Yeah, Babsera has a bow already, so really good. Should have a pretty good pick priority losing these 2 rounds. So should be able to get probably thinking about the Gensu Rage Blade, but we'll have to see. I'm excited to see this Mundo Hero Ultimate. I don't think we've seen one today.
Yes, I wanted to know how it's going to be played out, because I feel this augment is actually not that great, but not bad, you know? It's actually decent, but he didn't have any Mundos besides the one that he took from the augment, so he might think that he's really strong because he considered, even though he didn't have like anything else.
Yeah, makes sense. Also here with some possibilities ladder, just going around with the Juggernaut together with the Gnar. Slamming here Hextech Gunblade, just trying to go for a little hitting good item in general when you go for the Juggernaut line, but normally not an early game item, just trying to push as much as possible here the tempo on the early game.
Yeah, he does have the Psychic Force, so maybe he feels pretty confident that he'll be able to hit whatever items he's looking for later. If you really want to, you can also reroll this Gunblade on neutrals, but gonna lose his streak here.
Yeah, maybe he got the Gunblade from the augment itself, right? Because it's hard to actually think that he would slam it.
Makes sense.
I don't know.
Okay, first carousel, 3-star as a good possibility here. Of course, Darius, Swain also good to try to get the Crystal Gambit in. Jose Delite is the one who is going to get it. Just trying to grief the rest of the player. No one with a Crystal Gambit start so far, but as we've seen, normally Crystal Gambit, they're putting in on stage 3. not so much on stage 2. At stage 2, you preserve HP, try to win as much as possible, and then propose the Crystal Gambit later into the game to get some additional ramping up. But of course, the double up is much better on stage 3.
Yeah, Jose deleted only holding the Katarina. Was kind of fortunate the tier that he wanted to. Now if he does commit to the Katarina, we'll have Nashers and Hannah Justice. Denies the Swain from the rest of Lavia unit that a lot of the other players probably want. So actually kind of nice to pick up 3 gold while getting the component he wanted.
Yes, it's always great when you are able to do that, as well as having a 3 cost that can ramp up his economy, as he's not playing any unit on his board besides the Katarina. Since we have seen his board on the 2-1, he didn't have any great upgrades to play around. So maybe it's actually better for you to sack the whole stage and then try to come back strong when you roll out on the 3-2.
Yeah, makes sense. We're saying no one was playing Crystal Gambit, and now Ripple puts it in. So now starting off here on 2-5, we'll be able to double down on stage 3 and then try to go for that huge cash out. You're saying, Asa, maybe going for the 300 is a good position, and then just trying to kill as many units as possible with 5 Crystal Gambit and get those additional resources too.
Yeah, when you go for the 300, it's usually the double down, which I think getting in now is a little too late because stage 3 would be 5 rounds, so you'd be cashing out on 4-3. Not being an augment round, you generally don't have enough. It's kind of interesting. Ripple is holding a lot of crew units on his bench, so I wonder if he's just gonna go for just 1 cash out and then pivot into crew on stage 3. Very interesting bench from Ripple.
Yeah, I don't think I ever seen this line be played on this way. The crew being played on after a Crystal Gambit cash out, but who knows, right? Maybe he cooked something.
Okay, Kambuli right now, the only one with the possibility of full win streak on stage 2. Doesn't look totally strong, but he hasn't faced a strong opponent. Now going up against Bozo, who has pretty much a great board here with the Garen body change in the front, 2 items, also the Lucian 2. So this could be the loss of the win streak. Very important for him to maintain tempo, especially with the slamming item, slamming the Sterax there just for the AD on the Saya.
Yeah, it's so close. It's so close. It looks like Kambuli is just going to be strong enough with the Xayah. Does have the salvage bin, so he can change the Sterax later on. But great 5 streak for Kambuli.
Yeah, I was not even expecting him to win that. Maybe it was because the Ari didn't have any items to carry more with the power up that he had. So great stage 2 for Kambuli, streaking after Xayah 1.
Okay. Yeah, Josecito. Jose deleted already with, we already saw him, 2 pairs of Katarina, a lot of duplicators, 50 gold. So just doing the due diligence here, already 2 items, great items here on Katarina. Trying to find then the Striker's Flare as the 3rd. Also, I've seen Katarina with Rabadons. There's some additional itemization. I think the base is already here. The complement, the scaling or the stacking of crit. And of course, the importance of getting Executioner in as soon as possible.
Yeah, has a setup for the Executioner. Could go for the Giant Slayer right now, which would give you as much tempo, or he could also greed the Sword for Edgenite, which is generally the final item you're looking for Katarina here. If you do go the Giant Slayer route, you can just move it to Yuumi later on and find that Edgenite. We'll be interested to see what Jose Deleted chooses to go for.
Yes, as he was not streaking, and there is an augment to pick right after that round. I feel waiting, it seems to be a little bit better because you can pick maybe an augment with gives you more items. So it's good to play around when he's not winning for now. And after he rolls down, if he fights he's strong enough, he can slam the item and bounce back.
Yeah, that's good. Ripple obviously losing here with the 3 crystal, already with 53. So should be able to double down and then cash out early into stage 4. As we mentioned, very difficult to do the double down. And let's see. Okay,
I don't know if he's gonna go for the double down. He's holding so many crew units. It looks like he might just want to play the crew, which is not a line I've seen before.
That's cool. What else here? Forward thinking. Nothing great for what he's looking for right now. Cloning facility, you don't get utility right now. Goes for the noble sacrifice.
Yeah, he seems to be playing crew. Maybe Asa was right.
I'm not really sure. It kind of seems like he's holding his options open because I would think if he wanted to play crew, he might have used more of his free rolls on level 4. But yeah, it's really a really flexible spot for Ripple.
Yes. About Bossa, we've seen that with this artifact, he actually playing Sorks. Such a great item to have on her. Maybe he can play the old Malzahar Crystal Gambit as well, but it can be a Karma.
Yeah, Karma with Blind Injury is pretty good, especially now. So yeah, I mean, that will be the angle for him. Let's see how he managed to set up the rest of the comp. Probably going for that strategist to get additional utility. Campbell is still with the win streak. So still winning, very good for him, maintaining gold, making that additional 5 gold per turn. And I mean, this is perfect spot for him. Going full tempo, slamming item. As you said, Asa Salvage Bin will enable him to make a switch, and right now he's making it. So he will look for perfect items from now on.
Yeah, I think Cambuli is in a really good spot to end up in the Crystal Gambit Ash. And Bossa skills of the Blinding Jewel, like you mentioned earlier, I think is really going to play the Karma carry, which we haven't seen yet today. So it'll be really exciting to see that.
Yeah, so let's see how he's going to perform if that works. Maybe it's a line that has a little bit more things that you need to pull it off, but I guess it still can be very strong, especially with the emblems that he have. Yes.
We see Jose Elite already with the setup. Double Fruit unstoppable for now on the Xin Sao, making sure he blocks the bottom side so that the Xin Sao only has one way to go, and it's the right, and he makes sure to get this tech that I believe it was made by an streamer, but I'm not sure who was the actual inventor, but good to see also the due diligence here to make sure that the unstoppable goes the way you want him to go, especially in the first fight of the game.
Yeah, I believe this was popularized by Sub-Zero Arc and Brosev, but not really sure.
I think Brosev was the one to do it, and Sub-Zero Arc did the YouTube video, and then everyone knew. Yeah.
Yeah, in this carousel, we can see there is a Karma with a pen. It's really important to note who actually got that.
I mean, Jarvan with Tier is really good for Bossa skills. That's pretty much the exact perfect unit and component he's looking for. I mean, the only thing better would probably be Karma with Tier. That's probably the second best thing you can find.
Exactly. Okay. Actually, Leather is there denied the Karma. He got the pen. Let's see what he can make out of it.
Okay, Ripple, we saw him there on the stats, already doing the transition for crew. Kambuli slamming items once again. He could make any items possible, and now we see that he goes for Gwinsus plus the Hexted Gunblade, and now CMB with a Kalista, good generic items here, finds a Samira early also, and is holding up to the Soul Fighter angle also with the Viego. So good Soul Fighters possibilities here. Let's see if this is the option. Of course, he's holding other units just to be able to get an additional track or maintaining the Juggernaut into something else tempo for the late game.
Yeah, Soul Fighter looks to be the comp of choice for CMB, who is already in first place in the tournament. This is a comp that you're probably not going to go first with, but should have good tempo to at least get some placements out of it.
Yeah, so I mean, it's easier when you're ahead, right, on the standings, because you can actually play some lines that you know that you're not going to cap higher and get a win, but having like a third or maybe the fourth can be really good for him because he is already looking great on the standings.
Yeah, so much gold also. Stacking so much, already level 7, 70 gold, so he should be the first to go level 8. And have priority on roll, and of course units that normally are not contested for him here on the Soul Fighter angle, also good. The Zed, the Samira, and this is a perfect spot for him to maintain that tempo that you guys mentioned and just go for that top 3, top 2, even a top 4 comp.
Yeah, it's crazy that CMB was able to keep his streak with some good matchmaking throughout stage 3. Yep. Even with quiet quitting, normally you're sacrificing your streak since you don't get access to your shop, but able to come out with a streak, which is really good. Going up against Bosso Skills, the other player who's 90 HP in this lobby.
Yeah, I think Bosso actually has a better spot because Artifact from Lucian looks really good. The cannons think it's so much. The Kalisa is already almost dead, so it's likely that Bosso is going to take the win here. But let's see.
And it's close. Ken is holding. Ken is holding good in the end, and yeah, it will be a win for Bosso. So CMB taking the loss. Now should be the second in HP. Ripple starts to win, I believe, so breaks the lose streak. And he needs to ramp up. He was playing the Gambit, the Crystal Gambit, and now he should start pushing very far away. Now level 7, so he went away from the crew possibilities. Now finds a Smolder, and this should be just Ash, right?
Yeah, it's probably going to roll next round with so many free rolls from Calculated Loss. I would expect him to just level 8 on 4-1 and look for that Ash. Hopefully, getting a cloak for Kraken Slayer, really, really important item for Ash. It's luck ripple.
Yeah, he has good items for the front line as well. Here comes the Kraken, at least half of it. Let's see if he's
Wow,
gonna
he just
make
slams it instantly.
Yes, he was ready for that, right?
The muscle memory popping in there for Ripple. Now Ladder
Watch the
Slayer.
rolls roll down if possible.
Okay.
Oh,
There it is. Okay, for now, Ladder Slayer trying to go also for the same line, but he will start holding. He doesn't have the gold Ripple. Rolling so much, trying to find something. Doesn't find even one Ash. Doesn't find also additional roll down. There's a Lee Sin. Oh, okay, there's one Ash. Decides to go for Shadow Clone for now. So 3 items there on the Ash. Should be enough damage at least to get some kills and try to get some bounty from the 5 Crystal Gambit.
yeah, going up against Kambuli, they're both playing the 5 Crystal, but Kambuli has the Zyra and Ash pair, so the spot is a decent bit better for Kambuli, but he doesn't have the Kraken Slayer, which is very impactful and might be the difference in this fight here, allowing Riffle to get some cash outs here.
So I got one of the reasons that Ash came back into the meta was like due to the fact that Kraken got really buffed. So not having the best item is not a great thing.
And it looks like the Ladder Slayer is also going into the Ash as well, potentially, or maybe Edgelord.
Yeah, with the Goblet Quest, he has so many gold right now. Hasn't find any so far. Finds the Bolivar, so maybe that will be the angle for him. Just trying to tempo Bolivar from now on. Decides to, okay, he doesn't get the Ash, so this will be the angle for him. Just trying to go with tempo, trying to play around Boli, around 4 Luchador. He finds the Brown. Many Jones, but not Brown so far. Pair of Jinx. Decent roll down, but I don't think it was good enough.
Yeah, he should be pretty strong on this stage with a Volibear too, but after taking forward thinking and sacrificing so much health, we'll have to see if Ladder Slayer can come back from the health deficit, because he's really going to have to win as many rounds as possible from now, sitting at the lowest HP in the entire lobby.
Yeah, so I would say his spot would be way better if he had one Braum. If he had one Braum, I would say he was chilling, because Braum could actually give him extra HP by winning rounds, but let's see if he's able to get later on.
Okay, Ripple with the 5 Crystal on, double Casante also in the bench. Okay, finds the Swain, very good for an additional tank. There's the other Ash. Bit of set here. It's interesting to maintain, maybe with a mix here, finding the set early, not playing the Casante, just trying to have the best board possible according to what the game gives him.
Yeah, Bobster also going for the Volibear, but doesn't have the 2-star yet. Has the Volibear pair, but Bobster's spot looking really, really bad. He's got the 4 Mentor, but doesn't have the... He's missing the Aatrox, actually. Has a Nico on board instead. Normally the 4 Mentor being played with Aatrox and Senna for mech instead has a Nico and Cassante in the meantime.
Yeah. We haven't seen Bobsera in a while.
Cash out his Warpath.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he actually cashed out the Warpath just yet, and it doesn't seem that he's any closer.
Okay, good to see also Babsera laughing here, having fun here, already having the Mundo, having good front line. Maybe not the best spot, but of course, preserving so much HP thanks to the early Mundo 3.
Bobster is actually 41 out of 80 on the augment, so it is looking pretty bad because he needs to win like 3 rounds, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for Bobster again, given his position in the tournament going into this game as 31 out of 32, taking the warpath, which is kind of a high risk. Maybe you don't cash out, but if you do, then you can maybe win the game. So I like the decision, but he's just not hitting the Bolivar 2 that he needs.
Yeah, bad news here. Finds the other 2, doesn't find the Bolivar. It's very difficult because you're proposing already in your mind that you're going to play Bolivar and someone else gets the Boli just for luck. And then obviously he has to pivot out. He can't pivot out of it. Babsera, great position. Doesn't finds the Seer Juggernaut, has the Mundo. Now he just has to think of a secondary carry.
Yeah, so I feel
Babsera is a little bit poor, level 7, only 10 gold, but if he's able to maintain his streak throughout the rest of the stage, definitely in a position to get a good placement. As you mentioned earlier, Hupasan, probably not going to win the lobby, but maybe will be good enough for a top 4 off all the HP he saved.
Yeah, I want to highlight that despite the fact that he is not that rich, he actually has great items for the comp. Has a climb the ladder, is really strong for Mundo. And as well as the third augment is still decent as well. So he takes the win. It's really important to him. And maybe if he can finish the stage with a streak, he can get back into a great economy.
Yeah, 100%. Ripple stacking already the 5 Crystal Gambit and with additional resources. Still in a good phase, but low in HP. And this is normally what you don't want to see. This is a comp that stacks to stack and gets even better as time passes. And right now, he hasn't get so many additional resources from the 5 Crystal Gambit. He didn't find the Ash 2, so he's not killing that additional units. And this is bad news for Ripple.
Yeah, Ripple going up against 2-star Jinx, 2-star Volley, but only the 1-star Ash of himself. He has a pair, so if he can just hang on, can maybe hit the Ash 2, but it's not looking that promising. This might be the end for Ripple.
Yeah, I mean, it was a hub start for him on the game because despite the fact that he had calculated loss, he was not that rich. I wonder what happened in this game because it didn't seem that he was like rich enough to reach the comp. And when you have an augment like this, you want to read the comp as fast as you can, because especially for Ash, you need to get that online in order to get the cash outs and the rewards. So he was so behind tempo, even though he had like a great economy augment. So it was weird.
On the other hand, Kambuli also with the 5 Crystal Gambit in a better spot. Decent HP here with 32. Ash 2, possibility of killing more units and getting additional resources, finding the Zaira, get the Zaira also with fruit, so looking significantly better here.
Yeah, it looks like Kimberly cashed out an artifact, the Indomitable, from the Crystal Gambit, so already reaping some of those scaling rewards. And looks like thinking about going for a salvage here to get that Kraken Slayer. Nice use of the first augment there, and I'd also like to call the third augment Tesla Coil. The scales of the amount of items you have, so it's extremely, extremely strong in this Crystal Gambit line, where you're just getting more and more items throughout the whole game.
Yeah, totally. Perfect.
I mean, the Tesla Coil is like so great when you have a Crystal Gambit, as you said, because he won't stop getting free items. And with the Savage Beam, he can actually get more TGs later.
Oh my god, Katarina totally destroyed both of his carry dubs.
Yeah, we have to be careful when you're facing Katarina on your pool, because you can take so much damage if you do not position properly.
Okay, that was Jose deleted, the one with the Katarina, already looking very strong. Mask Arcana decides to go for full crit damage on that Katarina, and we saw her making the change. Babsera, good mood, laughing, having fun. Also in a good position right now in points. Middle table with 18.
Yeah, Ladder Slayer here, making it to level 9 with the Jinx Volibear duo carry, but doesn't have the third item on the volley first yet. If he can make it to the next carousel, it'll be a huge spike in power, but it's a little bit scary. Just a 2-unit loss will take him out if he runs into a strong opponent.
Yes, totally. Yeah. It would depend on the matchmaking, who can he actually face. And the volley is actually really tricky because he can go around, kill the enemy carry if he turns around during the fight. So let's see if the fights can go well for him.
Okay, going up against Bobster, and Bobster didn't find the Bolivar 2, has the pair, but it shouldn't be enough. Full damage here from the Jinx 4. Luchador giving so much utility. The ult from the Rise is not enough. And a huge hit. Bobster in a difficult spot here, as we mentioned. 11 points, trying to go for the Warpath. And in the end, it looks like it's just not enough. This could be the end of the tournament for him.
Yeah, Jose deleted here now. Hitting the low mana 2. Do you move all the items off the Recon? Nice. Only has 2 chances at fruits here, benching all the Battle Academia units to try to hit Unstoppable, which he does hit first try, no problem. So this is a nice line. Had way more Katarinas with the duplicators and Recons, so just gave up on the Recon 3 and went for the Lena instead.
Okay.
Yeah, I was carried when he removed the fruit. But let's see if it's enough to take out the Karma. I mean, the positioning seems to be great. Katarina is promising. Oh, okay. She left if the Karma.
Yeah, she went back to the front.
But it should be
but it's just too strong here. Look at her.
Yes, it should be
Leona
enough.
doing damage. Anything you kill, you pop again the Unstoppable, and it's just boom, boom, boom. Good tempo within the same fight.
Exactly. Greeting the Leona was actually key to win this fight, I guess. Because the Rakan would not last enough.
Ooh, Ladder Slayer 1 HP right now. So very low, both together there in the bottom with Jose. Jose Delite is very strong, but he's only 1 life. So 1 bad fight where the Katarina doesn't perform, and he could be out too.
Yeah, this whole lobby is looking pretty close at the bottom. Bobster with 18 health, but he's not that strong. Really, any one of these bottom 4 players, I feel like could make it out, but in tournament format, it's not really about top 4 or bottom 4. Every single placement matters.
I mean, Bobster lasted a lot from the spot that we are looking for him on the stage 4. I wonder if it's close enough to get into the Warpath cash out. Because if he get it, he can actually come back.
We haven't seen this variation. I love it. This is the 4 Luchador Sniper with Jim variation. Not working out the best here for Ladder Slayer, but I mean, good spot for him to do it. He had the +1 Luchador. Normally, it's a comp that really performs, maybe not the best tempo in the best way. Now, very low. Could be going against Jose Elite. No, goes against a Ghost. So finds the salvage here. And Jose is going against Babsera with the Supermundo Cadeirada.
We got the 2 reroll comps going up against each other. Katarina's AoEing down the entire team. It looks like it's going to be too strong. The Mundo, he's throwing the chairs, but it's not going to be enough against the Katarina.
Yes, despite the fact that it was a little bit close, but despite the fact that he had like a great Mundo, great items, great augments as well, he doesn't have a secondary carry. I think he's missing that. Because if you look into that fight, Katarina smashed the board and the Mundo was like by himself trying to do damage. So if he gets like a volley or something else, we can actually have a better shot.
Okay, we're seeing Bobster once again. Bolivar on place, Rice on place, but it's too little too late right now because he wanted it before. He lost the last fight, and going back to Jose deleted. So one of them will be eliminated here, Asa.
Yeah, it's really could be either one of them. It really depends a lot on the Katarina's targeting here. The Volibear and the Rise are still alive for now, but the Jarvan misses the Katarina, which is huge for Jose deleted, and it seems like Bobster will not be cashing out his Warpath this game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Bobster. I feel that Katarina didn't have the Edge of Night would be the way that Bobster could win the fight, but then suddenly the Jarvan ults and then Katarina kills the volley. It was like such a close fight.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Now we're seeing Bosso, who the game told him that he had to play this Sork line, decides to go for Sork strategies, also getting the 3 Mighty Mech in, getting the Blinding Jewel Karma that we mentioned is pretty good. And right now, looking strong at 21 HP. The only one strong, at least for now, is CMB, who's holding up the win streak with 52. So we should be seeing Babsera and Jose Elite. One of them could be eliminated next round.
Yeah, Bosso sitting on almost 100 gold. Also should be pretty happy. Bobster going down, holding a Jarvan 2. So that should hopefully be good enough for Bosso's skills to hit his Jarvan 2. Because he does have the Sork +1 from the dummy, is able to fit in the Cassante, which
there's the Gwen.
You can't fit into this comp. And the Gwen is absolutely huge for spreading the Morello onto the entire board. Still doesn't have the Jarvan though.
Yeah, what impresses
the Gwen
me,
in there.
He was so ahead on HP, he could go 9 with 100 gold and then actually trying to get the Gwen online. Maybe it should be enough for taking down the Mundo, as Babsera is 4 lose streak already.
Yeah, a little slow on the roll down. Didn't quite get the Gwen on the board, which doesn't seem like he's going to get punished for. Still strong enough to take out the Mundo here.
Yeah, puts the units, the items there on the locks. Good enough, and good enough to take out Babsera. Babsera, 18 points, middle of the pack. Right now with 4 additional points, will be able to maintain a good spot to advance to tomorrow. Remember, there's one more game after this, and the bottom 8 of the 32 players that started today will be eliminated. For now, Bobster in a very difficult position, and the rest of at least this lobby looking strong and looking good to advance to tomorrow.
Cambulee's board looking extremely strong with a Salvage Bin Tesla Coil combination. Is able to make 2 TGs, these gloves, which procs the entire Tesla Coil. So actually, nice. I believe has like 6 fully stacked units. I think it'll be pretty hard for anyone to take out Cambulee, but if anyone's going to do it, it would be Bosso skills right now.
Yes, this fight is going to be really important to see if Bosso can outplace Cambulee by the end of the day. Not sure if it's enough without the Quen. It was much more a close fight than I was expecting, but still a decent hit with a TF2 and too many items for Cambulee.
Yeah, also the Mana Saint on the Brown, just spinning and spinning for the win, getting so much utility, and this positioning the front line there of the rest of the comp. Okay, Bosso, still looking good. What else? Trying to find the Gwen 2, already the Gwen now with the good items, so she will be able to spread both the Shred and the Morello. So great position once against Verving. Only 9 HP, and he will be going up against CMB.
Yeah, it's really looking like, based on that last fight, Cambulee has got this lobby locked up. So really important fight for Bosso to try to take out CMB and maybe try to get a second. I don't think anyone's beating Cambulee.
Okay, he gets the ghost. So it's Cambulee against CMB. We see a Seraphine 2 there on the top left for CMB. And of course, pure raw damage here from the Twisted Fate 2 and the Zaira 2 here for Cambulee. And it looks like it's just too much. Good front line, damage is just amazing here. So Cambulee will be taking the win. CMB drops to 11 HP.
Yeah, it's going to be a great fight against for CMB and Bosso to secure the second spot, because the first spot is already taken by Cambulee, so ahead in tempo with so many items. And look at this Brawl, Mana Saint, but 2 Protectors Vow can ult a lot.
Yeah.
So it's been a crazy board. He could actually have either a TF and also an Ashe with great items. So he's so strong right now. He can push into the level 10, but I don't think that's going to be enough time to do so.
Yeah, Bosso skills we see on this got the Gwen 2 off the carousel, and CMB also just hit the Braum 2 as well at the same time. If they end up going up against each other, this will be probably the most important fight for the rest of this game.
Yeah, this Gwen 2 is totally huge here. 6 Sorks already with good base damage, and decides to go for defense. So this one will be able to stack many times and cycle the ability, getting the third cast more than one time will be huge. So strong side on the left here for Bosso's skill. Also the Jinx is on the left side here for Cambulee, who will get access to the front line later. Huge ult here from the Seraphine for the right, but it shouldn't be enough. and the Karma doing great damage there with the Blight Endure and taking the win here for Bosso.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I guess
takes
the
out
Jarvan
CMV.
have a great ult. Jarvan make a huge difference on the fight.
Yeah, it stunned all of CMV's carry. And I actually really like Bosso Skill's decision to put the Val on the Gwen 2 instead of the Jarvan, as I feel like many players would put it on, because the Jarvan in that setup with only the Sterex is probably only going to cast once either way. So nice heads up play to put it on the Gwen to help her survive a bit longer against the Seraphine.
Yeah, 0 goal for both of them. Final fight, both of them with 1 digit of HP here, Dubs. So only one can take the win. Both of them in good position. Kambuli with 21, if he gets this win, in a great position for tomorrow and even to start dreaming of the final day 3.
Yeah, so I guess this fight is going to be Cambules. I mean, look at his board; it's so strong. Unless something happens with the Gwen 2, because it's a great upgrade. The last fight they played also didn't have. If it's
Brown is down early.
Yeah, Gwen's still alive, but not enough. I mean, Kabuli was so strong. We can see him actually reacting from the win. It was a great game for him.
Yeah, huge celebration there in the end for Kambuli. He knows he's due to this type of win. He hasn't got first place in a major tournament, but one of the best for sure, Asa. And it's great to see him performing as we expect him to.
Yeah, it's really nice to see Kambuli winning that, and it's also interesting he did it with the Crystal Ash comp, and this is the first lobby, I think, where we saw one Ash player, I believe, go 8th or close to it, and then the other Ash player succeed. I feel like we've been seeing the Ash players either hold hands 8-7 or 1-2.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, the rest of the analysis of this game will be done by CLE and Necra after the break. Don't go away.
Where he found multiple top 16 finishes. Each set he's made small improvements to his placement, slowly building to his climactic run at the last Tactician's crown where he made it to the final lobby. Over his last 16 tournaments, he's placed top 16 in 10 of them. He has the 7th best average placement in the TPC since set 11. And in the Battle Academia Cup, he was a single auto attack away from winning the tournament and getting his 2nd chance at the Tactician's crown. In a landscape of TFT gods among mortals that the TPC holds, it's easy for the new era upcomers to be thrown aside for the notoriety that some of the stars hold. But Kambuli has crested the peak of this mountain and currently stands atop it, not as a contender, but as a favorite. His resume is increasingly impressive each set, and it is only a matter of time before Kambuli finds his first tournament victory. We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite, literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate, yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not going to go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Wait,
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do cartoon champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For -200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
He's like an ice bender.
So is Lissandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lissandra's more of it.
We're back. And we're back to break down this game before we get into the final. I have much better like eyebrow movement, but I think it's because
way less
we're
exciting.
animated. Yeah. Well, let's raise some eyebrows at our standings, shall we? Because this game was really fun to watch, especially taking a look at a lot of our players that were doing very high risk, high reward strategies. But Celia, unfortunately, there was no reward for most of them.
Yeah, the story of this lobby was players picking some things that are risky. Bobster with the Warpath, Ladder Slayer with forward thinking, and also Ripple with calculated loss. And while each of them were close to stabilization, it just didn't work out. Bobster not able to cash out the Warpath, and Ladder Slayer and Ripple not able to stabilize. But on the flip end of that, we had Bosso Skills being really creative, and Kimberly absolutely pushing that fast 9 and making it work.
Yeah, I was so excited about Bosso's skill spot because originally I looked at the sorcerer strategist dummy and I went, I don't know what he's gonna do with this. Didn't feel like at the time that the 8 sorcerers line or 6 sorcerers is really all that great. But he showed us a very like unique take on it, being able to go the karma route with the mechs and then adding the sorcerers in. And so I thought that was really, really special. And so congratulations to Bosso Skills, the player that was towards the bottom of our standings in this lobby. And with the 2nd place, he does catapult himself up quite far. But we had a couple of other players in this lobby that I think got away with a lot more here in terms of making sure that they were going to be towards the top at the end of this. Kambuli is one of those players that sticks out.
Yeah, Kambuli able to get that first place was really good for him. He's had a good day, but now with that first place, secured himself in the top 4 alongside CMB9, who is continuing his dominance right below Dish Soap, the GOAT at the top, now in 2nd place firmly there. So looking like the cutoff that's going to be somewhere around 23, 22, 24 points towards the bottom for our bottom 8 cut after this next game. So it's going to be a great finish to the game, and players know what they need to play for.
And this bottom of the standings is kind of wild to look at. You have so many fan favorites here that are towards that bubble. K3 Soju, you've got Spencer, Wajan Iverson, you have Fan the Kiki that I know a lot of people are rooting behind for. Ladam Hostway deleted as well as Michael. And I think this is going to be super, super tough final game here for a lot of our competitors. And it's hard. I mean, even Setsuko being on the bubble too, Sealy, this is kind of not what I was expecting to see here. He's in fact so speechless about this that he is not with us anymore on the broadcast. Yeah, I think it's going to be a really tough game, and so I'm going to go ahead and send it over to the casters for their thoughts as we look to close out the day with our final game. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Necra. CLE has been Zephyr. Radiant Zephyr there for CLE. We hope he comes back from the cloud. So, well, final game. Thoughts? What are we trying to see? Of course, we will try to focus, obviously, on the players that are on the bottom and trying to see if they make it or not.
Yeah, I think it's important to recognize that there's a cut tomorrow after 2 games, but really the point is to just make it to tomorrow. If you make it there, you have a chance to make it to the Tactician's crown, which at the end of the day is everyone's goal in this tournament. So we're really going to be looking for those players around like Wajan Iverson is probably going to need like a 3rd, maybe a 2nd, depending on how the points shake out. So these players kind of looking to get around 24, 25 points.
Yeah, we can see the expressions in here. Wajan Iverson seems to be very happy with the performance so far. We can see Darknub trying to keep moving and then be like aware at the very first rounds in the game. It's really important to keep up the momentum, as well as other players chilling before the game. It's important to keep the mind clear. Let's see who is going to step up on this first game. It's important to note that the points do not reset, as you guys were talking. So even though you're good in the standings, you want to get the best out of the game. So you can point your placement is actually even better for securing the top finish.
Yeah, 100%. We have the first beach ball, and the only one I saw playing with it was Milk. So I really hope we see the pop-off of this volley and the Easter egg that we are able to see. Do you know the way that it is handled, Asa or Judobs?
Sorry, say that again?
The beach ball, that it has like an Easter egg.
Oh, I've heard if you hit the beach ball a certain amount of times in a row, and if you go to someone else's board, you can help them hit it. Something will happen. I've never seen it myself.
I've seen that Toddy was doing that on stream and actually won the game, even though he was like the thing. Yes, exactly. I'm not sure about how many times you should do that, but at least 100 or something. But I'm guessing.
Okay. Well, maybe Milk will give us the volleyball Easter egg and some possibilities for now. As we were saying, points, we're looking for 24. Of course, it will depend on the rest. So Weishan in a difficult position, Illumin also. These are the two players that we will try to keep an eye on. And they're looking for a third or better to try to accomplish that and be able to advance to day 2.
Yeah, really, because points don't reset. Every single player here, even Marcel P with 29, who, by the way, started the day off with an 8th and then just came back. Everyone's really going to be looking to get every single placement point they can to maximize their chances of making the Tactician's crown tomorrow. And Robinson's with 3 crystal already.
Yeah, speaking about Robinson's, he started with an 8 as well. He managed to come back a little bit right after the 5th game. So it's important to know that he can still make a good place finish, even though he is already qualified to Tactician crown. So let's see if it's going to perform even well in this tournament.
This is worth the wait. Rel, I believe, for Milk. Also, we didn't saw if Weishan also double trouble. Good possibilities here. Robinson decides not to go for the risky line, even though he had the Crystal Gambit chance to get it. Pokigom already with the Mundo hero augment. And Kyun with the Bramble. This augment was nerfed, but I mean, it's a very AD heavy meta, so I think it's pretty good to have it already into the early game.
Yeah, definitely. Our AP comps, I guess primary would be around Yuumi or Karma, are not nearly as popular as the AD comps around Ashe, Volibear, or Jinx. So the Bramble is still going to provide a good bit of value against most comps in the lobby, including this Dr. Mundo.
Yeah, this augment is such a great one for re-rolling the crew line, but it doesn't have much units, so I don't expect him to keep that in mind. Let's see if he's going to find some copies and then change his mind.
Okay, makes sense. Illuming, taking the Katarina early, doesn't have slammable items. Also a gold start, I believe. Only 2 items right now for everyone. Okay. And for now, just trying to go for this. Also, Crystal Gambit line already has 2. Only needs to find the Syndra.
Yeah, would like to see if Robin ended up keeping that Crystal Gambit, and he did take the hard bargain, which gives you extra HP. Is a really nice cushion to go for a double down with Crystal Gambit.
Yeah, you mentioned that he already has the Crystal Gambit, so knowing that actually enables him to get into this augment. It's really interesting. But Bargain is an augment that gives him extra HP, also some gold, so pretty valuable when you have a thing like Crystal Gambit on the line. So it can be a great combo.
Okay, makes sense. Max Arcana on plays. Just trying to get any value here, right? Just trying to go maybe for the crystal for our little spot, trying to get something in, and then just trying to pivot fully for the Katarina already with the Max Arcana. Weishan going for double trouble and playing around Prodigy. Normally it's the Malzahar that we see when we see this line. Maybe he's cooking something else. We will see.
Yeah, so far we've seen double trouble a couple times today, and both times going into Malzahar. Doing pretty well, I believe. Except one game where they weren't able to find their 3-star frontliner. But that's the comp I would expect Weishan to play, but we'll see if he has other ideas in mind.
Yeah, so Weishan actually pretty low on the standings, so he needs a top finish to be in a good place for tomorrow. So maybe risking it all, even though he doesn't have any copies for the units that usually goes with double trouble, like Dr. Mundo with Chen, Malzahar with Ramos. So difficult to transition, but if he's able to get the composition online, he can get a top finish.
Yeah, 100% agree. We see a little of the rest of the comp. Milk, we have confirmation. The worth the wait was Sivir, so he should be going for that crew line already with the Malphite 2 also. Kuhn playing tempo there with the Bramble early. We have Darnov trying to up level with Caretaker, and Robinson's just trying to get as an additional value as he can from Crystal Gambit. Marcel P, we saw selling all his board, just trying to go maybe Griff Robinson, or just trying to go for the Crystal Gambit as soon as possible.
Yeah, Robin has to go for the double down here, but it's really kind of scary because he has a pretty high chance of facing Marcel P in these next 2 rounds. Robin's really hoping to not fight Marcel P, who most likely will be playing less units than Robin, not having to actually feel Crystal Gambit because he doesn't have it yet, and wanting to go ahead and take the 5 loss into neutrals at this point with no board.
Interesting just to note that they both are qualified to Worlds already, as well as they both belonging to the same team and they're griefing each other. So it's interesting to see how TFT is being played. It's important to know that at the end of the day, you're by your own, right? So everybody gonna want to make the best out of the tournament. So this is a great thing to watch.
Yeah, 100%. And it's good that you mentioned these players already qualified: Robinson, Marcel P, Michael, also for the Americas. We had some data that at least in the last round, the 9 players from America, from EMEA, and from APAC that already were qualifying for the Tactician crowd were in the top 16. So they're playing great. They don't have pressure on top of them, and they're already ensuring that they're keeping the preparation. And obviously, they want to win also the regionals, even though they have already been qualified. The honor of having this title, of course, incredible for any of them.
There's also definitely like some of these billionaires like Soju might say otherwise, but there's a very significant cash prize for winning regionals as well.
Yeah.
I like the way that you mentioned it, Soju would say otherwise, but in fact, I would agree. It's important to play for the cash prize, but I still think for some of these players, having the title on the back is actually great, and as well as usually the meta from the last regionals doesn't change too much into the Tactician crown. So if you're good at this meta, you should be good enough on the next one, because Riot keeps the meta pretty straightforward because of the preparation of the players.
Yeah, that's a good point, Dobbs, because actually, and again, maybe if this meta wasn't so, close, of course, maybe the Ashe is a little more prevalent than we wanted to be, but I feel we have seen so many comps, and at least in America, the Ashe is being more played uncontested. In EMEA, we did saw some lobbies with 4 players playing Ashe, contested with not the best of results, but of course, maybe it's the only outlier. So I really believe we have a very safe, healthy meta, and of course, little nudges, and we'll have an amazing one for Tactician Crown.
Yeah, out of our 5 games we've seen so far, we've seen Ashe uncontested a couple times and then 2-way contested a couple times. And we've seen it almost looking like many players were wanting to play it, but then they swapped off into playing around maybe Jinx or Volibear or Twisted Fate as their carry. We have not yet seen a 3 or more way contested today, and overall, Ashe has been doing quite well.
Yes, but on the top of that, at least from the games we watched, I'm not sure about every single game that is happening yet, but the Jinx players that we are asking ourselves, so is this guy going to play Ashe, and then he suddenly plays like a Jinx or a Volley? Most of them actually have like great finishes as well. So it's important to know that maybe the players actually are recognizing that maybe they don't want to risk it, and then can go for safer and play a Jinx finish, like a second or a top 3 finish, which is pretty good for the standings on the first and second day of competition.
I also want to call out Robin is still on his double down loss streak, even though he won on 2-6. So I think he took his Crystal Gambit out entirely. on
Wow.
T6 in order to not fight Marcel P. Just because either way, you can still cash out before stage 4.
Yeah, no, I mean, I totally perfect. Also, remember in stage 2 you get less bounty, if you will. So it's better to put it on stage 3 and avoid Marcel P. So great recognition and great call out there, Asa.
Yeah, I want to highlight as well that Robinson has got a Pandora item, so he doesn't have the opportunity to build, to get items from the carousel, from the bargain. But now he can actually get everything he wants. So it's actually really great to play Ash because he will sack the stage and then try to find a good Radiant item as well as change his other components in order to get the best in slot build.
Oh, Radiant Kraken, nice. Probably the best Radiant right now.
Items here.
Yeah. So great spot here. Darth Noob still on the standing desk. I thought he was like sometimes standing desk, sometimes sitting down. He does the whole tournament standing down. So I mean, my huge regards for him for teaching us the importance of not being sitting down at least so much. He does the full tournament standing up. And I mean, it works out for him. He's always present. We see him very awake, making great decisions, and one of the players with the less rate of mistakes that I've seen in TFT Pro Play.
Yeah, Darth Noob, very strong competitor. He's not quite as much in the limelight as some of these other players as maybe like Weijin or Robin or Keen, but he's been very, very, very close, and he has just such a great attitude of the game. I really am a big Darth Noob fan. He also does a lot of the math behind the game that all the other TPC players benefit from.
Yes, isn't he that he has a calculator for power-ups and stuff? I remember hearing that sometime.
Yeah, I think he made it, and then a lot of the other players will steal his homework. So he even if he doesn't make it, he uplifts our entire region.
Okay, we thank you. We thank you, Darnov, in name of everyone who uses your tools. And for now, we hope the best. Kyun right now going for Tangsila 3 Crystal. So this is just tempo play right now, going full AP. So very interesting the type of imitations he managed to go for. Normally, if you pivot out of these items could be going on Seraphine, could be going on Zaira, something like this, but that would be a huge step up. I don't know if he's thinking about veteran Janna. I don't think so with the units he has right now.
I think he might be considering veteran Janna, but we'll have to see. He does have 4 Jannas already, although he doesn't have any Kobukoj yet, which is very important as well. And Janna is so contested in this lobby. You can see there's 5 players with Janna on their board right now.
Yes, and he doesn't have any tiers. Doesn't help a lot. I know he has the AP with extra attack speed. I wonder, Asa, if you know in the top of your head, if it's good enough for the Janna to cast. If these
yeah, it's definitely better to have a mana item, but the extra AP items are okay if he does go for the Janna comp because they will eventually go on Rise. But it'll be interesting to see what Kyun wants to do.
Okay, Marcel P on the other hand, still holding the Ezreal as a holder. Milk already finding the Sivir 3, of course, is worth the wait, but very far away from the rest. I don't know, I don't love this spot. He's already level 6. Hasn't find the Malphite 2 that gives you the second 3-star crew that gives you spot. So I think he's thinking about pivoting out or playing something else here.
Milk went for the Radiant on refactor on the frontline item, which is something that's very, very rare to see. I guess he thinks the tempo on the Malphite is good enough, but typically the frontline Radiant items are considered much weaker than backline.
Yeah, but especially for this comp, I think Malphite has an important basis, because if your Malphite dies too early, you're dead. And then he doesn't have any great items for the backline as well, so doesn't have any Ziggs yet. So maybe he played that for tempo, and it's gonna lower his cap during the late game. And I wonder if the CV 4 stars that he seems to be chasing, it's gonna be good enough.
Yeah, let's see if it's enough. Illumin playing tempo here also, going to level 7. Just trying to pop off the best possibilities here. 3 Crystal Gambit, late 3 Crystal Gambit right now. So I think it will just be for show or for a small space. He's not high on HP, 67 on the lower side. I mean, people are pretty healthy if we take out Marcel P and Robinson. So let's see what's the angle here for Illumin.
Yeah, a lot of these players, Lumen in particular, really has to play for that first, maybe second place. So at first I thought he was going to go with a Katarina reroll with a Katarina 2 on stage 2 with too much value, but that's not really a comp that you want to be playing. Of course it can win a game, but it seems like Lumen is just going to also go into that Ashe and hope to get a first place of that based on the Kraken Slayer now.
Yes, I mean, for the items that he had on the early game, as well as a Katarina 2 with Max Arcana, I could tell that he was going to Katarina as well, but maybe he wants to, after the second augment in the game, he didn't, he actually maybe changed his idea.
Yeah, finds the rise that is interesting also for mentor and execution in the Katarina, so at least in a good spot for the next possible rounds. Milk here finds the Malphite, trying to find also the Shen, and very far away still from 6. That is the one that pop-ups the comp when you actually get everything 3-star.
Yeah, I am still a little bit worried about Milk's position, but we'll have to see how this crew board does. It hasn't been doing that well today, but also not that many people high rolling into it. If Milk does find the Twist of Fate, maybe it will be strong enough to win the game.
Oh, he's not playing Ashe because he skipped one. He's actually playing Jinx. So maybe he recognized that many players are going Ashe, and then he just wants to go with a free line. Here we go.
Okay, there's Jinx too. Nice. I mean, it's one of the lines that he prefers the most. Staying on level 8, roll deep into the Jinx, and then stabilize and try to find that top 4 in a good possibility. I saw him on stream. His CTG for Citadel, for sometimes his SG Robinson, so Star Guardian Robinson is also a meme that he generated for himself. So good to see that once again playing this Jinx. Good items, finds the Super Mega. So normally when you don't have on hit Jinx, I don't know, you get like the Gather Force because you have the Shojin. Sometimes the fruit is not obvious for me right now. So Super Mega, maybe good for now.
Yeah, I think with the Kraken's giving you so much AD, as well as a Radiant Gunblade also giving quite a bit of AD. The Gather Force is not as important for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, Robin going for the uncontested line, even though he's able to roll before other players.
Yeah, I like the way Robin actually sees the game, because if you notice, he doesn't even consider the Ashe because he already knew that players were going to that line, and he wanted to play a free Jinx instead, because his first shop had an Ashe and he was like rolling that right after. So it's important. This is one of the best players on doing that. He picks a line and he actually get the best out of it.
Okay, 5 Jinx here. Looking for a win out possibility here. We haven't seen a 4 cost 3-star. Very difficult, of course, in this level of play. Everyone is very aware and pinging. Of course, okay, he decides to sell and just try to find the Seraphine 2 or the Varus 2 as a possibility here on level 8.
Yeah, for sure. 10 gold makes 1 gold per round, so holding 2 extra Jinxes is almost 10 gold. You'd be losing 1 gold per round for the rest of the entire stage and probably next stage. So, and even if you were to hit a 6th Jinx, and then you're kind of in even a more difficult spot where, well, do I hold it? And now I'm losing even more gold. So Robin decides he still needs quite a few upgrades on his board. Most importantly, the Poppy 2. So just prioritizes making the Econ instead.
Yes, we can also say that he really wants the Poppy 2 instead of Seraphine and Varus first, because he is lacking from frontline, and he still have a duplicator on his bench, so he's prioritizing the Poppy.
Yeah. Milk, on the other hand, 1 off of Shen 3, also going for the Janna 3, another secondary good carry here with the Noxus trap. So no need for him to get Shredder of Thunder. Also the burn getting in. One of the best, for sure, power-ups right now in the game, especially if you have a good holder. I haven't seen it that much on Janna. Normally it's on Mal Sahar, on Twisted Fate. So, I mean, good recognition for now for Milk. I don't know if he will change it maybe on a later stage.
Oh, what a close fight, yeah. I think Milk will probably stay on it until he secures the source of Sunder, Shred, or Anti-Heal. Just Noxus Trap giving all 3 of those when your comp doesn't mix up physical magic. It's just so much value for just 1 fruit. I think it's quite a bit of value to just stay on it.
Yeah, so we can see players picking their carousel selection. Besides Robin, that cannot pick anything because of his first augment. The game is arriving into the late game. It's important to know that players are going to all in here. Let's see who's going to step up. You can see Kyun actually stayed on the Janna, right? Because he, I don't know.
Janna 3.
Oh, okay.
And Milk is 1 off of Janna, but Kyun is holding 9 of them.
Yeah, now is the worst spot here for Milk. He managed to win the last round, goes to 2-0 here, rolling, doesn't find the Shen, and he really needed to step up here. Best friends enable, great Aumen also. I'm big fan of this Aumen. Has been in the game for a long time, and I don't know, this Aumen also brings me great memories.
I feel his augment was taken away and then he came back.
Yeah.
It's quite good on the current meta because about half of the value of the augment is in armor, which is pretty unique. There's not that many things that give armor and no magic resist, but of course, most of the comps being AD. Not Weijin Iverson, though. Weijin Iverson is going for the double trouble Malzahar.
Yeah, important to know that he took his Lex augment. He needs to keep winning rounds in order to get more money. And he's not with the Malzahar 3 just yet.
Yeah. There's 2 Aumen. I think this one and Crown's Will, I believe. The one that gives you a rod also gives you a little armor. Some of the things important to read in TFT. I hadn't noticed. Someone told me some time ago. I was like, okay, perfect. So AD meta, I go for this. I play AP. I turn them all around. So good to see. Right now, reinforcement here, getting the Casante, looming also with the Casante, and he's the one who already found the Ashe. And in a dire position, remember, Illumi needs the second and first to be able to stay alive for tomorrow.
Yeah, Lumen does need the first, but he actually does kind of have the spot despite being on a 4 loss here to maybe go for it. Does have the board. However, Lumen did take double econ. Even the second augment, giving you the big duplicator, has a bit of an econ component. So it's almost like 2.5 econ augments. So even though Lumen's board looks really strong, the lack of team-wide augments might come back to punish him later in the game.
Yeah, so I'd say that it's really important to him to keep the 5 Crystal Gambit as much as he can. So the fact that he has kind of triple economy augments, as you said, he can actually get the rewards, and those rewards gonna be his actually combat.
Yeah, on the other hand, here Kyun looking strong, doesn't have a good front line still because he didn't find the Kobuko. But, I mean, he has everything. He has the Ashe, he has the Janna, he has the Rise 2. Front line is looking decent also with the Udyr 2. I think he's just lacking a little more front line. The Kobuko does so much when he's 3-star. Maybe he can manage to find... Also, the Udyr 3-star is very good if it's being proposed to him. So, let's see. For now, good win streak and in a great position.
Yeah, we can see Darth Nub also going for the Shen 3. Last time we looked at Milk, he was also sitting on 8 Shen, so both Darth Nub and Milk holding each other's Shens. Very painful for Milk. Milk was 1 off of Shen and 1 off of Janna. And Q with the 9 Janna and Darth Nub with the 8 Shens.
Yeah.
Just,
I mean, it's crazy that even though they were not contesting the same comp for each other, they are contesting some units, you know? So they're kind of contested. And here we see if Weijin was able to find both Ramos and Malzahar 3. Let's see if it's enough for him to actually get a great finish on this line, on this game.
I mean, should be enough, right? He's very, very strong right now. As you mentioned, Malzahar 3 double trouble is just so huge. The Ramos being almost invincible there in the front line. And I think this is exactly the win-out possibilities that Weijin needed. He needs a third or a second. Maybe a fourth could be a chance for him, but of course you don't want to risk it. If not, he could be eliminated, but I think for now he's safe. Great comp.
Yeah, I think Weijin able to hit both the Rammus and the Malzahar is absolutely huge. In a good spot to win the lobby. Lumen did just cash out an artifact, but lost pretty convincingly to Weijin. Once again, has a very strong board, but took 2 gold pure econ augments in order to get there.
Yeah, this fight's gonna be important for Lumen because if he can survive, maybe he can actually get an extra reward. And as you're still getting rewards, you can actually ramp up pretty much. despite like so close, Volibear was close to get down the Ashe, but not enough. And Lumen actually got a fight, but didn't get any rewards yet. Let's see in the next round.
Huge Tansila value there with the CC. Of course, in the Casante, always you get to proc it. Goes to level 9. Just trying to get an additional unit in. Could be this Jarvan. Will be the choice for now. Getting the strategies in also. And now just a matter of fact for him of finding Brown 2, Zaira 2. But looking good at least on the paper. For now, and as we see in the live, someone should be eliminated here. Milk 9, together with Darnov. 7 HP for Illumin, 6 for Poki, and 3 for Marcel P. 5 players in a dire position.
5 players with single digits is very scary. Darthnov did finally hit the Shen 3. Pocky has Twisted Fate too, but doesn't have any frontline items on only a set 1.
Yeah, it's impressive that he's... I was thinking about last game that Vaporeira had the Mundo had the augments, but didn't have enough damage on the backline. But here was actually the opposite. He had everything he needed, but he didn't have a great upgrades on his front line, not able to hold up for the Mundo.
And now with this elimination, we have some important results. Pokygon was 21 points, only 1 point going 8th. He's only 22. So a very good chance for him to be eliminated. We'll have to see final results. Illumin for sure will be eliminated with his 7th place. And Milk should be in the cutoff. But of course, it will be a difficult position for him tomorrow. I think it should be enough for him. He should stay at 25.
Yeah, I think Milk maybe we'll probably just barely make it, but we'll have to see. I would think Pocky is almost certainly eliminated. It'd be very rare for 22 to make it after the 6 games, 1/3 cut. But really the next player looking to really make it is Weijin. I would say the other 4 players in this lobby are probably all going to make it to the next day. Again, getting as many points as possible is important, but Weijin is the one who really has to get the good placement here. And he's got a good spot to do it.
Yeah, the composition from Weijin actually popping off so hard, and the Malzahar, he has items for both Malzahars, so it's pretty huge.
Okay, Darthnoop now going up against Robinson. Robinson has life. Darthnoop could be on his last battle here. Saya popping off, getting good, ramping up speed, but gets taken away by the Brown, the CC crowd control, and Darthnoop taking the hit will go down in 5th place. 27 points, will end up the day with 31.
Yeah, Darthnoop getting killed by Marcel P, who did get the Mana Zane, I believe, from the Crystal Gambit cash out. So really, really strong cash out. One of the, possibly the best item you can get from this 5 Crystal Gambit, from the Crystal Gambit. And now it's just going into 6 Juggernaut and not playing the 5 Crystal at all.
Yeah, so I like the play. I like the way that he recognizes that he's already have a lot of resources from the algo itself, from the Crystal Gambit itself. So it's way better to actually get a better board right now and then be strong and then actually win fights because he's on his last life. So he's already strong enough with his Radiant on Ashe and his Mana Zane.
Okay, so Marcel going up against Weishan. We have Ashe and Zaira against the Super Malzahar. Malzahar still ramping up, getting the Virus on all the units, but it's just too much. Oh, no damage!
Oh my god!
Close.
Oh, the set is
so
Virus!
Oh my god.
Look at Weijin's reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was
Marcel only blinks. And Weishan, of course, the hurt.
crazy.
You guys know what? If he didn't manage to change the board and don't play greedy, he played the strongest board, right? If he was playing like 5 Crystal, he would lose by a decent amount.
Yeah, he would have died for sure there if he had a 5 Crystal in.
Isaac, how's Marcel personality? Because I see him always laughing. Now he's very locked in, and he didn't react there, so I'm just curious.
I gotta say, now that Marcel's been streaming more TFT and dealing with the beatdown of Twitch chat, I feel like he's been getting a little bit more jaded. But overall, I think he's pretty positive.
I've seen that already happen. Okay.
I mean, who actually plays TFT and stay like happy and positive all the times, right? Because
I feel like I've been seeing him getting tilted a bit more recently.
Exactly,
But,
especially with so many things going on this set with power ups.
Okay, everything 2-star, Zaira 2, Brown 2, Lee Sin 2, of course the set there with the Tanxila, double strike in the back lane for Ashe. Great spot right now, and going up against the veteran Janna. From Kyun, Kyun is still very healthy, and Marcel P with only 1 life.
Yeah, Kyun does manage to get the Kobako 3. Is it going to be enough against Marcel's board, hitting the Zyra 2, Janna 2, or Janna 2, Lee Sin 2, Zyra 2, and Braum 2. So many 2-star legendaries. It's just going to be just enough for Marcel P to stay alive.
Yeah, I felt like this fight was pretty close. Even though he still had like a lacing 2 with 3 items alive, but it was pretty close, 2 units.
You have Weijin going up against Kyun now. This is potentially for Weijin's tournament life. Both boards very strong. I'm not really sure who's going to take it.
Yeah, stage 6, the damage is very high right now, so very difficult for him to survive, even with 14 HP here for Weijin. We know Kyun is strong. He's already in a 3 lose streak, so he's actually losing against the rest, but all the boards are capable of winning. Positioning important, and of course, RNG on your side. Weijin against Kyun. Last life for Weijin. Tron side on the left.
Kyun's got the Kobako position to stun Weijin's Malzahar.
Yeah.
This is really good for Kyun.
Yeah, that Koboko can actually do a decent job.
There it is.
Here's one.
Stunning the big Malzahar.
Not getting like consecutive stuns.
Kazante's on the back, hitting the Janna. Janna is down. Janna is down. Taking out Weijin takes the win. Kyun taking a huge chunk on HP. And Weijin with the dream still alive. He needs the first or the second to advance to day 2.
Yeah, Weijin will be going up against Marcel P next as Robin and Kyun will face off. I'm kind of scared about Weijin, honestly. Marcel P has such a strong board with the Crystal Gambit cash outs and then transition into the 2-star legendaries. Robin here with the Star Guardians, doing pretty well, but yeah, I'm scared for Weijin.
Yeah, it's scary for Asian. Maybe it can be a matter of who can actually position better. So let's see the result of the last fight for him.
Okay, going up against Marcel P. Full left side for everyone, so full damage here. Important to see if Malzahar is capable of taking down the Lee Sin as soon as possible. Knife Edge already been procced, I believe, for the Lee Sin. Losing aggro and access to the backline. Oh, bad news here for Weijin, taking the loss. And is a force for him? No? Someone else has lost? Maybe?
Yeah, that would be a force, most likely. I mean, this is a pretty bad loss.
Wow.
Robin
So
also
5
won, so
points.
everyone else still alive.
He gets at 23, guys. So 23 in our mathematical expectation should not be enough. But of course, we'll have to wait for the final standings just to make sure.
Yeah,
Also
hopefully,
heartbreaker
and
for Weijin, who many people thought were the favorite of the tournament.
Yeah, he every time he plays a tournament, he's gonna be one of the favorites because I mean he has the credentials, right? But it was a half ending for him at least for this game because you can't deal with this amount of power that have on the Marcel P's board right now. So strong with the cash outs. Not something that you can deal with. It's not on your control, no. You know, so
Yeah.
it was half.
Yeah, always one of the best. 5 Tactician Crowns appearances in the latest Cyber City with a good third. And I mean, one of the best players for sure. A player that everyone always goes to learn. A player that has his own opinion about TFT. And of course, one of the greatest. And also now pivoting into content creation for sure. It's very difficult to see him with a big possibility of being taken out and eliminated. Right now, Marcel P going up against Robin. Access to the backline there for the Lee Sin. Good chunk of damage going up against the Jinx. And it will be a good win here for Marcel. And Robin is out.
Now we'll see Marcel and Kyun going up in the top 2. Kyun has been on a loss streak, I believe, only just now beating the Ghost in the previous round one. Marcel has been shutting down everyone. We kind of expect this Crystal Gambit board to take yet another game. Kyun has a really strong board, is able to hit the Senna 3 as well as the 3-star Kobako and Janna. But once again, the augments are the problem here. Kyun has really no augments except items only, which start to lose value once you have too many of them, as you have to start itemizing your unimportant units.
Exactly. And as he had so many items, he could go with Facena 3 as well. So he actually got a really decent board because he didn't have any economy augments.
He's using good items, all of his spreads. And Marcel also only have item augments as well, but it's a close fight. It's really hard to tell who's winning.
Good positioning once again for Kyun, making good CC there against Marcel P. Is it enough? Ash walks a little, but it's just too much. Marcel P takes the win after an 8th place on the first game. A huge comeback, and now will end up the day with 37 points. Huge for him. Asa, your friend, the big Marcel, making a pop-off. Huge. I mean, we have to recognize the mental firstly. 8th place and then popping off in the rest. Just amazing.
Yeah, I'm really happy to Marcel. This guy has been competing for the past several sets, and every single set he has done better than the one before. So really nice to see him put up a good performance today. And the fact that he's already qualified for the TPC next set as well as Worlds, I think takes a lot of pressure off of him and allows him to just play his game today, which is really nice. And yeah, I'm really happy to see him do well.
That's what I was about to say, because as you have no pressure, you can actually play the best what the game is actually giving for you. He recognizes that he could play the Ashe line. It's such a great line to win it all. And as he was hitting like many points, he could go into the top 4 finish, going for tomorrow. But as he already qualified, why not go into that risky line and secure it first? So it's easier for you to risk things because you're already qualified to Tactician Crown. But by the end of the day, he did amazing on this game. Really well played. And we've seen that he took off the Crystal Gambit right on time to play the best board, and he secured the win.
100%. Okay, this is it for us. So Asa, Dobbs, a pleasure to accompany you, but don't go away because Necra and CLE will analyze this last game and tell us the final standings of today and who managed to qualify for tomorrow, and of course who are in the top and with best possibility of going for that day 3 with a chance of getting to Tactician Crown. Don't go away. Final standings next. Vamos!
Bravo!
The most respected and feared player in the West is back and ready to win it all. Weijin Iverson has consistently been at the top since his first time making the Tactician's crown back in set 8. With the highest first place rate since set 11, and one of 4 TPC players with a sub 4 AVP in that time, Weijin Iverson is a consistent favorite. This set started off rough. Losing a tiebreaker on day 1 of the first TFT Pro Circuit tournament, he made an incredible comeback over the next 2 cups, able to secure himself enough pro points to make that top 12 and secure his spot in the TPC next set. Last set, Weijin was able to make the final lobby of the Tactician's Crown, getting his third place at the set championship in his career. And so this time, going into the regional finals, Weijin is not looking to just make it back to the Tactician's Crown, but to win it all and add a crown to his resume.
We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left, and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No, just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop.
There?
Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click, right there. Click inside. Yes. Okay. This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop.
Okay.
First shop. Down.
Welcome back, everybody. What a great day of action we have had here for the Americas Regional Finals for KO Coliseum. And I've got CLE back from the Shadow Realm that he was thrown into. So welcome back, CLE. How you doing? And what'd you think of this final game?
And the final game was fascinating because we know how much is on the line for these players. Avoiding the bottom 8 is the name of the game today. Before we cut, 8 players moving on to day 2. And this lobby was extremely close towards the top. Many high cap boards. That double trouble board that we've seen have lots of success today from Wage and Iverson. Doing well, but maybe not well enough to make it through the next day, where a lot of our other re-rollers just didn't find the success that they were looking for.
Yeah, it was a really tough game, and you could really feel the pressure mounting as we had several players that were in this lobby that were in the bottom 8 of our standings before. They have now updated after this 6th game, and I like that every player that was in this lobby had a shot to make it past the threshold to avoid elimination. But unfortunately for Lumen, it did not pan out. I think Lumen still needed a 1st place in order to actually get into the top 24, but played that Crystal Gambit. Unfortunately, it just didn't pan out. And you can see Wajan Iverson, the animation from him, you could feel like that was one fight that maybe would have saved a placement for him to have a better shot to make it past this elimination point.
Yeah, it's really sad to, the players all lead up to this moment, right? You see Marcel being extremely excited, being tied for 1st place on the day with the amount of points that he ends up with. But for some of these players, it just wasn't enough. One fight, 1 HP, 1 game, 1 placement makes a difference in so many of these scenarios. And so I'm interested to review our scoreboard and see who made it to our day number 2, who's going to still have a chance to take a spot at the Tactician's crown.
Well, let's do it. We're going to start from the top and work our way down to the bottom. And at the very top of the day, CLE, I think you're going to be super happy about this. It's JD and Marcel P tied for 37 points.
Yeah, JD, Midwest TFT legend, and Marcel P already qualifying for the Tactician's crown through one of our TCP events, and now standing on top alongside some other of these players that we say, hey, these are some of the favorites. Dish Soap, Camberley up there as well. So a great first half of these standings.
Yes, I think we have a lot of heavy hitters that are going to be left in the running to make it through to that final lobby, but day 2 is going to be wild. And already, as we look at the 2nd page, we are sending some incredible players home today. Unfortunately, Wajan Iverson is just not going to make that cut. It's a 24-point cutoff, and that 1 placement is going to be the difference between him making it and not. And for the rest of our bottom 8 as well, we sent home some very strong North American players, as well as Josue Deleted, who I think was really stellar in our first weekend of competition.
You look at this leaderboard and you know that a lot of these players give it everything that they've got, and we all root for these players, and so it's sad to see some of the players go home. Wajan specifically is somebody that has been ranked 1st in the power rankings by the players, by a lot of people who look at this tournament. But even look down the list, Bobster, who is our previous regional finals champion, Setsuko, who's a perennial player that we look at to win anything, alongside David Ace and Lumen, who have dominated the NA ladder this set and now falling out here in the first day of our week 2 of regionals. So sad to see them go, but someone in this tournament has to be bot 8, and I'm sad to see these guys go.
But don't worry, you can keep watching them compete in the TFT Pro circuit for set 16. So while their regional run ends here, we get a chance to see them compete at the highest level of competition all set long for the upcoming set 16. But we are going to be looking full steam ahead to our second day of competition, and somebody who is leading the charge. We are so excited to have you on here. JD Zielinski, welcome to our broadcast, and I just want to get your first thoughts about how this experience has been for you.
I mean, today went pretty well. And I mean, I've had a lot of fun competing so far. Like I mean, I qualified through ladder, like through the tier 2 snapshots, to make this event. I was like the last like slot to make it in because there were a few people ahead of me that auto qualified through the cups. So I feel like I was fortunate to be able to get that slot, and I've made the most of it so far.
You've
Yeah,
been
I mean,
on like
it's
the
been
fringes of this tier 1 for a long time, right? Just so close, and now you've finally broke through last week to the TPC, and now making a statement, being rank 1 on day 1. How does that feel?
It feels great. I mean, I've been to like regional finals and things before. I think this is actually the 4th one, but it feels good to have such a strong day, and I think this patch I like a lot more than the last patch. Last week I didn't play a single mech game, so when I heard about the changes, I was really excited for a different patch, because I did not like playing that comp, and I was kind of scared to play it. So I'm really thankful they changed it.
Yeah, I mean, you and Ripple Overdrive actually are two players that I can't believe didn't play any of the mech compositions. But JD, we looked at your first game today. So glad we got a chance to see this. But like the flexible game that you had, you got the 2 duelist spats, and then you played Crystal Gambit with the Ash. Were you just like riding a high? Is that something that helped you with momentum throughout the day at all?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely felt a lot of momentum after that game. I mean, that game was like my units, like I didn't hit all my like units right away, but my emblems were just like so strong that I was like playing a super strong board in stage 4 anyways. So like that was definitely a really exciting game. I took a pan off the first carousel, and then I got dropped a pan later, so I was up like 2 extra emblems for like flexible, and got dropped a ton of reforgers. It was so I just kept reforging and getting really good emblems. So that was a really fun game to play. I wasn't sure what I was playing, but then I had like strat duelist after my first 2 spats. I was like, okay, I know what to play now.
I mean, you absolutely popped off in that game, but it wasn't just that game that you won. You won 4 out of your 6 games. But that middle lobby, games 3 and 4, what happened? Why did you dominate all the other ones, but not that one?
I was just going for my 6, 7 placements. I got 7th and 6th place.
Is that a 6-7 joke? Is that? Come on,
no,
man.
but I mean, those games, I mean, that was really close to top 4 in both those games. Honestly, the second game, I'm pretty sure if I found a Rise, I was playing Janna, and it took me a long time to find Rise. I'm pretty sure I would have went like 4th. But the third game, that was like my execution error. I got my like Crystal Gambit. I got outsacked in stage 4, so I just didn't have enough money. But every other game, I feel like they were pretty high roll spots, and I converted on them, so I'm happy.
But it takes a strong player to see that and recognize it, and then also capitalize on when you can actually high roll and win a game. So it was really impressive to see you do that and capitalize on 4 games. But JD, I kind of want to go back in your player history a little bit. How long have you been competing? Because I feel like I've seen you playing in TFT tournaments for quite some time, but you've been scaling ever since you started. So when did you start, and why did you keep playing TFT?
I've started in set 4 was my first set, like playing and like getting to. I mean, I played like set 1, but I never really played like competitive or anything. Set 4, I hit like Masters for the first time. Then I hit Challenger for the first time in set 5. In terms of like competitive history, I started competing in set 5, and I think I got day 1 of my first ever cup, like 30th place. But then after that, I feel like I've been getting stronger. Set 6, I made the mid set finale, and then set 8 was my first regionals. But I kind of hit a slump after that, I feel like. But like recently, I've been getting a lot stronger. I started like talking with my study group around like set after set 8, uh, and like they've been super helpful just talking to people about the game. It's pretty hard to play just like playing on your own, and so having people to talk with and review games is definitely super important.
Talk to me more about this study group, because there's some other really good players in that group, specifically Cambuli and Bobster, who are playing this weekend as well. What is the value of being able to throw around ideas, talk about tech, and figure out what's going to be good in this meta? What's the value of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's really invaluable. You know, like how important it is to have other good players to talk to. I mean, Cam and Bobster are both phenomenal players who both went to Worlds last set. And I I uh I feel like it's just, I mean, they're Cam's really good at like the Explorer. I feel and finding out like data. Like so it's definitely really helpful having him for that. Like he'll go in there and he'll put in all his filters and he'll like figure it out. So that it's definitely helpful because I think I might be too lazy to do it on my own. So
That's how you get the hive mind to make sure that you're helping each other out. I love it. But you already mentioned this, but you came in through the ladder snapshots, and I don't. Did you play any KO Coliseum tournaments
yeah, I
this set?
played the first one. I played the first one this set, and think I I think I went out in 4 games. I don't think I even made the
Oh,
first cut. And I didn't play the second one because I had already qualified, and I went to Cedar Point with my friends that weekend, so
okay,
I didn't
nice.
end up I didn't end up playing in that. But uh yeah, I mean, I was the 9th ladder slot. Like my first 2 snapshots was really good, and then I sort of got tilted and like gave up on the snapshot. But I ended up getting the last slot in. So yeah, that was
I
definitely fortunate.
well, the follow up to that is do do you feel like making it through the ladder snapshots or having to play at such a high level of ladder, do you think that helped you at all in this tournament?
Um, I don't think so because honestly, I don't think my ladder performance was anything like special this set. Like it is honestly like pretty below average for where I'm usually at. Like, uh, but I think just when I realized I got the slot, I I locked in and I started really focusing on the game and like watching and reviewing and like playing, focusing more on just the game, and it like reignited a fire in me because I feel like I get burnt out a lot like about halfway through the set, and I struggle towards the end for the sets I've like had competitive success. Like I'll usually do well in the first few tourneys, and then the the next ones after that will be the ones I struggle more in. But I think like the way the set played out went pretty well for me because I feel pretty motivated uh to work hard
Well,
and study.
yeah, the first couple tournaments may have not gone well, but these last 2 weekends have. You made it to the TPC, and now you're top of the leaderboard here, sitting pretty comfortably up there. What does making tier 1 now? You say there's a lot of grind, and you often burned out, but one of the TPC objectives is to help and reward players to not have to grind as hard. Are you excited for that next set, or how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I mean, I went into this weekend specifically feeling like I feel like I achieved my goal this set, which was to make it back to tier 1. And now I feel like I'm sort of just playing no fear, like I don't really care. Like so like I feel like that was sort of one thing that led to like winning so many games today is like like if I win 8th, like I feel like I wouldn't care as much because I feel like I achieved my goal, so I can sort of like play on the limit of what I know I can do, and I think it helped my mindset going in.
Well, I want to take this and I want to take it a step further because if you've made your goal and you're playing with house money, what about let's pass this? What if you make it to the Tactician's crown? Is that something now that you're like, I made it to the second day of competition and I have these points? Is that going through your head that you could make it to your first one?
Yeah, for sure. I would have to I would have to worry about calling off work then for that because I already called off for the Paris Open. So I gotta see if I could get a couple extra days off if I made it, but I would have to make it work. So, but yeah, I mean, I definitely am thinking about it for sure. Definitely. I mean, I'll take it one game at a time tomorrow. Try to do my best. I've just been like trying to reset my thoughts after each game and go into the next one. Just try to pick my best line. I feel like line selection super important right now, and just making sure I'm trying to maximize my points.
Well, it looks pretty good so far with 37 points on the day, and hopefully that's going to give you a nice leg up tomorrow. But JD Zielinski, I know you're probably really tired. So last thing, just want to give you the floor to give any shout outs or to anybody that's supporting you.
Yeah, I want to shout out all my study group, all the PMD, for just supporting me and working together to be as prepared as possible. I've had like more time to prep these last few weeks, so it's been pretty helpful. So I just appreciate everyone, and to go win it tomorrow or
All right,
Sunday,
well,
I guess. But
hey, well, I mean, winning tomorrow is also like mixed means that you're going to be in Sunday, so that's a good
yeah,
goal to have. But thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and to give us your time, and we're wishing you the best of luck.
yeah, thank you.
Well, you heard it here. I'm looking forward to it now, and hopefully, the Halloween curse does, maybe it cancels out, right? Halloween being like tricks and treats, it's gonna cancel out like the interview curse.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, for some of these players today was a treat. Like for JD, it was a wonderful showing. For some of them, it was a trick, and they're very sad today. But I mean, that was such a genuine interview. I really appreciate when players are able to come share their story and, give shout outs to the people that they care about, that they study with, that really help share in the success that they have. And I think for somebody that's new to the TPC to be on top today is a great showing from them.
Absolutely. I'm so glad that he was able to talk about that fire that's now lit under him. So maybe that's something that will help for tomorrow. But I'm just so excited to see what day 2 is going to hold of weekend number 2. It's going to be a blast. We've got 24 players now that are going to be moving forward, and we're going to be. It's the knockout stage. I think that's what it is called. It's the knockout stage, elimination stage, whatever you want to say. After tomorrow, we will only have 8 players left, so it's going to be very high stakes. It's going to be so exciting. Celia, I can't wait. This is the first time we've ever had a format like this, and I feel like it's already paid off for us from last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, 8 players are going to get cut after just 2 games tomorrow, and these points carry over. So the start that they had today will be incredibly important to their results tomorrow. I can't wait. I'm so excited to be able to get to tomorrow. It is going to be a showdown of some of the best TFT that we've seen.
Well, thank you all so much for watching today. Thank you all to our players for putting on such a great show, and to everyone on the production team for putting this on. We can't wait to see you tomorrow for the second day of competition, but make sure you tune in a couple hours before that so you can catch all the action that's happening in EMEA as well. We still have so many spots at the Tactician's Crown to give out. So tomorrow's going to be a great day. From myself, Heimerdinger, and Malzahar over here, we are going to say goodnight to you, and we'll see you tomorrow for the second day of competition for weekend 2 of the Americas Regional Finals for KO Coliseum.